morning. Let me slide over. Today, we're going to be working on salvage packs. For those of you who didn't hear because I just whispered, salvage packs. For those who didn't hear because I said it in a normal voice, no, I'm not going to yell it. Alright, so show sell price, salvage packs. We got to check and see if we've got a clean state here. We don't. What is this? Oh, starting bot coin equals 5,000. Fine. Everyone is given 10x the starting bot coin now that you can buy/sell items. That way I don't need to keep modifying people's inventories. Oh, it's so good about it. Can you have search ignore comments? Like I'm trying to comment out all instances of a radius and all instances of a radius in a large CSS. So you can accomplish this in a slightly different way. So let's say I have some CSS here, and you've got comments all over the place. So let's say this is a commented radius, and this is a regular radius. Right? So this is kind of what you're talking about, right? Something along these lines where you've got like commented lines and non-commented lines. Well, okay, assuming this is what you're talking about. So let's kind of cut this down to this. It's like the simplest example, and this probably isn't even regular CSS, but I've got a whole bunch of these things. So what you could search for, yeah, you only want to find uncommented ones. So what you could search for here is /w plus, except for that's not the right thing, /s plus. Oh God, what's the thing for white space? What is the thing for white space? Oh, never mind. That was right. I was just searching the, all right, yeah, there we go. So so this s plus radius. So if you search for this and then you hit find all, it didn't even work. Oh, it actually did work. Yeah, there we go. So you can search for it that way, and then Control L extends the new line, and you can get all of the instances of uncommented radius. Oh, /S. Well, anyway, I'll give you the regex in just a second, as soon as I can figure out what the heck I'm doing. Anyway, something like this. Yeah, regex 101 is a pretty good site. Well, I think this works. Oh, there's all the different kinds of radius. Then yeah, I'd search for. I'd probably just put in all the different kinds here. So you could have like -moz border radius. Except for that's not how you do this. Anyway, yeah, I'd use a regex for this. I guess you can probably form the regex yourself, but yeah, that's how I would do this. Or alternatively, what you could do is you could do kind of the converse of that. You can search for every instance of radius, then you can select each line. So now you'll have both of these, and then from here, just do a regex for /* and delete all of the lines where that appears, and you'll be left with all the regular radius blocks. Anyway, there's a bunch of different ways, but I would basically say it's a combination of searching, multiple cursors, and regex, and that's it. But is there a way to do it in Sublime? I don't think so. Yeah, so hopefully that helps a little bit. So pseudo money system, I gotta plan some of this stuff. Pseudo money system is each account will have some number of fake US dollars. You can spend the USD on bot bays or salvage packs. I should just write this here, huh? Regex not between there, and I was hoping for something straightforward I didn't see. Yeah, I don't think there's anything straightforward here other than using regex. And I think searching here will help you test things out really easily. So you can copy paste all the CSS, which I don't think I You can copy paste all your CSS and then try things out. So pass the global flag and then try something like, how do you even search this? Yeah, there we go. And then you can see what gets matched here. And in Sublime, you'd be able to make all of these selections the same way you do here. Yeah, and making it greedy and everything. I think Sublime supports that since I think it's just Python regex underneath. But I don't know for sure, and I would probably try it out here. But yeah, I think that's the answer, is that Sublime doesn't support it naturally. So figure it out. Yeah, or you could look for plugins, I guess. Or you could write your own plugin. It depends on how big of a task this is. So each account will have some number of fake US dollars. You can spend US dollars on the Botbays or salvage packs. First do a write-up of what this is. Oh yeah, so first do a write-up of what this is so people know what I'm working on. Then add pseudo money to the database. Hey, Spurtman. Then allow people to buy more Botbays permanently. It actually shouldn't be very hard. Ideally, this would be as easy as incrementing num empty Botbays. Everyone. Oh, cool. Thanks, Wouter. Yeah, I looked this morning and I didn't see it. But perhaps I didn't look hard enough. Didn't mention yesterday because it wasn't done yesterday. That's why. All right, let's make sure that I did this right. Yeah, cool. Oh, I have my sound on. All right, let's upload that. Wait, Wouter, why are you mad? I know what everyone is asking, but I can't help but make this joke. Yeah, Orange Ray, just go ahead and upload all your company's code to Pastebin, and I'll take a look through it. I'll make it 100% better. Couldn't connect to Reddit yesterday. Oh, I see. Traffic too high. Yeah, it happens every once in a while. All right, so first do a write-up, add pseudo money to the database, allow people to buy more Botbays permanently, allow people to buy salvage packs. This could be, I guess these. I know, everyone. That's why I said I gotta make the joke, but then I don't want to discourage you from doing this. This could be as easy as incrementing num unopened salvage in the database. And decrementing pseudo money. Yeah. So there's that. Then yeah, figuring out how this is gonna work. Mad because Median fixes their motherboards and not work with other hardware. Wouter, I think it's pretty standard that motherboards sometimes don't work with new RAM. It depends on how future-proofed a motherboard is. Anyway, I'm not a hardware genius or anything, so I can't tell you particulars, but it sucks if you wasted money. You should see if you can return whatever you got. And Smooth Dog says pay to win. No, it's not pay to win. So, Smooth Dog, I don't know if you've seen this before, but there's a monetization page here. And this talks about what you can buy in Botland. Our two tenets were this. You shouldn't have to pay money to be competitive, and you shouldn't have to pay money to play the game. So this is no pay to win, and this is no pay just to play, really. So it should be free to play and not pay to win. I should really sum that up. So yeah, what you can buy are only these two things. Oh, you're just being a meanie. Okay. Well, hello, Smooth Dog. So is this it? Is this? No, this isn't it, of course. Then flag accounts, no, not flag accounts, tag accounts as being some luckiness level. We could slot this as F2P, moderate, and whale. Or we could just make it numerical. The number of pseudo money you get each day. What's on this meanie beanie? Willing to take it back and return 75% of what I paid. That might be the best thing to do right now. I don't know. I think the worst thing is, actually, this just happened to my wife. She got some headphones, like underwater, water-resistant headphones, so that she could use them while swimming, and they didn't work, and we took too long returning them, and now we can't return them. So we have a product that doesn't work that we can't return. And I don't know about your motherboard, but you probably can't. You probably don't want it if you're complaining about it. So you should probably just get at least 75% of the money back. Tag accounts as being some luckiness level, or you just make it numerical, the number of pseudo money you get each day. So then after that, it's on a user's first login for the day, grant them some number of pseudo money based on their luckiness. And that's it, actually. That's the whole pseudo money system. Yeah. Oh, I already posted it today. Got it. All right, that's not bad. Then I could never fully wipe the database. Oh, by the way, there's a certain set of people. I don't know if anyone's online right now of these people. Maybe Void Dreamer would be. Let me check chat really fast. Okay, no Isaac, no Judge Bacon, no Mr. Markin, no Void Dreamer actually, no Snipe, no Yertle the Turtle, and no Andrew. Okay, none of these people are online, so never mind. Normal schedule today? Yeah, it will be a normal schedule. So I'll be on for the next 8 hours, except for lunch and bathroom breaks. Number of salvage packs left open stored in the DB. So that's the first thing. This number should start at 2 maybe, but for testing, make it 500. Void is in chat? Oh, right. I was looking at the chat list, not the moderator list. Yeah, moderator list is actually decently large now compared to chat. So that's the first thing. Second thing is REST API to open a salvage pack. So ensure you have the right number of salvage packs. We could generate what you're going to get before it even works, but then we need to do the inventory modification stuff. So ensure you have the right number of salvage packs. This can be done at the REST level, just to ensure that we don't generate the... Wait a second. No, if you don't have enough, this will just bail immediately. Yeah, just to ensure that we don't generate the pack itself while inside a transaction. Yeah. Wait, the only problem with this is if we do progressive percentages, then people could dupe high rarity items. Alright, fine. We'll do this all in a database transaction. I don't know what WoW Tours is trying to prove, but Spurman's actually been following for longer. Whoa, and Chronic Lynx has been following for the longest. Jeez, 4 months, 10 days. All right, there's a point, Chronic Links, because you're the real winner here. 4 months, 10 days. Jeez. Appreciate the support. So ensure you have the right amount of salvage packs. This can be done at the rest level. That's not actually true. So this generating the pack should be done during the transaction in case we implement a progressive percent system. It should be really fast. In fact, before I even get to that, I should probably just make the generator for salvage packs. This looks through the rarity of all items, or I don't know how we're going to do this exactly. Generates 3 items, at least 1 will be rarity 2. Bot, a high enough amount of bot coin is considered higher rarity. Four months, 13 points. "21 days, that's a record to beat." Am I? What happens when you do this for me? I'm not following myself. I don't even know if it's possible to follow yourself on Twitch. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can do that. Wow, Terry's bitter. Alright, REST API to open the salvage pack, then UI to show the contents of the open packs. UI to show, actually, many things. Show how many unopened packs you have, the contents of a newly opened pack. Yeah. No. How many unopened packs you have. One to open any packs, and a text field to show what you got from the pack. Yeah. Used to be able to follow yourself on Twitch. Is it sad that I know that? It's like liking your own posts. Yeah, I don't think you should be able to like your own posts on sites. Because why would you ever not want to like your own post? Except for on Facebook where it shows to everyone that you liked it. Yeah, like on Reddit, yeah, you automatically upvote your own stuff. And I don't know why you wouldn't have your own post upvoted for yourself. Maybe you later decide this should be hidden. You downvote it. Is this a good enough design for this stuff? I think at a high level it is, and I think I need to design this at a class level. So the first thing to do is design code for generator. The sell price on the sell button, that's something I can go do now pretty easily. At least I think. Let's go run all this stuff. Alright, so this should load up. We hit connect. So this stuff is new as of yesterday, both of these UIs. So now you can see your inventory, you can buy and sell things. The only thing that you can't tell when you're selling by looking at just this page is how much money you're going to get. You can see it here. So the question is, should I put a sell price column or should I just put the price right on the sell button? I'll just put it on the sell button, I guess. Problem is there is no sell price here. So client main needs to pass that in. Update inventory. So we need to put sell amount is item dot get sell amount. I believe item has that. Get sell amount. Yes, it does. Okay, so now we have sell amount here. Now we need to go into reducer temp and comment what this thing is. Yeah, here. Okay, then we go into inventory.js and we make use of this. So sell, I'm just gonna put this in quotes here. I don't think it matters too much. Row.sell amount. And then we just need to increase the width of this page to probably something like 240, but I don't know what. And then we need to do something else after that. We need to make the buy item, no, the item store. We need to make this be farther over. So right now it's left is at 600. What does this look like so far? I guess we can move this to the left a little bit. So we just increased the size of this by 50 pixels. Yeah, let's move it left about 20. And then let's move this right about 30. Baxman says, yeah, you use Phantom Bot. Yes, I do. And I don't like it. What's your recon? Should I sell my moped in order to buy a car? I don't know. Like painful bot. It's only a matter of time before you find out Baxman is really a dev for Phantom Bot. And then I've offended them. No, I'd be willing to give detailed feedback on what I don't like about Phantom Bot. I think it accomplishes the job, but it does not do so very well. That is not the detailed feedback, by the way. I wanted to do something briefly here. Oh yeah, update today. I forgot to do that. Phantom today. Adam is working on salvage packs. After that, it'll be a pseudo money system. And last updated is now. Good, cool. So let's try this out. All we should have here is the sell price of these things. Yeah, we got it. So you can see that everything sells for 25. And it's pretty straightforward. When you click sell on one of these things, you get 25 Bitcoin. Elsif. Yeah, that file, I don't really ever plan on making this any better. It's a very ad hoc file. And the way I always use it is I just search for something I already know about, like code journey, and then I go modify that. Not the prettiest thing to read. So show sell price on the sell button. That's done. We can go check this in. This was a pretty straightforward commit. We got the sell amount, we passed it through to the reducer, we changed some widths of things, we showed it on the UI. Yeah, that's good. The sell price for items is now shown on the sell button in the inventory. Alright, so design code for the generator. The API for this, I think, is pretty straightforward. We want to, like, API is going to be like this. Generate salvage pack. Now, we might do a progressive percent system here where at some point you're guaranteed to get higher rarity items. For right now, I don't think it's very important to do that. Each message goes through like 100 regexes because it runs each of those else ifs. I hope not each message is. I assume it's only when something starts with exclamation point that it even runs that stuff. Like, yeah, if you typed exclamation point and then random things, it would probably do that. Anyway, generate salvage pack is ideally we just want that to be it. And this generates what would this generate? I guess an object. And the object would look like this. Botcoin, null, well, it's like a number, and then items is an array of items. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we could actually define this as a salvage object. We could make that into a salvage object. Well, a salvage pack object with get botcoin and get items. Because the weird thing is, botcoin is not an item, but it can be generated by salvage packs. Yeah. So then what do we need to take into account in order to do this? Generating a salvage pack. So like here's the totally naive implementation. Is you've got their num items equals _count, like all item templates, something like that, and you say random item equals, well, I guess you just do this, sample all item templates. Now the thing is, we want this to be a weighted sample. I wrote this code before. I could just do this and then assign each thing a relative weight based on its rarity. Let me go take a look at the code that I did write for this before. You know, it wouldn't be in util. Wait. First of all, I don't know why this is lagging. There we go. Hey, Digite. Op hog is where I did this. So if we go into util here, there's no util. Where did I write this? What? I definitely wrote this function. Let's just go search GitHub for it. Relative weight, unit data, util. There is a util. What? Why did I not find it here? Util. Oh, now I found it. What was I not typing util at first? Anyway, it's this function, random from weights. So in order for this to work, though, it had to iterate over everything in the array. I wonder how I'd make this not O of n. Okay, I thought of a way, but it's stupid. What I could do is make an array of all possible items. Let me think about the algorithm here. Algorithm. So goal is, given a list of items with a relative weight, generate, get one item based on the weights. So for example, you have this, apple 5, banana 1. So generating an item from this list would give you apple, I'll just make it easy, apple 80% of the time and banana 20% of the time. Does that make sense? So another example would be like apple 3, banana 3, orange 1. So it's as though there are 3 apples in the list and only 1 orange. Yeah. Alright. Turning it on from this list would give you an apple 3/7 of the time. So, question, how do we do this quickly? So the O of n solution is this function, random from weights. This iterates over everything and slots things into a certain percentage based on. So the way this works is iterate over all items and assign it a number range. So in the first example, we would generate a number from 0 to 1. If it's less than 0.8%, then we got an apple. Yeah, so Spurtman, that's what the first algorithm did here. And I think if I generate this list ahead of time, I think this could be fine. So I think we can make it O of 1 by caching by caching which number ranges correspond to each item. So basically what we'd do is we'd say something like this. We'd say 0.8. Wait, how would we search that structure though? Oh, I guess we could binary search it. No, maybe it's not O1. You don't need to generate anything, just a simple loop. No, but that simple loop is O of n. What I'm saying is, like, once I have 400, 500 items, it's going to have to search a whole bunch of things. And at the very least, I can get it down to, so I don't know if I can do this. But I can get it down to O of log n by saving a list like this. So what's 3 divided by 7? It's like 42%. Yeah. I could say something like 0.42 apple, 0.84 is banana, and then 1 is orange. And then I generate a number. So let's say I generate 0.5. Now I go through my list by doing a binary search. I start with the middle one and I'm like, oh, 0.5 is lower than that. So I go with this one and I say it's higher than that. There's nothing in between. So I must have just generated a banana. That would work. That would be pretty fast. Yeah, but then there's no, this will work. The only weird thing I'd have to do is accommodate, sorry, the above would work and be O of log n. O of n, where n is 400, is effectively O of 1. Yeah, well, the only problem here is that we're probably doing this from inside a database transaction, so I want it to be as fast as possible. That way we're not locking database rows. Just pre-generate the ranges as you insert things in a list. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at here. Hey, Skynet. So the above would work and be O log n, but then the problem becomes, how do we accommodate Botcoin? And I think the answer for this is we treat them like items for the sake of the algorithm. And if we generate those, then we really treat them like Botcoin at the end. You don't need to generate the list. No, I know. I don't need to generate the list inside the transaction. But what I'm saying is, if I were to do an O of n algorithm inside a transaction, even if n is only 400, 500, it would make sense for me to still trim it down to something so that log n of that is, like 8 or 9. Should only put the code actually modifying data in a transaction. So the problem, Spurtman, and this is where I'm not totally sure how to do things. The issue is this. Let's say I implemented a progressive percent system, which I'm debating on whether I should implement. The way this would work is this. You, at any given point, you have a 10% chance of getting a high rarity item. So this is just a regular percent system. A progressive percent system says, on average, you'll get a high rarity item 10% of the time, but we'll enforce that by making sure you don't go X trials without guaranteeing, or we'll guarantee that you get a high rarity item every X trials. So the difference here is in user perception. With a regular percent system, just based on stochastic randomness, I could get 10 high rarity items in a row and then go a long streak without getting them. this is just going to distribute the high rarity items a little bit better. So as a user, you feel like, okay, good, I'm at least going to get some after I open, let's say, 20 salvage packs. So if I were to do this system, the reason why I think it has to be inside the database transaction is because your users table would start to look like this. You'd have something like name, ID, like rank in the game or something like that, and then you'd have the progressive percent stored here. Like how many trials have you gone without doing something? And then this needs to be fed into the algorithm in such a way that this can't be modified while it's being fed into the algorithm. So hopefully that makes sense of why I'm saying I need to make this algorithm as fast as possible. It's not because I think there's going to be a huge hit to the CPU. It's because I think that this is probably going to happen within a transaction if I implement this system, because I need to make sure that this thing doesn't change while you're generating something. Otherwise, what someone can do is set up a sort of race condition where they get this to the point where you're going to get a high rarity item, and they spam the server with open salvage packs for me, and they get a bunch of high rarity items. So, implementing this is, I think, what I'm going to do. So I just pre-generate that list. So we need an item template depot. Yeah, I don't know how we would accommodate Botcoin actually. Because the way I see this working is like pre-generate list item template depot. I think it need to be considered an item, just an unobtainable item. An item, just an unobtainable one. Yeah, I think that's how we do this. I doubt that looping 200 times instead of 4 times would make much of a difference compared to going out to fetching stuff from a database. Yeah, I don't think it'll make much of a difference. I don't know. The other question is, okay, what if we had, thousands of items? At what point does n become? Yeah, you probably should come up with a better algorithm for this. And hey, Risa. So pre-generate list would take in an item template depot. So this whole thing. And by the way, I think part of the other allure of doing it this way is I don't think it'd be very hard to do it this way. I'm just pre-generating a list, and assuming I test this correctly, then there shouldn't be many issues. And even if I don't test it correctly, over the course of time of everybody hitting this system, when there are different amounts of items, it should get tested. Anyway, I'll have to think about this. Maybe a really simple way you could do is generate a copy of each thing for the weight when you insert. Yeah, I thought about that magnetic bind. But then I thought, if you have some incredibly rare, like a 1 out of a million item, then you'd be taking up a lot of RAM storing just duplicates of items. So I think this way is good. I think the number of items in the game probably won't exceed like 10,000. And what's the log of 10,000 base 2? Let's see, 11, 12, it's 13. So yeah, that'd be 13 different iterations, which is like incredibly low. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it this way. I think this is a good combination of not using a ton of memory and generating things quickly. So, alright, if I'm going to do this, then here's what I need to do. Alright, so design API. So there needs to be write the O of log n solution. So this is going to involve, what class is going to do this? Make Botcoin be an item. It should have a range for its rarity. Yeah, okay. Add the is obtainable. No, that doesn't make any sense. Something like is botcoin 2 items? I don't know. So then there's Risa asked, what am I working on right now? So I am working on the algorithm that will generate salvage packs. And salvage packs themselves, I think I talk about in monetization. There's this example of the code I'm trying to do in Python. Oh, wait. Yeah, so this is what... Wait, let me see. Val for Valcom account. Interesting. Our general approach is to arrange the weights in a cumulative distribution and then locate the random value with bisect.bisect. Okay, I don't know what some of these functions do, like zip, for example. Python zip function. This function returns a list of tuples where the ith tuple contains the ith element from each of the argument sequences or iterables. Return list is truncated in length to the length of the shortest argument sequence. There are multiple. Okay, so what does this do? X and Y. Oh, I see. So choices and weights. Got it. So this is going to put choices with their weights in a list. Then itertools.accumulate. What does this do? Make an iterator that returns accumulated sums or accumulated results of other binary functions. If func is supplied, it should be a function of 2 arguments. Elements of the input iterable may be any type that can be accepted as arguments of func. So accumulate. So this just keeps calling a function. I see. Okay. So this is going to add all of the weights. Then, yep, that makes sense. Take the ending weight, generate a number from 1 until that, and then bisect it. So bisect is presumably, we're going to split the list there and take the last choice that was there. Okay, yeah, this is actually a really smart way of doing things. They're very concise. I was gonna write this out line by line, but so now we have a new task. We're gonna make them download a Python interpreter. We're gonna run these 4 lines of code in Python in JavaScript. Anyway, I'm gonna take a look at this, but still. So what else do I need to do here? So make a class. Make a function that takes in an item template depot and returns the list, the pre-generated, well, the list. Just search on. Hey, JFrap. Sausage packs. Oh yeah, sorry, I never actually linked to that thing, did I? So salvage packs. Yeah, let me. Adam is working on salvage packs. All right. Cool. So yeah, here's salvage packs. That's it. All right. Let me think. What else do I need to do here? So later, I'm going to need this list that's returned in order to generate a random item. So I think I should make a class called salvage pack generator that takes in the item template depot. I don't know what crates in CSGO are, but maybe it's like that, yeah. And cache is the list to store on. Make botcoin be an item. So then, yeah, yeah. All right, let's start to write this. So this is going to be something that's totally shared. Put it in the shared code. Put it in items, I guess. That makes the most sense. So let's just open up item and save this as salvage pack. What did I call this? Salvage pack generator? Yeah, that makes sense. Salvage pack generator. Him before Adam being the next Gabe. See, the difference between me becoming the next Gabe and okay, let me stop worrying about sentence construction here. I'm only making a game. Gabe made a platform. And no, I know Valve makes money on hats. I just don't play Counter-Strike. I also know Valve makes money on Steam games. But come on, hat sales. So this is the salvage pack generator now. So let's get rid of all of the non-salvage pack generator stuff. Including this. We'll just call this salvage pack generator. So this is going to take in an item template depot. And we're just going to store that off here. We're going to get rid of all of the other functions in this class. And we're going to, actually that's pretty much it. Yeah, and then I say something like this dot generate wait list. Okay. They made a game first. No, I'm just kidding. I know roughly what Valve's making money from. I don't know how they make it in Counter-Strike, sure, but I know TF2 is all about hats. Steam is all about selling games. Half-Life 3 is all about just not existing. Oh yeah, CSGO, it's actually, don't people pay money to open, or they pay money to get the keys to open the crates? Like crates drop like crazy, but the keys don't drop like crazy or something? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't think we're going to do something like that for this game. So make a function that takes in this and caches a list to search on. So let's go take a look at this, which is a pretty similar way of doing this. So we have the total weight. So wait, were these integers? Oh, I made percentages out of this stuff. There was no reason to do that. I can do this using just the total weight and then generate an integer based on that. Indeed, you pay for a key. Okay. Interesting. Wow, and all that's for hats and colorful items. Well, who knows? Maybe Botland will be the same way someday. People try to get like the smoky bot with a cape. Oh my god, super rare. So how this is going to work is for this algorithm to be O of n is fine. It's for the final algorithm to be that way that I don't think is a good idea. So let's see how this is going to work. We'll say let total weight equals 0. Then we'll iterate over all of the item templates in the depot. So let's see, item templates by ID. I think we should use this. We should probably say if something is disabled or not. But let's start with this. So item templates by ID equals this dot item template depot. Then for let item ID in item by ID const item template equals, and actually this should be template ID, I guess. Item templates by ID. There. So now we have an item template, and now with this template we're going to need to get its rarity. So we'll say rarity equals item template dot rarity, and then total weight plus equal rarity. So that's the first thing I want to do here. I have a feeling the Simico is just roving eye from a different account. strangely similar. Strangely similar. And then yeah, I want to do this too. I want to make sure, just a sanity check here, this should be an assert. So on 26 here we have to say assert total weight is greater than 0. No items found with a weight in salvage pack generator. This would be a huge problem. If you don't have a total weight by the end of this thing, then there's no way you can generate items. So that's a programmer problem, as I call them. Hey there, Mr. Banks. Let me paste this over to here. It's mostly just the random from weights item that I want, or random from weights. So we can put this over here. Risa, you're leaving? You're leaving so soon. Alright, total weight. So then at the end of this, so now what I want to do is I want to form this dot items by weight is. Wait a second, how did bisect work in that Python thing? We made a list of the accumulated weights. So if their weights looked like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then their accumulated weights would look like this, 1, 3, 6, 10, 15. And then they generate a number like 12. And then they bisect the list. Random times cumulative disk -1. Yeah, that was the last one. And they bisect the list. And I guess it would pick the last item in this case, because it's whichever one you're just less than. Yeah, so how did they... Oh. Also, I wonder if Lodash has a way of doing that. Bisect the list. I play TF2 for the pans. Who uses a pan in TF2? Demo man, soldier, medic, heavy. This is... I don't understand. Is this a weapon in the game? Is it a weapon? Is it just an aesthetic item? Huh. It doesn't even really look golden. It is a weapon? Okay. I played TF2 for a very little bit. And I played the scout and went crazy. I was not very good at the game, but it was fun to move really fast. And then complain that heavies didn't die in 2 hits. Add me on Steam and I'll show you my swag. I don't think I need to see your swag. I trust that you've got a ton of items in TF2. This means nothing to me. Okay, anyway, if we store this, how did they end up doing this here? I don't need those things open. So then they took the choices. Bisect up bisect. Yeah, I want to look at this function. Oh, they actually have this here. Similar to bisect left, but returns an insertion point which comes after any existing entries of x and a. The return insertion point I partitions the array into 2 halves so that all val less than or equal to x for val in. Oh, so it splits the array into 2. And then... Oh, okay. Well... Let me think about this then. So this is going to be item templates by weight, not items by weight. And then when we store something in here, we can say that total weight equals item template. Red as a Tortoise says, is this a TF2 stream? No, it sounds like it though. This is a stream for Botland. How long have you been here for? 9 minutes. Alright, yeah. So then you can check out the video for Botland there. I've been just thinking about an algorithm I wanted to write, and now I'm starting to write it. I'm just thinking of how this is going to work. So we now have all of this stored, and we have the total weight. So I guess we could actually say this. Say this dot total weight equals 0, and then increment this. I guess this can start it off at 0 again. Then total weight. Okay, so now what we should have, all right, let's come up with some example stuff. Let's say we have lasers, rarity 1, missiles, rarity 2, and artillery, rarity 3. So the way that this is going to work is we start total weight at 0, we go through each item and we add to the rarity. So at the point where total weight is 1, we're going to put lasers in the list. So we're going to have an item templates by weight equals an object of 1 lasers, 3 missiles, and 6 artillery. So if we generate the number 0, this would give us lasers. If we generate the number 1, 2, or 3, this would give us missiles, and 4, 5, or 6. No, so this is not how this can work. I gotta change this a little bit, because missiles should be chosen 2/6 of the time. So I guess we generate it this way. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. Yeah. So then if we actually do generate a number like 4, I guess we'd want to get the keys that this corresponds to. Oh, all right. Red as a tortoise. What is this? Well, part of this is that there's no... Well, it's got 24 views. That's not bad. There's no command that links to that. Also, there's a quote that links to the video of just that. Anyway, I generate a number 4. So suppose I generate 4. I know this is artillery, but how does the class know? So they're stored by that. I need to do a binary search on just the keys of item templates by weight to find artillery, which is the number that is just higher. Well, so I guess I could have... Darn it, is there a better way to do this? Yeah, there is a better way to do this. Man, this is the first like real algorithm I'm writing on stream. I've written all the other ones before or something, and even this one I've done something like this before. So then we can change the data so that it's written into this. Item weights could be an array like 1, 3, 6, and then that's already kind of the case. I do a binary search on that. I figure out that I should correspond to 6. Then I look it up by weight. Yeah, okay. It'll take up slightly more memory if I do things this way. But we can just say this dot item weights equals this. So this equals underscore dot keys. This dot item templates by weight. We need to make sure to sort this, which is something I do in the leaderboard. Sort by order. What happens? Let's go take a look at something. Oops. There. Yeah, so what happens if I have an object like this? B equals, let's say 3, 2, 1. Underscore dot keys B. Will this always be in order? I don't know if I can count on that, and I also don't think it matters because that's why we have sort. Underscore dot sort is not a function. Sort by order. Underscore dot keys B. Yeah, so we can just do this. Now this is going to give us strings. So this dot item weights, so we're going to have sort by order here. Note this will be an array of strings. So I could go through and convert them all. In fact, yeah, maybe I should do that. So let's store that off in A dot map parse int nan. Okay, that's not how I want to do things. So a dot map function value console.log value. Yeah, so that works. So then all I want to do here is say return parse int value 10. Yeah, that works. Okay. This dot item weights equals this dot item weights dot map value parse int value 10. So that syntax should work. We could try this out. Just go to Babel.js. I don't think arrow functions work in Chrome yet, do they? A equals x to x. Oh, whoa, it does. What? I didn't know that. So then I could have done things this way. A dot map value to. Oops, I changed A. Yeah, that does work. Okay, cool. So convert the array into ints, although I don't even know if that matters, but whatever. So then we have that. Now I have this list. Next, anytime we want to generate something, so generate item, we just need to do, we say const r equals, now I have something in util here for random integer. Yeah, this is lower bound and upper bound minus 1. So util.random integer, lower bound is going to be 1, upper bound is going to be this dot total weight, and I think we can generate the last number, so I think we have to say +1 here. Then we figure out which index r corresponds to in item weights, and then we just do return const index equals 5, whatever. Then return this dot item templates by weight index. Yeah. So now as far as computing this goes, we want to do a binary search on this. I don't know if Lodash gives us something for that, or we'll just write one ourselves. It doesn't really matter. Binary index of gets the index at which the first occurrence of value is found. That won't work. Wait, right? This won't work. Determine the lowest index at which value should be inserted to maintain its sort order. Oh, whoa, this does work. This is actually exactly what we want. Wow. And item weights are sorted. I think it might be a good idea to just say that they're sorted. Sorted item weights. So this function is all we need. This seems pretty easy. So that's it. That's not so bad. Now we can test this out. And then the question is, how do we test this? What's the easiest way to set up a test framework for this? I guess just hijack the central server and use that. So the other thing I'm going to need to do here, let me save another file here called salvage pack and just get rid of this and anything in here too. That way when I go make another client watch here, it'll pick up this file, because I probably will want this later. Wants a solution efficient from a big O point of view, proceeds to use underscore. Alright, I'll look into the code, I'll see what they're doing. Because if what they're doing is not efficient, then I can change it. But yeah, let me open up the salvage pack generator again. And rerun this. So to figure out if this is fast. Or really how fast it is. Did that finish? Yeah, good. Because any of this stuff, this can take forever for all I care. Forever in computer time, like 5 seconds. Because this is going to be at server startup. So I don't care about this function. This I can use underscore as much as I want. In this function though, this needs to be fast. So if this is not fast, if I go through their algorithm and I find out that it's not O of log n, which it should be, it actually, in fact, says right on the documentation, it's a binary search. So it should be log n. But yeah, if I find out that that's wrong, then I should write my own thing for this. So now we'll go into central server main, and I'll test this out just to make sure that it works. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say we need to set up inventory. Then what we do is we call import salvage pack generator. Yeah. So now we have the salvage pack generator. Next, I need to make one. Const spg equals new salvage pack generator, this dot item template depot. So now I have that, and then I can just call generate item. So for console.log, well, we can say const item equals spg.generate item. And then does item have a toString? I think it does. Also, this is just generating an item template, not an item. All right, well, let's do this. Because yeah, I kind of did this wrong. And then process.exit 0. So now if I were to rerun the central server, we'll see 100 items print out. No, we won't. Can't read name of undefined. So that means that this thing failed. So let's print some statistics here. Console.log total weight, this dot total weight. Console.log sorted item weights. Yeah, let's take a look at those two things. This is still going to spew a bunch of errors. So total weight is 13. Sorted item weights is just a list from 1 to 13. Yeah, okay. So then when this generates a number, this should be from 1 to 13, yeah. We get the sorted index. We return this dot item templates by weight index. All right, let's print this out too. And then let's do this. Log R and index. All right, what do we have here? So these things, one, it's the string one, that's fine. All keys in JavaScript have to be strings. And then cannot read property name of undefined. Oh, I didn't see this. Oh, we're trying to read the name of, wait, no, I did see that. Wait, but then R didn't print out, did it? Oh, it did. 2 and then index 0. And 0 doesn't correspond to anything. But 2 is wrong. How does this work? Sorted index. Did I do something wrong? Oh yeah, I did. It's called sorted item weights, and I'm using item weights. Well. Alright, so this should generate a bunch of items for us. Can't read name of undefined still. R is 1, index is still 0. Oh, we need to say index is +1 at the end of this. Alright, there we go. Where they fixed the whole keys must be strings issue. There's actually no problem with them being strings here in this case, because me trying to access, if you have an object of A equals 1 hello, these two things are exactly the same, because this will get coerced into a string. So I don't think I have a problem there. And this should be working now. So what this should do is generate each item exactly the same amount of times as any other item. So let's keep track of exactly how many times we generated each. So const results equals an object. What we're going to do here is we're going to say results, oops, if not util.exist, let's do const id equals item template dot id. If not util.exist results id, then results id equals 0, results id plus plus. Then we print out all of the results at the end of this. So for let id in results console.log. Actually, we could sort this. Yeah, there's no real need. So yeah, console.log. All right. So at the end of all of this, we'll get all of the results. Let's take a look. And they should be roughly the same. With 100, it's not enough for us to figure out whether that's true. Util's not being used? Weird. As well, you could have also used DS6 map instead of messing with IDs, which never gets sent over a network. Wait, the IDs here would be sent over the network though. But anyway, let me make this do 10,000 trials here. Oh, it shouldn't print 10,000 things. I wanted to remove that. All right, well, let's take out that console log because that's actually probably the longest running thing here. So yeah, we get a distribution in the end of everything is roughly equal. They're all between 700 and 800. And depending on how many times I ran this, we might see these converge a little bit better. Yeah, so here they're all within about, what, 100 of each other? That's pretty good. So now let's throw this off. Let's go into itemdata.json and we'll set the rarity of lasers to 2. So now, relative to everything else, lasers should appear much less frequently. Cannot read property ID of undefined. That's not good. I think I know what happened here. Yeah, this. Okay. I screwed this up. So the index we got here is probably 0. You have a lot of places with IDs local to a client or maybe a server where map could be used instead. Yeah, I thought map didn't transpile to anything in ES5. Maybe it does work. What was it? This, let m equals new map. No equivalent in ES5. Yeah, I don't think I want to start using that. Also, I bet this failed because the index is still 0 or index is 1. Yeah, so how do I want to do this? I want to set it to the lowest thing if I end up getting 0, because the highest of any of these things is fine. So we'll say this dot lowest index equals null. I don't know if this is the best way to do this. Wait, we have sorted weights. We don't need this. In fact, yeah, what am I doing here? No, this is wrong. Because these, yeah, this is wrong. I shouldn't do a +1 here. What I should do is then const weight equals this dot sorted item weights index, and then use the weight to index this thing. At least I think. I'm not sure if that's correct. Okay. So I did this in the wrong way. Lasers had a higher rarity, which meant it was being generated twice as often. But the statistics work. Yeah, I'm not doing this based on weights. I'm doing this based on rarity. So I guess what I need to do here is say get weight from rarity, and we'll just make it an inverse thing. Or you know what we could do? We could say this: return. Let's say the weight of a rarity 1 item is 100. Then it goes down like that. Rarity. So then that's the rarity. Then the weight is this dot get weight from rarity, and then we use this here. So now lasers should have a 50% chance of showing up compared to anything else. So yeah, whereas we got about 8,000 of everything, we only got about 4,000 lasers. And if I do this with any other item in this list, like if I say lasers has rarity 4, no, that won't work. I gotta do rarity -1 here. Anyway, now if I say rarity 4 here, lasers are gonna show up very rarely. Yeah, so now there's 100 lasers, but there's like 8,000 of everything else. Or sorry, 1,000 lasers, but 8,000 of everything else. That makes sense. So that's pretty good. These rarities are probably not exactly what we want, and I don't know what we want here. I don't know how we want to split this up. Like the first tier is just the common thing, then the next tier shows up half as frequently, then the next tier shows up like about, I don't know, a quarter sounds good, and then after that we make these like super rare. And now lasers will show up hardly ever. 150 times. So over, how many trials is this? 100,000, right? And we can tweak these. I'm not so concerned about the numbers right now. I'm more concerned about, does the algorithm work? So over 100,000 trials, we got lasers 150 times. That is pretty rare. Yeah, that's probably too rare. Well, whatever. The algorithm works. That's, like I said, that's what I'm concerned with. So let's do this. Let's say this dot weights. So rarity to weight conversion equals 1 will be rarity or weight 1,000. 2 is 500. We'll set these things for now. So then here we can say this dot rarity. All right, let's go take a look at their code. Sorted index, how does this work? Because this is exactly the function that I want, and I could just write it myself if it's not fast here. Hey, Mr. Random Gamer DK. I haven't seen you in a while. This page always takes forever to load. Maybe we just leave it. Or I manually navigate. Yep, nope, it finished as soon as I went to click something. All right, sorted index, return base sorted index. So how does this work? Where's the, what? Where's this function? Oh, here it is. Base implementation of sorted index and sorted last index, which performs a binary search of array to determine the index at which value should be inserted into array in order to maintain its sort order. So we do low, high, array, question mark, array dot length, low is low. Okay, if type of value equals number and value equals value. What? What is this check? Oh, I bet this is to check to see if it's not a number. Not a number. Not a number equals not a number is false. Oh wow, that's sort of clever, I guess. High is less than or equal to half max array length. Well, low is greater than high. Mid, yeah, we're at highest. No, this is, oh, except for this. Base sorted index by. And how does this algorithm work? Is there even a for loop in here? Yeah, while low is less than high. Mid. No, I think this is fine. This is still a binary search. Because they keep taking the midpoint and they search based on that. Although, what does this do? Base implementation is sorted, invokes iterary for value in each element of array to compute their sort ranking. Iterary is invoked with one argument value. Oh, this isn't even going to be called. It's just this. Yeah, this is exactly what I want. I just didn't want to write it myself. So we're fine. And isNaN should work, but I think isNaN probably does that check, and it is a function call. Right? Where is it? is, oh no, this is actually more bizarre than that. I don't know why they did that. Did you say it says you'll have to test it with users later down the line. You'll never truly value the rarity of the time until it's out. Who knows? No one will use it, so you had to increase the amount of times it shows up or adjust the stats. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Digite. I think these numbers are, like I said, these are definitely subject to change. The algorithm is probably not at this point. So underscore dot sorted index performs a binary search. So I would need to comment this whole class. I have logger in here. I could say logger dot verbose. If total weight gets to be, no, total weight probably can't ever screw up. I guess if we made these weights too high, then total weight could get to be too high, but that would have to be like millions of items for that to happen. Sorted item weights, item templates by weight. We don't need to do any of this stuff. I don't want any of these logs. I don't think it's important. So if I were to take a look at my changed code, is it just this class? Because I can go comment this whole class. Well, main also, I put a little test bed in there. And then rarity 4 of lasers. Salvage pack. Yeah, salvage pack does nothing in salvage pack generator. Alright, so let's try just a couple other things. What if we set 2 items to rarity 2? So rarity 2 is exactly half of rarity 1. So good. Everything else here is about 8,000, and these are exactly half of those. Perfect. So then rarity 3 is half of rarity, no, it's a quarter of rarity 2. So yeah, the relative weight here is about 1,000. This is 4,000, and this is about 8,000. So yeah, 1 to 4 to 8. Perfect. And then a rarity 4 would be, I forgot what, like a sixth of rarity 2 or 3. Yeah, perfect. All right, this is working. This is how I'd want it to be. So if I said generate one item for me, then it'll almost always be a rarity 1 item. It'll almost never be a rarity 3. So yeah, that time was a rarity 2, rarity 1, rarity 1. Yeah, okay. All right, nice. So I just got to check this in. That wasn't so bad. I didn't really expect that to be too bad, but is worth trying out. So now, for the sake of interesting numbers, let's make lasers rarity 1, missiles rarity 1, artillery will say is rarity 2, cloaking 3, zapper 4, no 3, melee, and we can't have these numbers be as high as they are, even just for the sake of this stuff. So let's make it decrease, but not crazily, maybe something like that. I'll need to try this out. So melee is going to be, melee is a pretty common thing. We'll make it like uncommon. Regen's pretty common. Teleport, we'll make it rarity 4. Thrusters, rarity 2. Reflect, 3. Shield, 2. Landmines, 3. Harvesting, 4. Alright, now let's try generating all these things and see what we get. Whoops, I meant to comment that out. Also, what I should do here is say what the name is. This.item template depot.get item template id dot name. Within browsers which matter only, i.e. 10 doesn't support map natively. Huh. Okay, so here's what 100,000 item generations looks like right now. So there's a disproportionate amount of lasers, missiles, and regen. Maybe this isn't a good way of doing things. Maybe I made that whole algorithm for no reason. Maybe a better way of doing things is to say, you've got a 50% chance of getting a common item. Now go randomly generate any of the common items with even probability. Or you have, yeah, maybe that's a better way of doing this stuff. I wrote all that for nothing, huh? Because yeah, this would probably be pretty annoying. In fact, let's do it on a more human scale of 100. Out of 100 things, if you would get lasers, missiles, artillery like 12 to 15 times. You'd rarely get teleport. I don't know, maybe it's fine. It's really hard to tell. I don't think this matters so much though. I think we can always change how Salvage Pack Generator generates its items. So that later if we want to, we could do that method. So right now, each item has a, hey Joseph, each item has a relative weight. Something like lasers appears, or like lasers might be 1,000, missiles might be 1,000, artillery might be 500, and teleport might be 250. And I propose that we should switch it into rarity 1, like each rarity has a weight. Then each individual item in that rarity has exactly the same chance as any other. So rarity 1 would be something like 60% of the time. Rarity 2 would be 30% of the time. Rarity 3 would be 7% of the time, and rarity 4 would be 3% of the time. I don't know. That's probably a better way of doing things. Hey, the Dutch on. Well, is it worth committing what I've done? Probably, and then changing it to this algorithm? Yeah. Alright. I don't know. I don't know what this would do to the game, that's why. Because if you look at the distribution here, yeah, I don't know. Actually, how does the distribution change? I can't reason about this right now, not myself. Alright, so I'm going to just comment this. This class is in charge of generating salvage packs. Slavage packs. Salvage packs. Oh, man. I don't know what's wrong with my brain right now. Item template depot. Yeah, cool. So we know what this is. This is, keys are going to be, so item templates by weight. Keys are going to be the weight that a random number would have to be. Let me take a look at this. That a random number would have to be less than to generate the given item. My brain has a low bit rate. Values are going to be item templates. I don't think it's worth saying what that is. Isomath. Number to item template. So, for example, if this looks like lasers 1, missiles 3, artillery 6, then generating the number 1 corresponds to lasers. Generating 2 or 3 corresponds to missiles, and generating 4, 5, or 6 corresponds to artillery. And I don't have a feeling that it'll let me auto format this comment correctly, so we'll just manually format it. And this is probably all going to change at some point. Hey, the Nico the Gamer. Then sorted item weights. this is going to be the sorted keys of this item templates by weight. In the example given for item templates by weight, this would be 1, 3, 6. And it's an array of numbers. Total weight isn't even needed, is it? Yeah, it is. The sum of the keys of this item templates by weight. No players in match. Let me take a look. It's possible that, yeah, nobody's playing right now. And by the way, Mr. Random Gamer, I hope it was clear what's going on here, because it's probably not that clear. Okay, so I'm gonna put cloaking 3 and regen 1 on my bot, and let's hit update, and then I'm gonna delete this, and let's buy a couple more landmines. I'll put landmines 3, thrusters 3, regen 1. Alright, now I join the game. And now I'm going to put my landmines bots down. Lay mine move. There. So yeah, Random Gamer, the game has probably changed a lot since you last played. If you last played, I don't remember if you have. Now the only bots you're allowed to put down are the ones you've configured before a match. And so if you want, you can refresh the page and go change which bots you have. You'll need to use the inventory to buy and sell items and then configure bots. There is help on that here. It's not totally complete, but this tells you all the rules, how you can make bays, and gives you some examples. So basically, you hit connect, and you just take one of these names, capitalize it, give it a number. I know it's not great yet. We're gonna change the UI for that. But you can buy and sell items. You should have Botcoin. You should have 5,000 actually. I don't suggest clicking sell a whole bunch of times and then buying and then selling and all that stuff, because you can get to a point where you have no hardware, no way to get hardware, and there's no mitigation for that right now. Eventually there will be. Alright, converts rarity to weights, and then generate wait list. Single item template. How have you made your to-do list? All that with the boxes and checking them. It's a plugin called Plain Tasks for Sublime. So this returns an item template. So generate a random weight to figure out which index that weight would have inside this sorted item weights, so that it is still sorted, still a sorted list. Figure out which weight that index corresponds to, and then figure out which item template that weight corresponds to. No one ever asks about your to-do comments. I don't usually use to-do review. I think the author deprecated it because he hates me. Given a rarity, this will convert it into a weight. Well, it's a relative weight. I guess it's a number. And this is a number. Yeah, I think the system's going to change. Whatever. Pre-computes the wait list so that generating an item can happen in O of log n time. This doesn't return anything, actually. Let's go through each template, do this, yeah, sort them. Sort the list. Convert the array's elements from strings into ints. In fact, this shouldn't matter. I shouldn't have to do this. Yeah, I shouldn't have to do this. In fact, let's cut this out. Yeah, it still works just fine. I'm going to just leave this commented out. This step isn't needed. Alright, well, that's that. So I guess I changed the rarity of some items. I guess I'll keep that. And then the salvage pack generator. So made a salvage pack generator. This class is not being used yet. I am a little concerned that the algorithm I'm using for random generation is not good from a design standpoint, although the code is rock solid. It treats rarities as relative weights and uses those to generate items. Is this any different? I don't know if this is any different from the algorithm I proposed. It's so hard for my brain to reason about this sort of thing. So where is that page I had here? Maybe someone in chat can shed some light on this. So each item has a relative weight based on its rarity. So we have things like rarity 1. Actually, I'll put this up here. Rarity 1, let's just say, is like lasers, missiles, artillery. Rarity 2 is something like cloaking, shield. All right, great. Rarity 3, reflect. Rarity 3 is melee, regen, thrusters. And rarity 4 is teleport. What am I even missing here? Zapper and harvesting. All right, great. So we have that. Now, each item has a relative weight based on its rarity. So rarity 1 would be something like a relative weight of 1,000. Rarity 2 is 500. Rarity 3 is 250. And rarity 4 is 125. Yeah, it was removed. Okay, anyway, this is system 1. And then the proposed system was that each rarity itself has a relative weight. And then each item inside has the same chance. Is there any difference here? I don't think there's a difference, but I think... Okay, yeah, but adding a new item is going to screw everything up. So no, the systems could be used to produce the same distributions, I believe. But adding an item in system 1 will change the rarities, the relative rarities of each weight, or the relative weight of each rarity. So for example, if I added 1,000,000 rarity 1 items in system 1, I would have a much better chance of getting rarity 1 items. Yeah, that's the problem. I need to switch the system too. Alright, well, whatever. Is that rarity chart real or a sample? Well, it could be real, but like I came up with something, but the point is that it's not final. So I think it is real, but it's just some random stuff I came up with. Hey, Panda. Yeah, this is the issue. This is the issue. Right here. This is the difference between these two systems. So I should write this down. Yeah. So made a salvage pack generator. This class is not being used yet. I'm a little concerned that the algorithm I'm using for random generation is not good from a design standpoint. It treats rarities as relative weights. Each item is given a relative weight based on its rarity. What this means is that if we added 1,000,000 rarity 1 items, we would have a much better chance of getting a rarity 1 item, since the oh well, yeah, I don't think anyone would want the game to work like this. I think it makes much more sense to just do things this way. Here's your chance of getting a common item. It's 60%. Which common item you get, just totally evenly random. So you have an even chance of getting lasers and missiles, assuming that it picked a rarity 1 for you. If you got rarity 2, well, there's always a 30% chance you're going to get a rarity 2 item. And then which rarity 2 item you get, totally random. I think this is the way we should do things. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Well, checking this in is modify the rarities of some items just to give some variety for testing. All right, let's go change the algorithm. At least I checked it in. At least my code will live on in the history of some repository that may or may not ever be seen by other people. Well, and also in this Twitch VOD, which will later be seen on YouTube. All right, let's change it. Because, yeah, I don't like this. So how does this new thing work? We just give each rarity, and then we just sort items by their rarities. Yeah, so this whole class is going to get changed. All right, let's gut it. So we have the item template depot. We're going to say this dot items by rarity equals this. This is going to be keys rarity values array of items. It shouldn't be very hard to fix this. I should be able to change this whole class relatively quickly. Okay, so we have that. We don't need any of this stuff anymore. Now, rarity to weight conversion. This is still important. I need to figure out what the percent chance of all of these things showing up is, but I don't need to define them in terms of relative weight anymore. I could just do them in terms of real percentages. So, Void Dreamer, one thing I'll confirm is that yes, I removed it. And actually, I might as well confirm this now. I did not add a new one. So, yeah, there are no trigger phrases right now. Because otherwise, if I don't confirm that, then people will probably just spam messages. All right, so this is going to be the rarity relative weights. So here's where we might say something like 1 has a 100 relative weight, then these go down like this. So whether or not these are defined as relative weights is something I'm not sure how I'd want to do this. And so the other way of doing this is by saying that this is an absolute weight, which is that this is like a what are the numbers I use? Like this. That's 80%. That's 92%. So we could say that they're absolute weights. You have an 8% chance of getting a tier 4 item. Everyone, I spent like 3 hours tossing and turning last night trying to figure out how you knew. Hope you're happy, you monster. Well, I think this is the time when I show you guys. Where is it? My fun stories list. I spent time making this. That's it. Oh, whoops. Actually, that showed the answer. Well, whatever. If you want to go back and read it, you can. I'm not going to keep it secret forever. I don't really care about that. Yeah, it's revealed. I'm not one for secrecy on stream, apparently. All right, so one question that I would have, and this is just for myself, I guess, is do I want to specify things with relative weights or absolute weights? Relative weights can always be converted into absolute weights. I think I'll just go with relative weights for now. That's it, really? Yeah, that's it. It's that simple, but it's funny. All right, so generating an item is going to work like this now. we're gonna make, well, we need probably this function, random from weights. This would now be O of n, where n is like 4. And then a random constant time thing. Yeah, object with relative weight. I don't know. I'm not going to do this. I'm gonna just code this as simply as possible right now. There's no reason to do this. We'll just say generate rarity. Const r equals math.random. Math.random is on the order of what? It's 0 to 1. Can 1 actually be generated? Is it not totally 1? 0 inclusive and 1 exclusive. Okay, so if r is less than 0.5, yeah, I guess we could say it's dot rarity by absolute chance of rarity to, yeah, 0.33. What did I say in this list? I like the numbers I used, even though they were fake. 60, 37, 3. Maybe I don't like those numbers. Well, anyway, 60, 30, let's say 8 and 2. Except for these need to be 08 and yeah. So now here's what we do. And this should just be an array. So that we don't need these things. Alright. So we say for let I equal 0, I is less than this dot absolute chance of rarity, plus plus I. If R is less than, this is stupid. Yeah, fine. We'll say const weight equals this dot absolute chance of rarity, I. So if R is less than chance, return I. Probably I plus 1. Otherwise, R plus equal chance. Or R minus equal chance. Right? So it's greater than, yeah, that's how we do this. Yeah. And this would have to return something. So I guess at the end of all of this, we return this dot absolute chance of rarity dot length minus 1. That'd be 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, perfect. Except for it's not. So it's plus 1. Okay, cool. Yeah, can you continue working on Botland? Hate to bother you, asking for a friend. Alright, so here's how we get a rarity. Now the way that we get an item is we generate the rarity. So const rarity equals this dot generate rarity. Then we figure out all of the items by rarity. So we need to just sort those. So pre-compute rarity list. I'll just say cache rarity list. This is where we go through every item. Well, we pretty much just do this. All right, we go through every item template, we get its rarity, and we say this dot items by rarity, rarity equals an empty array. So if not util dot exists, this dot items by rarity. Rarity, so we make sure that it exists, and then at the end of this, we push the item onto the list. Item template. Great. So we can get rid of these things now. Perfect. So we've computed this. Now finally we can just say const possible items equals this rarity, and we say return underscore dot sample possible items. Done, 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 done. Now the rest of this stuff can be totally removed. And that's it. Now here's our new class. Very, very simple. So let's just substitute this out. This has the exact same interface, so we should be able to run this, and it should work. Cool. It did work. It just generated really weird numbers. So I probably screwed something up, but we'll find out. It's entirely possible that it could have generated a list like this. It's just very unlikely. Yes, and now I know it's fully impossible, that I must have screwed something up. It's only pulling from teleport and harvesting. I wonder why. Let's do this. Stringify this dot items by rarity. Oops. This should go here. Close out of this because we don't need that anymore. Rerun this. Let's see what we have now. So now items by rarity, like lasers is in here. Oh yeah. Stringify possible items. And then the rarity. And let's save that and only try generating, let's say, 5 of these items. Sometimes I question if Adam's actually reading the lines he deletes or if he's just guessing that he can delete them. It's pre-recorded. Oh man, I don't know how I'd have that much time in the day to pre-record this stuff. Because you can, oh, I guess you can't really tell whether it's day or not. I was gonna say, if I pull this curtain away, you can see sunlight on my face. You can also see me reacting to chat. I guess that's the bigger proof. So I'll go find a shoe and put it on my head. So here we have an array of items. Teleport and harvesting. It's always picking rarity 4 for some reason. Let's figure out why that's happening. It's probably because of the random number that was generated. Rarity is always 4. Yeah. So generate rarity. If R is less than chance. So what is the chance here? It should be 0.6. So sometimes this should be true. How is it never true? Oh, let's print it out. R chance. Oh, what? Yeah, what? This isn't even printing? Something's wrong. R equals math.random. Oh, this must be... Yeah, this should be dot length. I'm stupid. Okay, there. Now we have it. Alright, this is probably better. I don't actually know until I get rid of all these console.logs. So let's generate 100,000 items now. What did chat say? Life is pre-recorded. Do you know the amount of effort I'd have to do to figure out how to fool you all into thinking that this is pre-recorded? It'd be enough effort where I might as well just make a game. I think at some point someone would have caught on that, wait a second, no, this is... Adam types in chat differently from how he types in code. Alright, cool. So let's see what we got now. Now our distribution is very, very different from before. So when we generated 100,000 items before, let's go take a look at the distribution. Hopefully I still have this somewhere. Yeah, here. Well, I changed the rarities too, so I guess this is not really an indication of anything. If debugging is a process of removing software bugs, then programming must be the software. Yeah, it is. Process of putting bugs in. So now we're generating, what are the tier 1 items? I should probably print out what this rarity list is. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. So cache rarity list. So at the end of this, we're going to say for let item template ID in this dot items by rarity. We'll say console.log. Oh wait, we can't do it this way. Can we? No, it's not item template ID, it's rarity. Let rarity. Yeah, so console.log rarity rarity. And then we say const items equals this items by rarity, and then we just print out all their names. So for I less than items dot length, const item equal that, logger dot log slash t. So it'd be just the item's name, item dot name. Okay. We should change this up slightly. It's not length items. Good. Let's check it out. So now we have rarity 1, 3 items. Rarity 2 has 4 items, rarity 3 has 4 items, rarity 4 has 2 items. And we could say the relative percents too. I think printing this out can be interesting. So yeah, let's say print statistics. All right. So we'll say the number of items, and we'll say the weight. So absolute chance equals this dot absolute chance of rarities, rarity times 100% chance. All right, let's check that out. So here we go. Rarity 1, 30% chance. That's not even true. What? No, I screwed up. Whoops. So wait, then that means that I'm never generating teleport and harvesting? No, I am. Something's wrong. Might just be wrong with this function. In fact, it probably is wrong with that function. So I should say get absolute chance of rarity, return this dot absolute chance of rarity minus 1. That's what I should have done here. So hopefully that prints out correctly. There we go. Now, anytime we do get the rarity, we need to do the same thing. Basically, anytime I access this array. Chance. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there we have it. And now here's the way that items are being generated. So teleport and harvesting should show up the least frequently. And we see about 1,000 teleport and about 1,000 harvesting. So that's 2,000 out of 100,000. So that's exactly 2%. And look, we have a 2% chance. It's working. So this is a much better item distribution system, I think. Wait, Void Dreamer, there's a kappa there. I don't know if you actually like this or not. All right, I'm going to comment this new class now. And then that's it. Then that took too long to get this done. So let's say keys, yeah, number, rarity, values, array, item, template. Number to array of item, template. Cool. Absolute chance of rarity. This is an array. A zero indexed array, meaning rarity 1 corresponds to index 0. Now that could be a stupid way of doing things. Maybe I just make rarity start with 0. So we talk about rarity 0 items, rarity 1, rarity 2, rarity 3. Might be better. Oh, you guys. You guys indeed. Representing the absolute chance of generating each rarity of item. Alright, cool. Also, true hackers have this link bookmarked. Man, you're giving me a lot of videos to watch. A Watch videos after stream. All right, so yeah, now we have an absolute chance. The other thing we should do is ensure that these all sum to 100%. So this dot ensure chances sum to 100%. How's that for a function name, Void Dreamer? So we do sum equals this dot absolute chance dot. There's a functional way of doing this. So if I have an array 1, 2, 3, a dot reduce function a b return a plus b. This is stupid. Lodash has a way of doing this, and it's underscore dot sum, so I don't know why I even bothered doing that. But yes, I could have done reduce and then figured this out. Assert dot assert. Actually, so based on how floating point numbers add up, this might not be exactly 100, which is fine. So what I'm going to do is assert that 1 minus sum is less than an epsilon value. And do I have an epsilon value here? Come on, did I ever use an epsilon in my code? Apparently not. Do I not do any floating point comparisons? Alright, well, whatever. We can just make one up. It just needs to be something sufficiently small. So 0.0005. Your rarity weights do not sum to 100%. Plus sum. Is there not a nearly equals like there in, like there's enclosure? I don't know. Maybe there is. Let's go find out. Wait, while she says listen to this song. Kim.com. It does songs? I'm not watching that. Almost equal epsilon. Is there a thing like that? I don't see it in here. I don't really need it. I just need to figure out what's close enough to what I want here. Yeah, I don't think this matters. Yeah, I'll just use this. Because here's what I'm doing, really. What I want to do is if I change this to, let's say, 50%, then I just screwed up. Because what that does is it'll make this now the most common, well, it'll make it way more common than it should be. But if I screw it up by doing something like this, 0.59996, then yes, this just got a small fraction of a percent more common, but it's not a big deal. So let's try this out. Nearly equals called equals equals. So if I run this code, it should work exactly how it did before. Yeah, cool. But now if I run it by changing this to 0.59, this should just error out immediately. Yeah, your rarity weights do not sum to 100%. They instead sum to 99%. They instead sum to sum times 100. Sure chances really sum to 100% for sure. And like I said, this could get pretty close, but even if I said 5999, it's still going to... Oh no, it won't give me an error there. Less than 0.0005, so I guess 0.599. Yeah, then it screws up. Okay, cool. And we can just make this number lower if I want to. I think that's fine though. Alright, great. So we have this, then the caching stuff. So make sure that there wasn't a typo in the in absolute chance of rarity. The chances should sum to 100%. All right, so cache rarity list. This will sort all items by rarity so that when we want to generate one, we can just call _.sample. Now, _.sample, being a function in here, means we should check how this code works. How I assume it works is it randomly generates a number and then goes and finds that thing. It probably also has some code to see if it's an array or not. So I should probably just write my own version here. Also, I forgot that this was going to take forever to load. Can I just scroll down? No, I can't touch this thing. Oh, there it goes. All right, so 7894. Man, this is laggy. I just want to see the code. Fine, we'll wait. We'll just wait. There it is. So sample is array-like collection. Array base random 0 length -1 undefined. So yeah, this is calling a function for is array-like, which is here. Return value not equal to null and type of value equals function and not, wait, what? And is length get length. Yeah. This, well, it's not really a problem. It's doing slightly more than I wanted to do. Can I just search 7894? I don't think GitHub lets you do that. Yeah, it doesn't. So I gotta just go to that line. Or maybe there's a control G here. Does GitHub have shortcuts for this stuff? Oh, whoa, it does. Jump to line is L. Well, you learn something new every day. L7894. Oh man, it just changes the, okay, fine. L7893. So you can't jump to a line you're already on. So sample does that, and then it calls length is greater than 0, then return array base random. And what does base random do? Oh, there it is. Return lower plus native floor native random. All right, I'll just keep using this. Other than some function calls, this is the right, well, not other than some function calls, this is the right time complexity. It's just not, it's not as performant as it could be. What was that? Greater, 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 equal? I don't know. Okay. So this will sort all items by rarity, so when we want to generate one, we can do so in constant time. And it doesn't return anything. Super bit shift. Well, bit shifting would just be 2 greater than signs, right? So in JavaScript, if I want to do like 1 and bit shift it to the left by 1, I should get 2. And 2 should give me 4. But triple, what does this do? Oh, it changes what the carry bit is or something like that? Is that what this is going to do? It's only for greater than? What is this doing? What? How would I even? No, that makes sense. Bit shift 2 should be 1. Bit shift 3 should be 0. What is this operator? What is this indeed? Unsigned right shift. Oh, it's unsigned. Oh, okay. Wow, I don't think I've ever used this operator in JavaScript. Shifts the bits of expression 1 right by the number of bits specified in expression 2. Zeros are filled in from the left. Digits shifted off the right are discarded. -1 bit shift, or -14 2. Oh, okay, yeah. So here's the difference. This is just how it handles negative numbers. Great. Got it. So yeah, that's the only time you'll ever see 4 characters in a row like that, right? If you say x equals 5, x greater 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 equals 1. Yeah. I don't think there's ever another case in JavaScript where you have 4 operators in a row like that. Right? Plus equal, divided equal, left shift, right shift. Yeah. Oh, whatever. What in the world would be the use case for that? Well, Lodash found one. What database software are you using? I need a small and simple one for coursework. So I'm using MySQL. I think that's small and simple enough for coursework, but I'd actually just suggest SQLite so that you could later replace it with a real SQL backend, and ideally things would just work the same. So my answer is either SQLite or MySQL for you. Or even MongoDB if you want to do something really fast, because you don't need to worry about scalability or anything for coursework usually. So item templates by ID. Go through each item. So yeah, I'm going to write down the general algorithm here. Go through each item and classify it based on its rarity. Yep. Make sure the array of items exists and push it on there, and then print some statistics, which is not really necessary. Given a rarity, which is 1 indexed, this will access the 0 indexed absolute chance of rarity. It's a really simple function. This is a number and it returns a number. Cool. Then print statistics. This is a debug function to print out which items fall into which rarities. Yeah, and I don't really know if this is worth calling, but we'll find out. So generates a rarity based on the absolute chance of each rarity. This returns a number. This is reading chat. You guys are funny. By the way, haven't been a lot of followers today. I don't know if my lights have changed at all, but I just saw Odd Aqua followed. So first of all, thank you. Second, you should get a link in the next 30 or 40 seconds. That link will be sent from Botlad. It will let you control the lights in my room. So it looks like a spam link because of how many characters there are in it. But yeah, feel free to click it and make me sit in a blue room if you want. So I think this function could be possibly a little bit faster, but I don't think it's bad right now. So I think we're going to do this. So if we didn't find a rarity above, classify it as the... Actually, you know what? No, classify it as the first rarity. Yeah. If we didn't find a rarity above, classify it as the least rare item. This should really just never happen. I think the only way for this to happen is... Let me think about this. So we have an array, like 60%, 30%, 8%, and 2%, right? So these change in 0.6, 0.3, 0.08, and 0.02. So what we do is we generate a number. Let's say it is 0.9999. So first we check to see, is it less than 0.6? No, so then subtract 0.6. So now we have 0.9999 minus 0.6, so 3999. Is that less than 0.3? No, then subtract 0.3. So now we have this. Is it less than 0.08? No, so subtract that. And now we check, is this less than 0.02? Yes. So the only way for this to not be the case is if this is sufficiently close to 0.02 where floating point division screws us, or not division, comparison screws us, and this returns false, which is why we really should be returning the last one. But I don't know. This should only happen due to floating point precision problems with very large random numbers considering the range, e.g. 0.99999999. SQLite's actually a great database for caching layers and other in-memory or not concurrently writing stuff. On Reddit, a guy told that they only had to switch from SQLite to progress when their DB exceeded 1 TB. Their case it mostly reads though. Boy Dreamer says, so I don't know if others are interested, but I like to check from time to time. How are you looking on your to-do list for January? Everything on schedule, ahead, etc. So my big goal for the last 2 months, and I've been crossing things off this list and then deleting them for past weeks, so you don't see what this used to say. In fact, let me pull up what it used to say. I have a game design document that I don't like showing on stream, but I can show you a snippet of it at least. So let me find this. Anyway, while this is loading, because this is going to take some time. So February 8th is what? It's like 2.5 business weeks from now. So that's like 9 days of development time, since I only stream 4 days a week. And we're working on Salvage right now, then the pseudo account system, and then that's it. These are the last 2 things, and I have 2.5 weeks to work on them. So I'm actually ahead of schedule. Let me find, here's my roadmap from before. So I'll paste this into a document here. Actually, let me do it this way, because I think this is going to, yeah. So here's what this looked like as of December 7th. So I had basic authentication, authorization, data flowing from central server to the game server, bot bays is now, should be crossed off, inventory management should be crossed off, and so then there's just these 2 last things. This stuff, these 3 things took like a month and a half, or a month and a quarter, but they took a long time. So yeah, things are going well. Oh yeah, thanks Odd Aqua. That's so cool that you allow people to change the color of your lights in your room. Alright, back to finishing this up. I'll just say, note, it probably wouldn't be an issue if we returned the highest rarity item here, given that we have ensure percents are equal to 100%. Great, so the generated item is dead simple. We get a rarity, we get all the items by that rarity, we get a random item. Done. So this class is now very different from what it used to look like, and when we run this, alright, cool. So we generated 100,000 items, and our results are a whole lot of lasers, missiles, and regen. So we got 60,000 of those, which is 60% of 100,000. Makes sense. So then rarity 2, we should have gotten about 30,000 of these. So that's artillery, 7.5 thousand. Melee, 7.5 thousand. So we're up to 1,500. Thrusters, that's 2,250. And shield, that's 3,000. So that's 30%. Great. And then I'm assuming this is all the same for the rest of the things. Like, I already checked it for tier 4, so that must have meant that tier 3, by just being pigeonholed into the remaining percentage, must have worked. So I think we can check this in, and then we can start working on the other things that were on the to-do list. I'm going to close out of these things which no longer matter. If I later decide that I want individual, like let's say, I don't know why we'd want this, but we have rarity 1 is like lasers and missiles, and we say that, you know what, missiles should really show up more than lasers, then we can make an internal relative weight system, but I just don't see the need for that for a long time. All right, let's check this in. I should never press git sync. All right, main, don't need to check that in. This part we do. So changed how salvage pack generator, I want to capitalize like this actually. Changed how salvage pack generator, change the distribution for how salvage pack generator generates items. It is now, each rarity now has an absolute percent chance to show up. E.g., rarity 1 items will show up 60% of the time. Then, after determining which rarity you're going to get, we generate an item of that rarity. How do I say this? We generate an item of that rarity within equal chances every other item. Then after determining which rarity you're going to get, all items of that rarity have an equal probability of being generated. This is much easier to reason about from a design perspective. Now, if we add 1,000,000 rarity 1 items, there will still only be a 60% chance of getting a rarity 1 item. There. Done. Great. Okay. So now we can cross that out. So then, despite that I wrote this, we got rid of it. So that's all done. Now make Botcoin be an item. It should have a range for its rarity. I don't know if this is worth doing yet. Make the generator for salvage packs. It looks through the rarity of all items, generates 3 items. At least 1 will be rarity 2. A high enough amount of Botcoin is considered higher rarity. Odd Aqua says, so what's going on since I'm new and just got here? I'll give you, normally I just link to a video, but I don't mind doing a demo once or twice a day. I used to do this like 8 times a day, and I think my viewers got annoyed, and then I made a video about it. But this is Botland. It's an online multiplayer strategy game where you write automation for bots that you control. So here, the very first thing I do, imagine, I mean, this is just a login screen, you don't need to imagine that. But when I hit connect, what I'm doing is I'm connecting to like an account management screen. I haven't actually joined a game yet. So what I have are the bots that I've configured, and none of this UI is final. The game's only been in development for 4 months and 11 days, so it hasn't been very long. UI is not my top concern right now. You have the bots that you configured, so missiles, cloaking, regen, all of these do different things. Eventually this will be clarified in the game. And I can make new bots here. This is my inventory. I'm just going to join the game. So this is the game that everyone has access to right now. Immediately I'm presented with a buff choice because the game was already in progress. I'm just going to ignore this for now. We'll just pick something. So the way that this works, here are the bots that I'd configured before I even joined the match. So I'm going to pick my missiles. Actually, let's pick the landmines bot. And then I can write automation for it, and I can do so using Blockly, which is this visual language, or if I'd like, I could use JavaScript. So now what I'll do is I will write a bot that says, if I can lay a landmine, then lay a landmine. If I can't, then just move randomly. And I'll deploy this bot. And we can see it right up there, doing exactly what it was told to do. It's moving around, it's laying landmines. If an enemy were to come up to it, this will not try firing lasers or missiles because I didn't tell it to do that. But even if I had, it doesn't have lasers and missiles, so it can't do that. So if I were to put down the missiles and cloaking bot, let me get rid of that. I can use a pre-made script here, Ultra Killer. This will try to cloak. If it's cloaked, it'll try laying landmines or reflecting. Since I don't have this stuff, it just won't do anything. And then it'll try firing missiles. So I put this bot down, and now you can see this new one is cloaked, and it's moving much slower than the other one. The reason for that is because the first bot I put down has thrusters on it, which makes it move faster. So that's Botland in a nutshell. Like I said, you can edit as JavaScript if you want. If you want to get access to the game right now, oh, actually, people have already said that in chat. So yeah. So that's the game right now. What I'm working on is sort of this initial screen with when you connect to the central server. So right now you have an inventory, you've got a store, you can buy things. What I'm doing is working on salvage packs, which is not a totally foreign concept to people who have played games like Hearthstone or apparently Counter-Strike or anything like that. A salvage pack is going to give you a bundle of these items, randomly generated. So the first thing I've been doing this morning, and admittedly I spent a little too long on this, was coming up with how I want to randomly generate items. So the first way I made this, and hang on a second. The first way I made it was I gave every item a relative weight. So lasers had a relative weight of 1,000. Missiles had a relative weight of 1,000. And then artillery might have a relative weight of 100, which means that 1 out of 21 times this is going to show up. Well, this was not a great way of declaring how I want items to show up because If I added in another tons of items like this, now this shows up very infrequently. So instead, what I just changed it to is this. There are rarities of items. We're probably going to call these something like, common and rare and whatever else. But for now, just there are no names. Rarity 1, Rarity 2, Rarity 3, and Rarity 4. So there might be a 60% chance for this, a 30% chance for this, an 8% chance, and a 2% chance. So now lasers, missiles might be underneath this one, and under here might be like teleport or something like that. So now we generate the rarity first and then just randomly pick something underneath it with an even probability. So that's what I did this morning. Now that I have that, I'm going to try to finish the rest of the item generation stuff. So I'm basically just following this to-do list, which I also wrote this morning. And if I join the game again, some people are signing up for accounts. So yeah, there's NumPRT. And this match is going to end in 12 seconds. When that happens, you won't be able to deploy bots because the match will be over. And then we have to wait a minute. We actually have to wait 2 minutes. But yeah, you can see my bots were still going. I had closed the tab completely. When I came back in, bots are still running there because that's the nice thing about an automation game. You don't technically need to be present, but you'll probably lose if you're not present. So here's what I'll do. I will put my Ultra Killer bot back into the arena. Actually, you know what? I have my JavaScript code from before here. Enemy direction equals left. If can move and percent chance 40, move. Yeah, I'm going to do this. So when the next match starts, I'll try to pay attention long enough to at least deploy some bots. But I am going to be coding here. So make bot coin be an item. This, I just almost don't even want to do this. In fact, yeah, I don't think this is worth it right now. So salvage packs should be able to give you bot coin. But is it really so different from giving you rarity 1 items? Maybe it is. I'm not sure. I don't think I want to do this for right now, though. So I'll say that this is salvage pack tasks. I'm going to put this down here. I could do this now. I just don't think it's very important. So make the generator for salvage packs. Looks through the rarity of all items. Oh, darn it. I am going to do this. Fine. Yeah, if we're going to have it eventually, I should just code it now. Did this start yet? Okay. So this is pre-match starting. There's a minute for you to pick your first buff. So some of these are going to be really straightforward. Like this, you probably don't need to change your code for this. But this one, your zapper lasts 50% longer, rounded up. This is something where you might not have wanted to use this strategy until you saw this buff. So I'm going to go with this one, increase damage dealt by your entire team. And then I'm going to deploy my bot when the match starts. So in 7 seconds, I can hit deploy. And then it'll be me versus NumPRT. NumPRT has chosen increases damage dealt by 15%, which is much better than my piddly 3%. So there, I deployed my bots. These bots have a tendency to move left because they know that that's where the enemy is. And when they do find an enemy, they will shoot the enemy with missiles. And when they don't find an enemy, they'll just cloak around and move. So that's my strategy for right now. Now, I don't know if I think NumPRT just started playing, so let me forgot controls to deploy bot. So yeah, press B to load up Blockly, and then you can configure your bots over here. What's new? So since you said forgot, presumably you've played before. What's new is how you configure your bots. So if you don't have a bot setup that you like, then refresh the page, hit connect, and then configure your bots here. And I should add in a help page or something. So everybody starts with a pretty basic inventory, but you can buy anything you want because I gave you tons of bot coin. This is going to change eventually. Okay, so make bot coin be an item. I'll do this. I feel like this should be... This item can't be in your inventory, though. That's the problem. And that's why this is so weird. You can't buy it. It's not really an item. Maybe there's a better way to do this. It's not an item, though. you can't buy it, you can't sell it, it can't be in your inventory. I could add in a fake item. Yeah, here's, okay, this sounds really stupid though. So in Salvage Pack Generator, right now I have all the items sorted by rarity. What if I added a fake item that when generated indicated that you were going to get bot coin from this? I think no matter what I do, it's hacky, but I think this is the least hacky because this is going to be contained to this class. So a salvage pack itself is going to be some items and some number of bot coin. So we can just say this dot items equals items, and the same thing with bot coin, and then get rid of these things that I accidentally added. And all right, let's see what it would look like. I guess I'll try it. So cache rarity list. So at the end of all of this, we're going to say this dot items by rarity. Wait, where are the rarities here? It's these, I guess. So fine. For actually, I should just say number of rarities. Yeah. This dot num rarities equals this dot absolute chance of rarity dot length. Okay, good. So we'll iterate over this. Let I equals 0, I is less than this, plus I. So I'm going to say this dot items by rarity I plus 1. Actually, I guess I could just say it this way. Why not just generate some items and then have a certain chance of also generating some coins? So here's what I'm thinking, the Major Studios. I'm thinking that a salvage pack looks like this. So there are like 3 slots for items. Imagine that this is shown to you on the UI, and when you click one of these, it reveals to you that this one is, oh wow, you just got lasers. And now the other ones are still empty boxes here. So you still have these things that you have to pick. And now you click this one and you say, oh cool, I got teleport. And then you click this one finally and it says, I got 100 bot coin. So what I'm thinking about is any of these could be bot coin. So that's one pack. You might have gotten something else that looks like this. Everything you got is just bot coin. So there's a chance of getting either items or bot coin. So I think the way I could do this is I could say something like this. Items by rarity equals, no, not I do dot push. So here's one potential way. I could just do something like this, 100, 250. And then when I generate an item, if it happens to be bot coin, which would be represented by an array of just minimum and maximum, then I'd know, okay, this should be treated as bot coin. In fact, I could do that down here. So I could say const item template or bot coin equals underscore dot sample possible items. Then if is array then, oh man, I don't know what's been wrong with my typing the last couple of days. So if it's an array, then we say that it's, so this shouldn't be generate item. This should be like generate salvage pack. So we make a salvage pack first, which means we got to do this. Import salvage pack from dot slash salvage pack. Whoops. Like I said, don't know what's going wrong with my typing. So we make a salvage packet first. We could do this either way. We could either keep track of which bot coin we're going to have in the items. So const items is an array, and const bot coin equals 0. So if it's an array, then we do bot coin plus equal util dot random rand int. What is this called? Random integer. Item template. So we can say min equals this 0 Actually, I put util.range for that reason, didn't I? I didn't, but Lodash has that. Let's go take a look at that. Oh, okay, see ya, Odd Aqua. There's a random, right? I just got a random in it. An integer between 0 and 5. Is this inclusive? Inclusive lower and upper bounds. Yeah, let's just use that then. We'll just say this. And can we pass in an array? No, we apparently can't. That's fine. Min, max. And then we'll say botcoin plus equal underscore dot random min max. And there we go. Else items dot push item template or botcoin. Cool. And then we would return a salvage pack, new salvage pack, and what was the order of these things? Items botcoin. So now what the question becomes is, how do I guarantee that you're going to get a certain rarity of items here? I guess what I could do is I could check, you're going to get 3 items, and if by the third one you haven't gotten a rarity that you expect, to force it to be that rarity. Man, if I made the payment system Bitcoin and required you to spend at least 1, I'd get rich. Rich, or no one would spend any money. Rich, just totally rich. Generate item. So I guess there would be a generate item, or I guess botcoin. Or botcoin. So that would be all of this stuff. But we don't have a rarity of botcoin. I'd probably, you know what? All right, we're going to code all this in one function and then extract things out. So we need to say const num items equals 3. So we need to do this 3 times. Yep. And then const guaranteed rarity equals 2. Or I should just say, yeah. And let got guaranteed rarity equals false. So if rarity is greater than the guaranteed rarity, then got guaranteed rarity equals true. If you haven't gotten the, where did I screw something up? Let's just take a look. This is coming from, it could be coming from any number of places. Botcoin is read only. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. So if you did not get your guaranteed rarity, if not got guaranteed rarity and I equals num items minus 1, then we need to say that the rarity is the guaranteed rarity. Yeah, that's it. That's all we have to do. Actually, that's incredibly simple. So there, now we have a salvage pack return from this. This is pretty good, but it'll need to take a bit of a break. I'll be right back. I just need to use the bathroom. Yeah, when I come back, I'll hopefully finish this, make a commit, and then we'll move on to the next thing. get to the right browser, close out of these things, back to my code. Hey Capillara. Alright. There. So we have a salvage pack returned now. And yeah, we should make the rarity of this, we should make the number of Botcoin be based on the rarity. So let's say this dot Botcoin by rarity equals, so we'll say that at, let me think about this. Actually, it doesn't matter. I was going to say it doesn't matter because none of these numbers are final, so it's just getting the system in place that matters. So we'll say, see, this is equivalent to buying any rarity 1 thing that you want right now. So that's actually too high. I'd say probably 20 to 100. And then we'll say maybe 100 to 200, 200 to 300, and 400 to, yeah, okay, great. Yeah, something like this. And we probably need to make it stop before, all right, check this out. This is a cool Sublime feature. Done. All right, so we just subtracted 20 from all those numbers. That way, there's no way of rarity 1 being as high as rarity 2, which would probably upset people. But we'll need to do this. So ensure sum, chances sum to 100%. So I'll just say, what else? Assert dot equal this length is this dot num rarities. You do not have a Botcoin by rarity for every rarity. Wait, what? Void Dreamer? I don't follow that. So now here, we would say this dot Botcoin by rarity I. Yeah, perfect. And that should be that. So now we have a salvage pack. And the salvage pack will contain a certain number of items. And so to print out what's in this is actually item templates. Oh, that's a problem. I guess we need to change this. So if this is an item template, then we need to make an item out of it. Import item from /item. It's very easy to make an item, so we can just say const item equals new item, item.js, takes an item template and a quantity, item template or Botcoin and a quantity. We'll just say quantity is 1, and then we'll push that item. And then in the salvage pack itself, we can say a toString of return, how do I want to do this? Item.js has its own toString in here, which is quantity and name. We can say this .items.length items, const items, item string equals this. For, let's iterate over this .items, and we'll say item string plus equal this .toString, plus probably a space. So then we put the item string here, and then we put Botcoin, this .Botcoin. The reason I'm not putting a space between this is because this will already have it. Oh, not really actually, if there are no items. Maybe I should conditionally form this string. Fine, let stir rep this part. Items, and then we say if this .items.length is greater than 0, then stir rep plus equal colon and this other stuff. Finally, stir rep plus equal Botcoin. Yep, and then return stir rep. So what's missing from here? We have all of the items. We print what those are. So I guess I'll just say this. If I is greater than 0, item string plus equals space. That way we can get rid of this. Alright, let's try it out. So we go into Central Server's main, and now I'm generating salvage packs and not results. So let's just do this. const salvage pack equals spg.generate salvage pack. Yeah, this. And then just console.log got salvage pack. Salvage pack dot toString. And then get rid of this stuff. Alright, let's try it out. Could not find salvage pack. Is it not in the same folder? Did I name it wrong? Salvage pack. Salvage pack. What? What did I screw up? Salvage pack generator. Yeah, what's going on here? I must have typed something wrong and I just don't realize it. Let's just copy paste this into here. Wow, now I can't click Sublime. This thing's taking the focus. No, that's correct. What? Cannot find module dot slash salvage pack. Alright, I'm confused. Import dot star salvage pack. Maybe I typed something wrong. Nope. I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong here. Cannot find module. Did the build break? No, salvage pack is... Oh, what? Yeah, what's going on? Coming from main. Salvage pack generator. Yeah, great. And then this thing. Salvage pack. Right here. Dot slash salvage pack. There's a semicolon in it. Oh, whoops. Alright, well. That was silly. Alright, so now I can't find dot slash item because I also put a semicolon there. I don't know what's going wrong. Great, cool. So now we got what printed out. Cannot read property name of undefined. It's coming from here. Salvage pack generator, line 143. RT item.name. Oh yeah, they're not necessarily all items at this point. Right. So let's do spgen print statistics. This is only if it's an item. If is array item. Yeah. So we say logger.log /t plus JSON.stringify. JSON.stringify item. That should work. I take it all back. Actually, no, that did work. We printed that, although there's a space. I don't want that. But then something else failed. It's probably because I assumed that these were... Oh, it's coming from here too. Wait, what? Is array item item.length. Weird. Let me run this one more time. I want it. I want to copy. Alright, I could have sworn there was a way to do this. There we go. I got it. This doesn't exist. Oh, because there are two double backslashes. Two backslashes, I meant. I'm just not being precise with anything I'm typing or saying right now. So item.name. This checks to see if it's an item. And then does item.name. How would this break then? What is item when this is failing? Let's just stringify it. If it's an array, then I'd find that very strange because we have an if else there. And this will tell us at least what it is. It's undefined. Okay, how did that happen? And it's only happening after... Oh, I know what happened here. Alright, this was a minor mistake and actually could have been seen by looking at this. Tier 3 is actually 300 and then 380. So I'm indexing these wrong. These need to be this minus 1. It's silly. My typing's all over the place today. No, I know. It's not going well. All right, this worked. So take a look. That's pretty undefined. That's not good. Oh, I put -1 in the wrong spot. God, I don't know what's going on. There we go. So now Botcoin is showing up correctly. So take a look at what happened here. We got a salvage pack with 2 items and Botcoin. So we got Teleport, which is the highest rarity. We got Regen, which is the lowest rarity. And we got 76 Botcoin, which is the lowest rarity. So if I were to just keep generating salvage packs here, let's do a few of these, I guess. I don't want to generate like 100,000 because that would be tedious. Let's do this. For let I equals 0, I is less than 5. So we're going to generate 5 salvage packs, and we're going to see what's contained in them. So 3 items. Thrusters, that's rarity 2. Artillery is rarity 2. And melee is rarity 2. That's pretty lucky. It's 3 rares, if we consider this to be rare. You're guaranteed at least 1 rarity 2 item. So here we have Regen, that's rarity 1. Missiles, that's rarity 1. And because it didn't generate a rarity, oh, it actually got rarity 3. That's how I wanted this to work. I'm glad it does work that way because I didn't verify that it worked that way. So in generate rarity here, all right, so upgrade the rarity of the item if this always means that your last item has the best chance of being rare, which is, we should probably shuffle these at some point. So upgrade the rarity of the item if you didn't already find the guaranteed rarity. Salvage packs are produced from salvaging, I'm guessing. Salvage packs are produced by just purchasing them. You spend real life money on salvage packs. And you get them probably very rarely in the game. They're not something you can buy with in-game money, though. You could find them in-game, but you probably get something along the line of 1 or 2 per day. What are you humming at, Void Dreamer? We only upgrade if the rarity is not already the guaranteed one. Alright, then over here we got some Botcoin, here we got some Botcoin. So now here's the first salvage pack ever generated that only has 1 item in it. You got artillery, and then you got 167 Botcoin. So there's no telling how you generated this number, assuming it's higher than 167. Because it's 167, we know it was 2 rarity 1 drops. But it is possible that you got 2 rarity 2s. There's no differentiating that between a rarity 1 and a rarity 3. Because they could generate the same numbers. Oh, actually, no. This could be rarity 2 and rarity 1. You already don't know here. Oh, no, it has to be rarity 2 and rarity 1. Yeah, that's the only way. It's 2 and a 1. I was wondering why you were forcing rarity if there was not one before, just to allow people who are paying real money to get something worth out of it. Well, even if they're not paying money, I still want them to feel like they're getting something. And Voyager says, so how is the gathering going to play into that? There is no gathering in the game. You might be talking about harvesting, and harvesting is going to be changed, and you've probably already seen this, but I don't know if other people have. So harvesting currently has no point, and it'll be changed into reclaiming. Reclaiming is just for internal to a game. So once you've left a game, anything that happened with reclaiming does not persist at all. And in fact, reclaiming really only matters for the life of a bot. So those resources that were in the arena, we're probably going to retheme a bit. So hopefully that makes some sense. And again, this is the whole reason why I had a February 8 deadline for this stuff, is because I want to see how you guys feel about this. And the next thing, once salvage packs are done, the next thing is forcing people into different levels of payment. And this is where I told you it's pseudo money. You'll be given fake US dollars every week. They do not count for any value. You can't redeem them somehow. But some players will be treated as though they only have $1 per week to spend, and they'll be able to spend it on whatever, a bot bay or salvage packs. And then based on those players and how fast they progress through the game, we'll say, okay, yeah, it seems like spending $1 is not or spending $7 a week is, yeah, this gets you this far. So it gives us a gauge of how we can tweak item drops and everything else. Some players will be super lucky and they'll get $5 a day or $10 a day, and they'll be able to do whatever they want with that. So that could mean they have lots of bot bays and they have lots of different items to put in those bays. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how this works. I'm not sure what we're going to do exactly here, but that's what I want to aim for so that people can give me feedback in the February-March timeframe as opposed to a year from now. How do I look at the bot bays after I close that window? You need to refresh the page, or you can open up a new page. You can hit connect, and then you can see your bot bays. And what I might do is I might make it so that loyalty points get you higher up. Like maybe here's what I do. Everyone starts as free to play, which means you get $0 a day. And then by spending 50 loyalty points, you get 1 per day. And by spending, let's say, 200 loyalty points, you get 2 per day. And by spending 500, you get 5 per day or something like that. I don't know. And that way, people who've been in the channel for a while can sort of upgrade their account for free. It's not like you're getting real money anyway. And then you'll be able to figure out, okay, where does this place you? Are you now more competitively viable than other people? Because if so, that violates our whole don't have a pay-to-win structure. How archaic, Adam? Oh, refreshing the page. Yeah, I know. Eventually it won't be that way, but for right now it is. All right, let's get back to work. So where I left off was that now salvage packs are generated. However, the way Botcoin is handled with this is kind of obtuse, because it's just this, a range. I feel like it should be a class. Oh, how would this even look if I did that? No, I should make that in a different thing. Like, here's how it could be. I could say new Botcoin drop, and then say whatever I had here before. I don't remember what it was. I think it was like 2080. And do this for all of these. So I could say new Botcoin drop. So I can do something like that. And now this is a thing that could be dropped and not just an array that I have to keep treating as an array. I think leaving it as an array for right now is okay. So let's comment this stuff then. So this is an array of number. So the min/max amount of Botcoin you can get if the game generates Botcoin for you instead of an item. Now, as more items are added, your chance of getting Botcoin will get lower. So let's say if lasers cost 100 to buy, and lasers are considered to be rarity 1, then rarity 1 Botcoin drop should probably give you, and let's say buy for 100 and sell for 25. Then a rarity 1 Botcoin drop should probably give you a little more than 25 at least. Because that means that if it was an item you didn't want that you would have gotten instead, you'd be happier to get the Botcoin drop. And if it's an item that you did want, you'd be unhappy to get this. So hopefully this goes somewhere between like 25 and 80, so that at 80 you practically got any rarity 1 item you wanted. So we'll have to balance that. I'm just talking about numbers here, but we haven't settled on anything. Sorry, I have a question that doesn't have an obvious answer to me. The Bays window I was asking about, there are 3 of them. The first one has update, the next 2 have commit. What are the differences and why am I still mod here? Yeah, so that's what this is all about. Committing a bay. When you've committed a bay and then you want to go and delete it, you just lose the items from it. And this is something we're talking about a lot now. So that's why this is grayed out. You can't edit it anymore. Your top one is your research bay. Your research bay can be edited at will. So if I take regen 1 off of this, my regen will go from quantity 1 up to quantity 2. So I just took it off of my bot. But if I hit delete here, my inventory doesn't change. So this is the number of rarities that you've defined above. This shouldn't be that kind of comment. Make sure you specified enough Botcoin by rarity elements. Cool. Alright, what else is new here? The last item to add is a Botcoin drop. Yeah, I'll say for each rarity. And the other way of doing this, we could change it to this way, and maybe we do that. Right now, you have, I'll just look through the code. I'll show you in the code. So right now we have generate rarity. This goes through our list of rarities, which is right up here. So we have a 60% chance for rarity 1, a 30% chance for rarity 2. What we could do after getting a rarity, what we could do is we could say, all right, there's a 2% chance for every rarity level that you get Botcoin instead of an item. So, yeah, I don't know if we're going to do that yet. We really got to figure this stuff out, but it's just takes a lot of trial and error, I think. All right. Yeah. So that stuff is done. That's fine. That's fine. These are all fine. I guess this is like num items to generate. Num items to generate. And I'll take this one step further. I'll capitalize this and make it like this. Num items to generate. Then the items, the guaranteed rarity of 2, you are guaranteed at least one item of at least this rarity. That's the proper phrasing for that. Here are the items that you've generated. All right, I think we're good now. Possible items equals this dot items by rarity. So generate a random item. Check to see if we got a Botcoin drop or a real item. And then convert the template into an item. No, I'll say an item template. All right, that's that. I like that much better. And now there are salvage packs as well. So salvage packs are here. Let's comment what these things are. There's an array of item. Okay, I think my shift key isn't working. I want to blame this on the keyboard. The number of Botcoin you have. This, yeah, I don't know why I even write any of that. And then this is 0. Get rid of that. So this represents a collection of items and Botcoin. It is possible that a salvage pack contains all items or contains only items or no items. Yeah, it can be a mix. Then toString is just a basic toString function that I happen to override. And even that, I don't know if I'm happy with that, but it's not bad. So salvage pack says 3 items, 1 thrusters, 1 artillery, 1 melee, Botcoin 0. Maybe I put the items inside brackets like that. Yeah, not too bad. So like I said, as more items get added, the way that this has been coded right now, you will just not see Botcoin very frequently. And depending on how many items are in the game, that's a good or a bad thing. So you do want duplicates of items in this game. When you get lasers, what you're really getting is lasers level 1. The only way to form lasers level 3 is to take 3 of these things. So that's the only way to form them. So you do want duplicates to some extent. So it's not bad if you have this many lasers. That means you can make a bunch of different bays with lasers level 3. There's 3, there's 3, there's 3. So now you can have 3 separate bays with lasers level 3. Chances are you don't want that because there are going to be different varieties of lasers. Like there will be vampiric lasers level 1, and maybe bounce lasers level 1, and maybe there's some other kind of lasers like hyper lasers, I don't know, level 3 that's locked in at level 3. So to form hyper lasers level 3, you just take 1 item. Anyway, let's check this in. Still not checking this in, but I want to check this stuff in. I gotta make sure I commented everything. Everything is totally clear. This is pretty important. That's a debug function. I don't care so much about that. But yeah, the rest of this looks fine, and it's, yeah, I'm happy with all this. I'm not using assert in here. I can get rid of that. And I'm probably not even using Lodash. But I'll keep that there for now. The salvage pack generator now generates salvage packs objects. These and the salvage pack generator can now generate Botcoin as well as item. Is that it? I think that's it. All right, great. I actually am glad I got that done now. So if I search for this, so make Botcoin be an item, it's not really totally that. I should just say make Botcoin be a drop. It should have a range for its rarity. This is canceled, so this is done. Make the generator for salvage pack. Look through rarity of all items, generate 3 items, at least one will be rarity 2, a high enough amount of Botcoin. Good, yep, perfect. Number of salvage packs left to open needs to be stored in the database. All right, so now here's where things get a little bit more interesting than how they just were. Oh, and at some point I need to write tests for all this stuff. Test everything. Maybe, oh, I did this before. Maybe do something like what I did for, there was a percentage test that I did somewhere. Oh, where did that take place? Test simulation server. Run chance to reflect test. So all this did was it ran through 1,000 trials, and then at the end of it made sure that the measured chance to reflect was roughly what our real chance was. So I should do something probably like this in the test simulation server. Yeah, Botcoin. I think how I would test this is I would make a whole bunch of different salvage packs and then make sure that the frequency of items that are returned are what I expect. The problem is that eventually the frequencies will be a little bit harder to compute. But that's not the case right now, so whatever. Okay, so number of salvage packs left to open, have them be stored in the database. So here's where our users table comes into play. We go into MySQL. Whoops. Is there something going on the server? Let me check this out. Oh wow. Blue team is beating the red team. Not if I have anything to say about it. Nice. Look at that regen. Oh, taking damage. Okay, Void Dreamer killed me. Left your keyboard on for password? Oh yeah, no, this is the local database thing. The password, I'll just tell you, it's password. I don't care if people get access to my local MySQL. So use botland, select star from users. Right now, actually let me just do this, describe users. Here's what the table looks like right now. An ID, a token, a name, a Botcoin thing, a password. We're going to have the number of salvage packs that you have unopened. So number of salvage packs left to open, stored in database. This number should start at 2 maybe, but for testing make it 500. Okay, let's do this. Num unopened salvage. Not nullable, default to, I don't know, starting salvage packs equals 5. Yeah, let's do 5. That sounds pretty good. So now if I wipe out the database, drop database botland, then I reform the database, and then I say use botland, and then select star from users. Eventually, this will get populated with, there we go. And now, yeah, we can see num unopened salvage is 5. So this has been added to the database. And now, well, that was that step at least. Now a REST API to open a salvage pack. Now here's where things get a little more complex. All right, let's do it. Just stop thinking, turn off our brains, and just start coding. Become one with the robot. So how will you open a salvage pack? What would the API look like? Probably be /salvage / user /1 / open salvage, and you post to that. Destiny says, that's C#? No, this is JavaScript. It's ECMAScript 6 actually, so you'll see things like class and const and all of those things, but it's ES6. So does this make sense for an API? Right now, what we have, if I look in Postman, right now what I have is something like buy and sell. Those are my own verbs. They're not HTTP verbs, but let's go take a look. So I have create user, create bot bay. This is what /bays, get user by name, get bot coin total, buy item. So yeah, the way I did this was like item /item ID /buy. So I think saying user /user ID /open salvage makes sense. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go with that. So let's go do this. This is gonna be a post. Is there anything posting for users right now that a user needs to do themselves? Create token is. Where's that? Post. Create user. Yeah. Now whatever. We'll just make a new one. All right. So this is going to be /users /user ID /open salvage. So verify token. Don't need this. Extract user ID. Require normal token. And then this all goes to open salvage pack. And then this needs to be the same string that we have up here. How long have you been coding JavaScript for? Probably only about 3 years. The first thing I did in JavaScript was this. So whenever the first commit for this was, I'll place this in the chat by the way. This was, let's find out. Yeah, 3 years ago. Does this tell me more? Do I need to just click this? This is the real initial commit. March 3rd, 2013. That's when I started learning JavaScript. So yeah, almost 3 years ago. And this game, by the way, the thing that I just linked, I'm not going to go over this because the game should teach you how to play itself. But if you want to play it, you can just click the play here link. And then my only tip is that you should click books in the game and then just read these. That's it. Everything else should be straightforward, but the not straightforward stuff is taught to you in books. So open salvage. Open salvage, I wrote down here, ensure you have the right number of salvage packs. Generating the pack should be done during the transaction in case we implement a progressive present system. So what this needs to do, the transaction needs to do this. Yeah, make sure you have unopened packs. Then generate the pack. Add to inventory and bot coin. And return the pack's content. That's it. So we just got to do that now. All right, what's the closest thing to that? Sell item, maybe? I don't know. We'll just let's just figure it out as we go. So the user ID we have here, and that's it. Then we just call this stuff. So this will be open salvage pack, user ID, and then we'll need a function for this. Now here's where this will get a little bit different, right? We have a salvage pack generator. This is gonna, we haven't made a salvage pack generator, but we need this function, and what we need as a result too is this stuff serialized with an inventory and everything. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Oh. All right, let's chug our way through this. It's not gonna be super easy. I think I want to copy all of this out of here. First time here. How long is he already working on the game? So it's in the title of the stream. It's been, I think, 72 days. So I started on September 8th. So I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. And now setup inventory, I guess, should also generate the salvage pack generator. This dot salvage pack generator. I cannot type this for some reason. New salvage pack generator, this dot item template depot. And that should have been the same code that I actually had here. New yeah, that was it. Okay, so then when I use this, I just need to make sure that the REST server has this information. So server.js constructor, we have the item template depot, and I just added after it the salvage pack generator. Let's put this there. I don't like how this is starting to look, but I'm not too sure what I can do about it. Whoops. Alright, so let's just use the mouse. There. And then we save this off. I was not aware that you fixed that, Adam. Not aware that oh, the Arabic thing. I didn't see your original message. Yeah, I fixed that a little while ago. You actually can use Unicode in the name. That part's fine. You just can't use something that's too long of a display name. So now we have the salvage pack generator. We need to do way in stain mother. This open salvage pack. So this function that's passed in needs to be different. I'm just not totally sure what yet. So let's, yeah, like I said, just incrementally do this. Database response dot resp, and then close out of this stuff. I don't care about that. Actually, this is fine. We can keep that there. So next we need the open salvage pack function in the database wrapper. Let's put this here, as long as buy item isn't right above it. No, we'll put this here then. This takes a user ID and some function. I don't know what. Challenge accepted. And here's how this is going to work. First, we get the user. Good, that stuff's all fine. Next, we get num unopened salvage packs. We don't actually need to do that. We can just say this. If dbuser dot, and what did I call that field? Num unopened salvage is less than or equal to 0, then throw new error, no salvage. No, that's why. I should just type this a million times. Salvage to open. All right, good. So that was step 1. Make sure you have unopened packs. Step number 2 is generate the pack. So const salvage. No, this is gonna be difficult. Const ret val is some function. So then here's what I think some function needs to look like. I think it needs to just be bound to have whatever arguments are needed in it already. So we should just be able to call it directly. And then its return value probably needs to be something like this. Var updated inventory, and then new bot coin. I guess we would need to pass in the current inventory, so serialized inventory. Yeah. Actually, we could add the bot coin too. There's no reason why we can't do that. Current bot coin. Updated inventory, updated bot coin. So we get rid of this. We change it with that. Yeah, that can work, right? You generate a salvage pack. It can only affect your inventory and your bot coin. Yeah. Let's do that. So we need to get the serialized inventory. dbuser.inventory and then dbuser.botcoin. And that would be it. And then retval is going to be, we have to say const, what, updated inventory? First we need to check to see if it exists. If it doesn't exist, then, so if not util.exist retval, then throw new error, could not generate salvage. I typed it right that time. Hey, Judge Bacon. Oh, Judge Bacon, you're one of the people who's on this list. In fact, I should check chat to see if anyone else is in here, but I'm just going to say names. If you hear your name, Isaac M9, Mr. Mark and QQ, Void Dreamer was actually on this list, but Void Dreamer already knows, Snipe, Yertle the Turtle, and Andrew. So all of you have a different password from yesterday, so type this into chat and you'll get your updated password. The reason why is because I had to wipe the database last night, and since you guys all got accounts yesterday, I didn't want to say, well, that's too bad, they're all deleted now, so I recreated your accounts, but I don't know what your old passwords were. So you have new passwords. All right, we're getting closer to what this implementation has to be. So then, assuming this worked, you'll have an inventory, and you'll have, so let's say const new inventory equals ratval.inventory, or updated inventory, or something like that, I don't know, inventory. What is it that inventory util is currently returning? A serialized inventory, but not objects. Yeah, so fine, serialized inventory. And then const new botcoin equals retval.updated botcoin. And here's where we check this. If dbuser.botcoin is not equal to new botcoin, then we will set their new one. How do we set things? Je ne sais pas. I think we go into, oh, we just say update, right, duh. Update botcoin, but that's not how this works. I think it's like this. Yeah, I think that's what we do. So that'll update their botcoin. Now their inventory, we can't, I guess what we could do is check to see is it a different inventory. Yeah, I guess we can do that. So if dbuser.inventory is not equal to new inventory, then we update their inventory as well. We could do this all in one query. And in fact, we should. Yeah, let's do that. Or this. Because no matter what, these things are going into the database. So it doesn't matter. This is going to be new inventory. Where did that go? Here. Okay, good. So only update the database if something changed, which it had to have changed. In fact, yeah, something has to have changed. You can't generate salvage and not get anything. So this is a meaningless. Yeah, this is meaningless. So because we generated salvage, either inventory or botcoin must have changed. So update them both in one query. All right, so new inventory, we don't care about that. We don't need to get the user again. We just need to return what was in the salvage pack. How do we return this to the user? How do we return this to the user? I guess we could make an inventory out of the items and then put a botcoin field in there too. Alright, val.to-do rename this. To-do rename this. Alright, let's just do that. Got an error in open salvage pack. Might be helpful to give the serialized bot pays on the help page. Yeah, I totally agree. Right now it's in its own page. I should add that too. Add a help button next to bot pays in the game that links to this page. NumPRT is running out the clock. Did I miss something? Oh, yeah, that's gonna be prevented in the future. In the future, you'll be forced to deploy bots every once in a while, and if you don't, they'll just get deployed for you. So that way, let's say blue team was winning right now, then right now there's nothing that red can do to come back into the game. Nothing. Because there's no blue bots to kill, and that's the only way to get points. So we'll eventually force blue to just deploy some stuff. And that way, if they're not at their machine and it deploys the wrong stuff for them, then too bad. You weren't at your computer. You lose most games when you're not at your computer. Also, I should leave this game. That way, I'm not on the other team. Or the imbalanced team, I should say. So to rename this, this is going to represent what we return to the user. It should be, I don't know. We'll figure that out. Yeah, because how the flow for this function is actually kind of weird. So now some function needs to be changed. This needs to be changed to like open salvage pack function, or generate salvage pack function. Yeah, that's what this is going to be called. So then an inventory util. This is why this was a cobbling together process of all this stuff. We say export function this. Take in an item template depot, because we're going to need that. We take in a salvage pack generator, and then we need the serialized inventory and the number of bot coin. Salvage return. Yeah, I need to call it something. I'm not sure what. Because where's database wrapper? Let me close this other stuff, because I don't need these things, I think. Okay, so how does this function work? First, we need to check a few things. We need to make sure that your inventory deserializes. So there's that. We need to make sure, actually that's it. Yeah. Then we just generate the salvage pack. So const salvage pack equals salvage pack generator dot generate whatever that thing is called. Salvage pack. Yeah, that's it. Now, if that worked, which right now it has to, yeah, there's no way this thing can fail. And this doesn't return an item template, it returns a salvage pack. This isn't even true, it generates a single item template. It generates a salvage pack of items. So this will always work right now. I guess we can put some code in to guard against any future problems where we say this could not generate a salvage pack. There's like no way this thing could ever fail, because that'd be a huge problem. So then if you did generate it, the database wrapper needs a couple of things in response. It needs a serialized inventory and updated bot coin. So updated bot coin is easy enough. It's bot coin plus salvage pack dot get bot coin. So get bot coin, return this dot bot coin, and then I guess get items as well. Return this dot items. Yeah, great. So now the items equals salvage pack dot get items. Now we need to apply that to the inventory. So we add all of the items in there. For items dot length inventory equals inventory dot add item items I. Great. So we add that to the inventory. Now we say const updated inventory, serialized inventory equals inventory dot serialize. We return an object of serialized inventory, updated bot coin, and then something I've got to rename. Rename this. Has to be the salvage pack, I guess. Yeah, maybe I just call it salvage pack. Does that make sense? I don't know. Now this has a problem in here somewhere. Error. Duplicate declaration, serialized inventory. Oh yeah, right. So let's call it updated inventory, updated serialized inventory. I'm not sure. Just call it that. So now in database wrapper, we want to make use of this. Yeah. Monster says, I know this is a bit off topic, but how do I discover bugs or how to resolve it? So Monster, the way you discover bugs is by, this is stated very generally, it's by running a code path and then realizing that the value you expected is not what you got. So users could be using your application and they go to click something and the button doesn't work how they expect. So what really happened is that there's some code path that ran or did not run and there's a value that you didn't expect. More specifically, you run tests. So you don't rely on your users typically to find bugs. You write tests for your software. So if I had a function like this, sum x, y, return x plus y, I would probably test it by doing things like this. Sum 1, 2 equals 3. Sum, 1e9, 1e9, maybe equals overflow. I don't know. I'd have some test cases for it that test enough different things here where I'm happy with the results. So that if I were to ever modify the sum function where I change it, let's say like that, now all of these things would break and I'd know immediately. So in general, by testing. Oh wait, are you talking about Botland or are you talking about just in general? I'm not sure. Monster, let me know if I did not answer your question. So now we return the salvage pack from there. We updated their everything. Yeah, okay. All right, so now how does the server pass this function in? That needs to be generate salvage pack with an item template depot and one other thing, the salvage pack generator. Okay. Did I lower the number of, I didn't do this. Yeah, there's one other thing I got to do here. I got to say this. This is going to be whatever it was originally. Yeah, this. Const num unopened salvage equals all of this. And that goes there. Oh, -1. Can't forget that. No, in general, yeah. Yeah, so in general, you write tests. Or you don't even write tests, you just run tests. That's in general, you run tests. So for example, I don't know if there's a bug in here, so here's what I'm about to do. I'm about to just call this API and just see, does it work the way I expect it to? And that's it. Seems that my little game has a bug where I can destroy all enemies from my right, even if a projectile didn't hit them. And I started to dive more into debugging, but still I can't solve the problem. Monster, this is probably, maybe coordinates are not what you think they are. So, it could be any number of things. And if you want, if your game is small enough, you could post the game code and maybe someone can help you out with it. But I do think debugging is the best way to solve it. And I think the important thing is, for your specific case, try debugging an instance where a projectile should kill something but doesn't kill them. You'll eventually come down to an if statement that looks something like this. If bullet dot collides with the enemy, then kill them, right? So you'll have some logic like that. And you'll see that this is false because you're not seeing them kill them. Or you'll see that it's true and then for some reason this code is broken. But it'll help you narrow down where your issue is. Okay, so does this work? That is question numero uno right now. Let's go find out. We'll rerun the central server and then we will make an open salvage pack function. So duplicate this, drag it up to here, edit it, open salvage pack. So this is user/1/open salvage. And we need a token for that user. So where is get token? Why can I not find this? Oh, here it is. Create token, send. So we got a token. Now we just put this directly into this, and we expect a bug because there's no way I coded this right. Could not generate salvage. Okay, well. Inventory did not contain item ID equals 5,000. Why is it trying to generate an item with whose ID is 5,000? What? Oh, it's interpreting the quantity of items that I have as 5,000. Or, no, it's a bot coin that I have as 5,000. What's going on here? This means I'm passing in the wrong... Yeah, I'm passing in bot coin as serialized inventory. So these two things were bound, and then I pass in two things, inventory and bot coin. Yeah, what's going on then? Oh, did I not save this? Did I just never save this file? That's probably why. All right, let's try again. Adam, how do you get your custom REST APIs? So ProSam, I'm not sure if you're asking how do I test them. I'm testing them with a Chrome plugin called Postman. But how do I make them? I'm using Restify, which is sort of analogous to Express. And then you set up routes. So for example, in order to obtain a user, you send a GET request to the user's URL. Or you send a GET request to a specific user, etc., etc. So I suggest you narrow down your question. That way I can give you a better answer. All right, let's see if this works. Send. Oh, whoa. It kind of did work. Got 3 items. Wait, wait. That's the toString of a salvage pack, which means it's working. Okay, so now we just need to do a couple things. In server.js, so we have salvage pack here. So the response is going to be salvage pack. And now we just need to send it to the user in a good way. So we do, is this considered created? I think it's considered creating it. So we'll say salvage pack is salvage pack.serialize maybe? Yeah. Let's try that out. So I don't have a serialize function, but I'm about to serialize. So how do we serialize items? I think serializing it as an inventory makes the most sense. So we say something like this: items as inventory. Is that the best way? Does item have a serialization? Oh, it does. But an inventory is just a set of items. I don't know what to do. But then we need a static deserialize here anyway. So whatever I do, it doesn't really matter too much. But then I need inventory from here. I actually could do this any number of ways. But yeah, I think inventory is the best way. So let's do import inventory from, and I'm in the items folder, so it's directly in this folder. Then once we have the inventory, let's make a fake inventory here. So we'll say const inventory equals new inventory, and then we'll do for let, what am I doing? Let's just do this. So if there are some items, then we would do this, inventory.add item items, and then serialize the inventory, inventory.serialize. And then the bot coin is sent across just as bot coin. Now if there is no, yeah, I think this should work. Then in deserialize, we say return new salvage pack, whose items are going to be const inventory equals inventory.deserialize serialize salvage pack dot items as inventory. So we have the inventory. Now we extract all of the items from it. I don't know how we do that. Yeah, items is an array. So I guess we could just say get all items as items serialize. Yeah, I guess we could just say get all items. Get all items. Return underscore dot values this dot item. const items equals inventory.getAllItems. So there's that. So we make a salvage pack with that, and then finally the serialized salvage pack dot botcoin. Okay, so now we have a way to serialize and deserialize this. So it should be done. Let's try it. So when I hit send, we should get a random salvage pack. Oh, botcoin is not defined. Oh, you jerk code. All right, let's find out how this broke. Botcoin is not defined. Where's that even coming from? Reference error. It must be in here. Serialized salvage. Oh, right. This. All right. That was my question. I just want to know how you created them. So using the Node.js module Restify. Great, I'll look into that. Yeah. And so Restify is at restify.com. Law Beginner says, what language is that? It is, JavaScript using ES6. Whoop. There we go. All right, time to test. Send. It worked. We have a salvage pack, which is items and botcoin. So as I send more of these, we should eventually get some botcoin. Good, we did. 212. And if I hit send one more time, it'll probably say you don't have a salvage pack to open. Yeah, perfect. Wow. And if I try accessing user 2s, it should say I'm not allowed to. Yeah, not authorized. So, okay, let's go fix the database so that I have salvage to open. Is this modifying my inventory too? Yeah, let's check that out. Yeah, I have 5,244 botcoin. Did my inventory change? Hard to tell. Let's do a bunch of things. Update users, set num unopened salvage equal 5,000. We want a ton of that. Then we're going to set botcoin, oops, I just did that for everybody. Oh well, whatever. Set botcoin equals 0 and set inventory equal to an empty string. So now when I select all the users, we have a very simple database. No botcoin, tons of salvage, no inventory. Now I'm going to get one salvage pack, send. So I just got 3 items, 2, 3, and 7. When I select, let's do this, botcoin num unopened salvage inventory. Yeah, it worked. Am I using JSON? I am only for items right now. Well, and also for sending data across the network. All right, so now I got 1 and 3. So check it out. 3 went up to, I have 2 of item 3 because I already had one. This is actually working pretty much on like almost the first try. So that's encouraging. Now the only issue is that the client needs to display this, but it's totally doable. This is pretty good. Yeah. Wow. Also, it's 40. How did it get to be? Oh, shows how I'm paying attention. I think I had some pretty good momentum this morning. Yeah, 1240. So this is done. Next, I just need to commit, and then I'm probably gonna go eat lunch because, didn't realize it was this late. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. Well, we can rewrite it. It was only like 10 lines of code. In before everything breaks. I don't know. I don't think things are just going to start breaking. What's nice about this is this should flow right into the game. So if I go to localhost right now, check this out. I'm standing right now. So if I connect, we should see exactly what I had represented in the database. Botcoin 70, we see that here, Botcoin 70. And then inventory, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, perfect. Oh, that's wrong. No, wait, no, that's correct actually. I changed the buy and sell prices. Huh, so if I try buying teleport, I shouldn't be able to. Yeah, not enough Botcoin. Wow. Wow. This is pretty good. This feels good because this is the culmination of 2 months of work. There's so much stuff I had to do on the back end just to get to the point where I have a sucky inventory UI and a buy screen. But there's so much stuff happening beneath all of this. When you hit buy, it's contacting a completely, well, in this case, since it's my own machine, well, it's contacting a completely different server or process in this case. That process is saying, let me look up your account information. Let me validate that you are who you say you are. and then let me do what it is that you say you want to do, making sure that there are no duplications or anything happening in between. Then it sends all that data back to you. The client updates the UI, and then a game server knows how to interpret this data too, so that you can only use the stuff you say you have. Why am I standing? I think it's better for my posture. Okay, great. All right, I'll commit this. So this will take probably about 10 minutes to clean up. Let's take a look here. So yeah, users now start with 5 unopened salvage packs. Users can now open salvage packs. Or well, no, I should say this. There is a REST API for opening salvage packs. This correctly modifies your inventory and botcoin amount, but it does not, but there's no way for the client to perform this action yet or see the results other than looking at your inventory. All right, so the database wrapper, there is no comment for this. Opens a salvage pack for a user. See inventory util.generate salvage pack. Inventory util.generate salvage pack. Some of the arguments to that function should already be bound by the time it is passed to this function. Great, returns a promise. Get rid of that. Cool. Let's take a look. So we get all of your user information, and this should be, well, whatever, that's fine. So get all of your user information, make sure the user existed. Cool. Next, num unopened salvage. Make sure you have salvage to open. Great. Next, generate a salvage pack for you. And if this fails, which again, it shouldn't be able to, then yeah, we throw an error. But if it succeeded, then we update your inventory and your botcoin for your user, and we return the salvage pack back to the caller, which is server. Server takes the salvage pack and serializes it and sends it back to the user. And that is it. Perfect. Opens a salvage pack for the user. Digitae's doing some stalking. Hey, Cepha says can't hear, sir. Is he muted the Twitch? So no, I'm not muted. It's probably, well, you wouldn't be able to hear me, so I guess I need to type a response. It's not muted. Digitae. I find this funny. Alright, cool. Yeah, that's that. So I looked through that function. I renamed the thing I needed to rename. Main.js. Yeah, nothing really needed to change here. Not a big change at least. This stuff is fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yep, looking good so far. So now inventory has a new function in it. Inventory.js, get all items. Returns all items that comprise this inventory. This is useful for when you need to serialize, you need to send a set of items over the network. You can form an inventory from them. Then, wait, was that? Yeah, that's okay. You can form an inventory from them, serialize the inventory, deserialize it on the other end, then call this function to get the original items back out. And this returns an array of items, which is potentially empty but never null. So there's that. Inventory util, this desperately needs to be commented. Generates a salvage pack. As with most of the other items in this file, this mostly exists so that the database layer can call into this easily. So item template depot, salvage pack generator. good. The serialized inventory, and I'll just say that this is the current amount of bot coin before getting salvaged. And then return is an object with several properties that are described at the bottom of this function. Just wondering, is your main area of focus? Platinum Wolf says your viewer base seems to be getting bigger. Yeah, I think it's dependent on a lot of things. One, day of the week kind of matters. It seems to go a little bit up toward Wednesday, and then it drops on Friday. Time of day, at about 3 o'clock for me, so it's about 1 o'clock right now. So in about 2 hours, I think a lot of people in Europe go to sleep, and then I lose like 20 viewers. And also, who else is streaming? So yeah, by the end of today, I'll probably end up with like 30 viewers remaining. But I do like having an audience. It's nice. I feel like I'm in an office with people instead of just alone in a room coding all day. Hey, Cipro. All right, so we're going to comment all of these. This is a string. Oh, we can't do this that way. So a string representing the inventory to store in the database. A number representing the bot coin to store in the database. And then this is the salvage pack itself that was generated. This is useful for sending back to the user. Arami says some of us are watching while in an actual office. Yeah, and I like that too. And hey, Mr. Edding. I like, or M. Edding, probably just Medding. All right, well, sorry for mispronouncing your name. I like that. I think while you're coding, and I haven't ever tried this before, while coding, watching someone else who's also coding, I don't know how distracting it would be. And I think I'm relatively consistent in how much I talk. So one thing I do find distracting sometimes is when there's a stream where someone's not saying a lot and then occasionally they do. It really draws your attention to it because you think, well, this person never talks. But the other thing is I don't ever have music playing on stream. So you guys can always play your own stuff and listen to a guy talk about JavaScript all day. So I'm going to say, do I have a function that can create an inventory from a set of items? Because if not, I should have that. Wow, 68 people. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's medding. Watching other people code and listening to their thought process, why they do stuff, is like 85% of the learning process. Yeah. I just see it as a TED Talk. All right, there's some people in chat. You know what I'll do? I'll run a giveaway. How do I do this? I got to pop up a new... I'll run a botline giveaway. I did a straw poll on stream yesterday about how many of you have coding knowledge. And of the 40 people in chat, 17 people answered. And of those 17 people, no one said that they have no coding knowledge. Now, it's not a formal survey. It's not it's just a straw poll. So people could have lied. It could have been only the coders who chose to answer anyway, and no one else clicked the link. So let's run a giveaway here. I'm going to make this be based on the keyword botland. So if you want to enter the giveaway, this will be for access to the game until Sunday of this week. And there will be a certain number of people who win. Probably like 4, I'll say. Yeah, 4 people. Okay, so then this, I think I want to make a small new function here. Make a function that will form an inventory from a list of items instead of an object. In fact, it could work either way there. Okay, but either way, this is fine for right now. This is fine. That was just an updated comment. And then this needs a lot of comments. So how about this? After I've committed, I'll actually run the giveaway. So you still have time up until I've committed this. So wait, what was this? this salvage pack. All right, so get items. Get the items from this salvage pack. This is an array of items. Bot coin gets the bot coin from this pack, a number. All right, serialize it. I don't think it's important to say what serialize does, and then deserialize it. And then I use this function in salvage pack serialize, also inventory util generate. And coursework from university with all its database information about. Oh, cool, skilled bubble. Do you like working with databases, skilled bubble? That says you actually look at the code you're going to commit. Do I have to buy Botland with tokens again if I bought it yesterday? Oh, Snipe, no you don't. And you're one of the people who, since you got it yesterday and since I ran something special yesterday, you need to type this command into chat. All right, so then the only other thing, deserialize, I don't think it's worth commenting what deserialize does. But is there anything else in here that I need to remove? No, I don't think so. That's it. Cool. I can check this in, and then I'll run the giveaway. So let's do rand int. I'll do 3, 5. So this is how many giveaways I'm going to do. It said 3. I said minimally 4. So what I should have said is 4, 6. Let's rerun this. All right. So 6 people will get Botland. I'm going to run this 6 times. That's practically a third of the list. So Morphig is the first person. Oh, I can turn this off, by the way. LOL beginner, second person. Congrats. Third person is the Major Studios. Fourth person, a small toast. Fifth person, Radabu, Mr. Adabu. And the last person is Arami529. All right, so congrats everybody. Okay, so in order for everyone to get access from this list, I need to do this one by one because last time I did this all at once, it like totally screwed up. So we're gonna do this. All right, so we'll start with Morphig. Hopefully that worked. Yep, cool. All right, so there's that. Move on from there. Sorry, this is gonna take some time. Just gotta make sure that I don't do this too fast. All right, good. And then one last one. Remember, these accounts are only going to last until Sunday at the end of this week. And the game, since it's only been in development for about 4.5 months, there's a lot that's not clear about it. So what I suggest you do, anyone who just got an account, I suggest you watch this video on how to play. But even then, there's a lot that's missing from the video because things have just been updated. So I'll go to the server and I'll give a brief intro about the game. So, and then I'm gonna get lunch soon too. So that's why I'm not gonna. But anyone who got access to the game right now or wants to know more about it, you could also just watch me talk about it right now. So this is Botland. Online strategy, multiplayer RPG, not RPG, automation game. God, why did I say RPG right there? This is World of Warcraft. You play as a hunter and you shoot people in the face. So anyway, you connect with your Twitch name and then the password that was given to you by the bot. So then you just press connect. What you'll be looking at here is a feature that's only been in existence for about 2 weeks. So this is where you customize your bot bays right now. And a lot of this won't be straightforward at first. Eventually, in maybe 2-3 months, there will be some real UI over this where you don't need to wonder, wait, why is there a text box here? Why does one of these say commit, one says delete? Buying and selling is pretty straightforward. You have Botcoin, which is your currency. Pressing buy will take the buy price and then give you one of them. Pressing sell will get rid of it. That part's straightforward. As for how you use these, I suggest you read bot base format. So there's a page for this. I'm going to add a help button in the game eventually. And no, Judge Bacon, there's no logging functionality. But if you want some help, you can always paste it to me and I can help you through it. So after making your bots, you can join the game. And once you join the game, you might be given a buff choice. This is something that will last for the entire match. So a match lasts 13 minutes. There's 11 minutes left. I'll pick landmines last for 9 more turns. And now what team am I on? I'm on the blue team. So I'm going to take my landmines bots, knowing that my bots last for more turns, or knowing that my mines last for more turns. I'm going to put just a very basic script here. If can lay mine, otherwise move randomly. Let's put one of those bots down. So here it is, and it's doing what I told it to do, laying mines and then moving randomly. And given the buff that I chose, your landmines last for 9 more turns. These are going to last for quite some time. So I not only have landmines level 3, which already last for the longest amount of time, but I have a buff on top of that. So now any enemies who step over this, and unfortunately no one from the red team has deployed yet, but any enemies who step over this would blow up and would take 500 damage. And since bots only have 1,000 life, that's pretty significant. Now if you thought this was a lot of landmines given how much territory there is in this map, I can actually deploy 2 more bots, and then I'll pretty much just cover the screen with landmines. So if I wanted, I could use my missiles and cloaking bot, and I could get rid of this script, and maybe just use the pre-made Ultra Killer script, which has logic for missiles. It'll move randomly. It doesn't actually pursue enemies. That's something I didn't add, but it's not a bad script. Skilled Bubble says, is there a way to have sort of list in SQL like an array of players? So that's the database itself, Skilled Bubble. Your database is your array of players. Each row in your database of users, let's say, your table of users, should represent a player. Yeah, so I guess still no one from the red team is playing. So I can't really show you much action right now in the game. Who is Wall R? It must be Judge Bacon. Yeah. So anyway, the point of the game is to get as many kills as you can by the end of the time limit. And within each game, and I'm sorry it's hard to show off right now without having other players playing, but within each game there should be kind of a meta game. So when you see me using landmines, you might say, okay, I'm going to start revealing landmines so that I don't run into them, which will counter his strategy. Now him, seeing that I've countered his strategy, is going to switch away from landmines. I'll kill off my bots, and I'll start to put in these missiles bots. And now you'll say, wait, he's cloaking and using missiles now. I should probably put reflect on and maybe use melee. And so all of this stuff is happening, and then at certain times in the game, so at the 8-minute mark, you'll see this happen again. You'll get another, wait, is it the 8-minute mark? Yeah, it is. So in 4 seconds, we should see this happen. You'll see buff choice number 2. So now, whatever was happening here, the meta may be stabilized over the course of 5 minutes, and this might throw it completely on its head. So now I found this is a crazy buff, right? Increase artillery splash damage by 50. I'm going to pick that, and now my artillery bots are going to do lots more damage, so I'm going to prioritize that strategy, which I unfortunately don't have artillery, so I can't do that. But let's fudge it and say that I did have it. So let's go buy some artillery. I will buy one of these. And then I'll make a bot with artillery. Artillery 3, and let's give it some close range weaponry 2. Missiles 3, and regen 1. So I'll commit this bot. It takes the items out of my inventory. Now I can join the game, and now I would be able to deploy the artillery bot. So I could kill off that. I can choose, let's pick the arty artillery bot, have it move right. I'll deploy one of those, and then I'll deploy one of the missiles bots too. And actually, I'll deploy a landmine bot as well. So I have 3 different AIs here. And the landmine bot I will write myself. There we go. Cool. So I have 3 different strategies going on. The one that's moving out of range of my camera here, which is going to be really hard to show you. Actually, if I zoom out, I could show you. Yeah, so the one right there is going to be using artillery. The one here is using landmines. The one here is using missiles. Oh, all right, Arami. Yeah, the server will be online even if I'm not online, so you can always go and play, but there probably won't be anybody to play against if I'm not online. Okay, still no red players. I guess I'll just stop. And yeah, so if anyone wants to get access to the game, you can go to bot.land and you can click pre-beta to find out more. In short, you spend loyalty points. Loyalty point cost, because it's Tuesday, is only 45, and that means that after just a day you could get access to the game. So yeah, no one wants to play right now apparently. Fine. All right, well, I'll move on. Uh-oh, did I not save this file? No, I just didn't comment this. That's fine. Right? I shouldn't have any changes now. Please tell me I don't have any changes. Yeah, good. Cool. Alright, so on the to-do list, let's see here. Salvage packs, REST API to open it, done. I think this is super cool, by the way. I don't know if the rarities are going to be good right now or not, but I think it's nice that you can at least open salvage packs and see, oh cool, I got a ton of botcoin. I can use that, like 359. You now have somewhat of a gauge for what that means. So when I hit connect, we can see 359. Oh, these prices aren't up to date. All right, well, let me log on locally. Excuse me. So 359 would let me buy almost any item in the game other than teleport and harvesting. So that salvage pack is like a free item. Of course, I didn't get any items in it. I only got botcoin. But now I send it again. I open a new pack and I got a couple of items, some botcoin. I open it again. I got 3 items. And this just keeps getting added to my inventory. So here's what I had originally. Lasers, missiles, artillery, or gen. I refresh the page. And now I have melee and shield as well. So, good stuff. So make a function that will form an inventory from a list of objects. I think I'm going to do this and then go get lunch. So inventory.js. It's basically just another constructor. Or I could modify this constructor to not just take in, it could take in either an object or an array. If it takes in an array, it'll form it from this. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. So if is array items, then we say this dot items equals that, and then this dot add item. I could say items dot map. How would this work? Could we do this? Inventory that add item. We could do something like item this dot inventory this dot add item. That should work. We'll test this out. Figure it out. And then here this items equals items. So there. Now I should be able to call into this function. Felix says, I got the following error. User does not exist. Let me check the database to see if you have an account. Actually, I don't need to do that. I wrote a function for that. As pre-beta Felix. Oh, yeah, you just don't have an account, Felix. So your account was probably deleted from a previous week, so you'll need to buy it again. Did you pay with points or win giveaway? Yeah, you've got plenty of points, so you can buy it again if you want. So now, I need to call this from 2 places. One is here. I want to say, wait, no, one is not here. What am I talking about? Inventory.add item. No, it's only salvage pack. Interesting. So I could just do this now. Yeah, okay, let's try that out. So I restart the central server, and then if all worked, then I should see this return a good response. Yeah, it did. Huh. Okay. I just wasn't sure if I was using map correctly, but I guess I am. I think it's follows Walshy. Yeah, which by the way, there was like a huge jump in followers yesterday. I don't know what happens sometimes. On Friday, I had 1,390. Which I guess there's no... I could just copy paste this onto the screen. I've been trying to keep track of this stuff. So yeah, here's the number of followers I had. Friday was 1,390. At the end of yesterday, it was 1,412. And now I've gotten 4. So I don't understand it sometimes. I got 22 in the course of between Friday and Monday, and then 4. And I'm like more than halfway done with today. I don't know. Twitch is a fickle beast. Alright, is there anywhere else that I do this? Where do I make a new inventory and then add items to it manually? Because that would all be a candidate for this change. Starter inventory, items to get. Yeah, this is fine. I don't think that matters. What about this? Inventory, new inventory. This is hardware slot configuration. And then add items, but we construct the items area, and that's fine too. Turn new inventory items, new inventory this to items. Here in the test, add items to empty inventory. Yeah, here we go. So this is different. This only needs to be this now. Although maybe we should leave it as is. I'm not sure. Creates an inventory and adds the specified items to it. Note that all items you add should have positive quantities. No, I think we should just do this. Which really, there's no reason for this function any longer. Yeah, there isn't. I can just say new inventory here. Yeah, let's delete all this now. So minor refactoring. Let's test this out. BLT run. Get ready to commit here. So inventory. Oh, I need to write a comment for that too. It's an object or it's an array of items. For more information on the type, check out the contents of the constructor. Okay, so then if you specify an object, it must be an object whose signature matches the one defined in the constructor. Define below, read those comments. If you specify an array, then the items in the array will be added to this inventory. Using the array version is convenient when you have a set of items that you want to serialize/deserialize over the network. The inventory class just becomes a nice wrapper then for that. Yeah. Cool. Alright, I think that's it. Minor refactoring. The inventory constructor can now take in an array of item objects instead of just an object of, well, instead of a dictionary of items. This simplifies some calling code. Did the test pass? No. Ooh. Should diff inventories correctly. That did not pass. I wonder why. Number of distinct items. Items added num distinct. Actual 5. Expected 2. Huh. Yeah, huh. Alright, let's do this. Stringify or console.log items added.toString. What's in this inventory then? It's probably going to take a while to find out. In fact, while this is running, I'm going to go grab some water. My throat is dry. Okay, this is definitely wrong. Inventory contains 1 laser and 1 cloaking. The number of distinct items is 5 though? Oh, this This is very wrong. Get number of distinct items. Return number of keys. This dot items dot length. Oh, whoops. Oh. Oops. Yeah, there. That should fix this. Okay. So the problem is I had treated it as an array, which, why did that screw up actually? Oh, it probably, yeah, I think I kind of know why. It's not really important. What matters is that this test passes. Yeah, good, it did. All right, so let's get rid of that console.log that I put in here. Well, that's why I have tests. I mean, I know I say that so many times on stream, but I just found a bug in code that I tried to make better because I didn't make it better the right way. So now what we did here that's important is, so I added 9 lines total to inventory.js, and a lot of that was commenting, but I was able to remove 3 lines from here and 16 lines from here. So overall, this was a simplifying change. Now let's push this code. All right, good. All right, I am very hungry. It is lunchtime for me. In the afternoon, when I get back, and there will be about 3 hours for this, I'm going to work on the UI and the testing. I definitely think the UI is doable in probably about an hour. The testing, that actually is probably another hour. And since I've got 3 hours, I don't know what that means that I'm going to do for the last hour. Maybe just move on, make the help button, maybe start working on the pseudo money system, which really means that by the end of tomorrow, if I can get this done, then I'm like 2 weeks ahead of schedule, which is great because there's a lot of work to do in that 2 weeks. So I'm pretty happy with how things are going so far. Definitely been making good progress here. And yeah, so anyone who's new to the stream, if you want to follow, you can follow. If you ever want to catch up on things in kind of a nice format, you can go to YouTube and just watch the recap videos. That way, if you ever miss a week, these videos I always try to keep shorter than 2 minutes. So if you do go to YouTube and you see any of the recap videos there, they sum up what I did in the entire last week of development. And I've been doing these since week number 1. I think I missed 1 week. So I think there have been 19 weeks so far, but there are only 18 videos. But anyway, I'd urge you to go there. The rest of this stuff, so Twitch, obviously you're here right now listening to me. Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, all of this. I don't post as much things there. The Facebook is becoming slightly more active because we've started another ad campaign. And then the wiki is where you can get help for the game. So yeah, thanks for watching so far. I'll be back at, well, who knows when, because I'm always shorter than the time here. But I could end up taking the full time. So Frankie, Grimanja, Walshy, and Void Dreamer. BRB lunch. Let's say 40 minutes, because I don't need a ton of time. Move from lunch BRB. Alright, there we go. Alright, oh hey mini alpacas, although I am leaving. Alright, so 40 minutes from now. I will see you guys soon. Thanks for watching so far. I miss? Just join chat while you leave me. Yeah, it's under creative now. I actually just got an email that I checked over lunch that said all game dev redirects to the creative channel now. And I guess there's a hashtag in my stream. So, like, this is what things look like this morning. I take a picture of this. And then if I go to, how do I get to the creative category? Probably just this. I should show up in here now. Is there even still a game development channel? I don't know. I didn't fully read the email yet. All I saw is that creative is a thing and that I am apparently in it. Do I show up here? Adam. Oh yeah, there I am. Yeah, and there's a hashtag game dev in my title, which I did not add. So if I click game dev, it should filter just down to these people. Yeah, okay. So now you can see these. And then the game development channel links to creative with the game dev hashtag. Okay, interesting. So yeah, I got to change my future streams so that's the case. Oh yeah, and then let me read the rest of chat. I hate the creative channel. All I wanted was the programming channel and game development. No rendering ponies in 3D. I recoding life. No ternary operators allowed. Don't know why I can't talk sometimes. No ternary operators allowed in botland scripts. Yeah, I'm going to allow it in some point in the future. Oh, is this still happening? I'm taking bets. How much time are we left on the clock when Adams returns? I'm in for 100 points and saying 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Hey, llama girl. All mods on deck. We went mainstream. Better prepare for an influx of like 4,000 users. Thomas says, do you use libgdx? No, I do not. I'm using JavaScript. And, well, it's more specifically ECMAScript 6. All right. Let's get, oh yeah, that's what I wanted right here. Make sure to stream in the creative category with the, no, not the, with the game dev tag. All right, so UI for this. How many unopened packs you have, a button to open packs, and a text field to show what you got from the pack. The text field should really deserialize the items. This field should deserialize the items. 3 lines tall. So basically the UI that I want here is this. I want to be able to say salvage, open pack. So this would be a button, and then there'd be 3 lines here. There'd be the contents of this. So let's do this. So this is a button, and then we have text output that says something like, here's what you got. Lasers, level 1, artillery, level 1, and 500 bot coin. So that's it. I just want to make a pane like this. I don't think this is going to be a very in-depth thing. We'll later change how this looks entirely. It should be much, much more visual. Soul crushing category. So yeah, let's go do this. So I have the inventory.js. Oh, you can do more tags like game dev and programming. Oh. Should I do that? Look into whether I can also have the programming tag. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So there's a guy that has both. Okay. And he shows up when you click the different categories. Okay. So what's going to be annoying about this, I'll show you right now. This is what's going to be annoying. If you go to my past broadcasts, well, you don't need to go to them actually. I can just show you this thing. Oh, he's this skyhook guy. Okay. Oh, and this finally loads. Okay, so when I click export for any of these things, it takes whatever the title is. And now the title has hashtags in it. There should be a tags category where that goes. Actually, maybe it'll work. I don't know. I'll have to see. Anyway, whatever. So the UI, I want to go into what's it called? Item store.js. I guess I'll just make this a component. What components do we have so far? It had to be a Redux component. These are not Redux. Here we go. Blockly, Botbay, etc. All right. Let's save this as salvage UI.js. Do I have UI in any of the other names here? I don't. I want UI in this, I think. I'll just call it that, salvage UI. Okay. Now I've got to restart the watch that I have. That way it picks up this new file, because I will eventually be making some changes. So this will be salvage UI. We will export this, and we can get rid of all of this other stuff, because I'll end up copy pasting a lot of this from somewhere else. Render, I can keep it here. So how does the game look right now? Gulp 720 no scope. Alright, I'm going to put the salvage UI right here. We're just going to make this as dense as possible. So let's see where this would have to be. Why does paste not work? Come on. Come on, paste. So I want this to be right here. No, actually, like down here, I think. So that is over 5, down about 440. And we've got about 250 pixels. So down 440, height 250. Eraser says, I've been reading about ECMAScript 6 and it doesn't appear to have full support yet from all browsers. Do you just plan on not supporting those older browsers? No, I transpile it to ES5. So the code that I write, if you go to Babel.js, if you go to this link here, what you can do is you can see how ECMAScript 6 that you write gets turned into ECMAScript 5 that will run in any browser. So here I've used this, var xy equals foo. This is not ECMAScript 5. It may not even run in Chrome. I don't know if it does or not. But this definitely runs in Chrome over here. The word transpiling mildly annoys me. I think it's more specific than compiling. Because, yeah, transpiling, you know, won't be to a different language. Whereas compiling, you might say, well, what are you compiling it into? C++, JavaScript, bytecode. Although transpile is a word that nobody uses, so I guess there's that, the esoteric quality about it. We're going to do this. Top is going to be, I'm just going to hard code this stuff for right now. Top is that. Width is whatever I feel like. Let's make it that big. Yeah, 300. Height is 250. Left is 5. Position is absolute. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So then what does this thing look like? I've got a title, div salvage. I've got a button open, on click equals this dot open salvage dot bind this. And then I've got whatever the contents were of the last thing that you had. I think this should be a text area, so I'll just do that. Text area. How do you set the value of these things? Let me find it. Where you're compiling ES6 and ES5. They're both the same language. I mean, like, I'd argue that adding new words to English doesn't make it a new version of English, or even if we change grammar or syntax over the years. I think JavaScript at its core is still JavaScript. I get the argument you're saying. I think it's a matter of semantics. Like, if you asked someone, I don't know. Anyway, I think there are two different definitions of language, and that depending on what you define language as, you can say that JavaScript is the same from ES5 to ES6. It's both the same language, I mean. Anyway, moving on. Text area I have here, but that's, oh, CodeMirror uses that. HTML text area. How do I set the default value? There's placeholder, I don't want that. Well, maybe I do. Yeah, and I set it to read only. Okay, fine. Let's do that then. So text area placeholder equals salvage pack output goes here. Read only. I think you need to say read only equals true like this. I forgot how I did this elsewhere. Where's a read only text box? It's in botbay.js. Right? Disabled. Oh, I just disabled it. But I'm pretty sure you have to set read only equal to true like this for React. Let's find out. I didn't close something. And how do you put content into a text area? Text area specify value. Text area dot value. I wonder if I can just put this here. Let's just try this out. Test. Because I don't know. Oh, is it still running? This is probably running from a long time ago, though. I should just test this out. Yeah, let me load this up. Desktop, test HTML, index. Let's load this in Sublime as well, because I don't remember how this works. So we'll just say text area test. Oh, that does work. Oh, well then. So did this finish building? Of course not. Yosef says, any tips on how to code faster? I think it's, yeah, I was going to, Spiritman pretty much said, I don't think coding faster should ever be a goal. Well, no, I take that back. I don't think coding faster should be your first goal. I think coding well should be a goal. And then as far as coding faster, it's mostly just a way of organizing your thoughts and then realizing how to go from a thought to text on your screen. And so what that might mean is that instead of typing var x equals 5, var y equals 5, var z equals 5, it's typing var x equals 5, duplicate, duplicate, and then just change variable names. That could be one way that you go to coding faster. Like, my thought process could still be the same for this. But then maybe what I realized in the end, the coding smarter could have just been something like this, using an array instead of 3 variables. Maybe that's what I need to do, maybe not. But that's why I think trying to code faster is not necessarily a great goal in and of itself, unless you know what you mean by that. Like, I mean, why do you click to move from line to line? What do you click? Wait, what do you mean, Yosef? To move from line to line, I just use the arrow keys. Or if I want to go to a specific one, I can jump to a specific line. If there's a specific thing you want to know about, I can definitely tell you that. But if it's just how to code faster, I really think it's thought organization and learning how to use whatever editor or IDE you're in. Okay, so this. So what I want to do is I want to go to local. Oh, I already have this open. So yeah, what I expect to have when I refresh the page is we should see something show up here. It might look totally wrong, but I want it to look something like this. Oh, whoops, I got to refresh one more time. There we go. Oh yeah, I don't see it. I never included it. All right, Botland app. So what's the other thing called? Item store? Yeah, let's put this into the UI. And there is no on buy item yet, but there needs to be at some point. So it'd be like on open salvage equals this dot props dot whatever. I'll need to have that open, and then in root I should pass that in. So there's like on buy item. There's going to be on open salvage. Did that finish botland app immediately? That doesn't make any sense. No, that doesn't make any sense. It can't finish that quickly. And it didn't finish that quickly. So botland app needs to be changed another time. Oh, or no. I just never hit save. Okay. Cannot find module / containers. Yeah, it doesn't exist in containers. It's in components. There we go. So that should kick off the build. How did I learn coding? I have a brief description of how I learned here, but I don't say when, and I excuse me, I learned long enough ago where I don't think exactly how is totally relevant right now. I just messed around with things, but the internet wasn't so filled with information as it is now. Now, if you want to learn coding, like right this minute, you could just go to a website. There'd be an interpreter there for you to use. There'd be a tutorial alongside it. You wouldn't need to download anything. You wouldn't need to pay any money. You wouldn't need to wonder, what's the next step? Where do I go? What book should I read? You just start learning that way. Monster says, hey, it seems you're now in creative. I go to bath for 1 minute and then you're doing creative, not game development. Yeah, Twitch moved me there. So Twitch moved everyone out of the game development channel. They're trying to lump all creative processes into the creative channel and then direct people using hashtags. And yeah, I'm at a standing desk. Okay, let's check this out. So I should have the UI there now. Let's see, when I press connect. Oh, I broke something. What is this doing that broke? It would have to be in salvage UI. Maybe it's, oh, this function doesn't exist, that's why. Open salvage. Console.log opening. Doesn't need to do anything right now. So this is the most annoying thing about my build process right now. Client code takes so much longer because of Browserify. So I just have to wait for it to finish. And I'm trying to get better at pipelining what I need to do. So writing commit messages or going and looking at the next code, but sometimes there's not much I can do there. So here we go. We have salvage showing there. We have an open button, which when I press should print opening to the console. Yes, it does. And then just test, which was there. So this is fine for now. I don't actually think we even need this. I think we just say this.props.open salvage. So now we can get rid of this. And then we go into client main, and in root, where I had passed in the onOpenSalvage function, I now need to define this in client main. If I could get this on by item, yeah, so onOpenSalvage. Oops, only one of those is supposed to change. And then here we're going to say OpenSalvage. Good, so by item, put this up here. We need something in the REST client for this. So this .rest client.open salvage pack then salvage pack. Or no, this would be a serialized salvage. No, wait, what? What would it be? It'd be whatever this is. This is what I'm going to get back from here. I should make this as opaque as possible to the caller. So if I get salvage pack back like this, I should turn it into a salvage pack myself. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. All right, so salvage pack. I'll just do a console.log here. Got salvage pack. Console.log sp.toString. So that'll be that for now. And then if there's any errors, then we'll just do a window.alert error.message for right now. Keep that stuff there. I guess I could say a little bit more about this. Problem in open salvage. All right, so then the REST client needs an open salvage pack function. Client, REST client, we go over to here. We have a whole bunch of fetch functions and whatever else. We want an open salvage pack. Now all this needs to do is call into the API that we wrote on the REST server. That should be pretty simple. So we change this to open salvage API URL. And this is just open salvage. I made it pretty simple. We post to it. We don't get it. I set the token that I have. And the response that I get is going to be, it's going to be a little bit difficult to parse. In fact, maybe this should not be responsible for parsing it. I think it should be. Yeah, it should be. So we need to do it. No, I'm so torn. I don't know what to do here. I don't know if this should go here or... See, this is all REST client logic. Yeah, maybe the caller should parse it. I don't know. Yeah. The caller should parse it. I think that's fine. So we get a response. We say return resp.body. Whatever that thing was called. Salvage pack, yeah. So then error in open salvage pack. Good. So then this is fine. Then the only other thing we need to do here, and hopefully that didn't screw up. Then the only other thing we need to do here is we will get the serialized salvage pack. Serialized salvage pack. That should be capitalized. Now we need salvage pack. Let's take that. Good. And then in open salvage, we deserialize it. So we say const salvage pack equals salvage pack dot deserialize serialize salvage pack. There, good. That should be that. So now we save this, assuming that this thing was done, which it looks like it. Someone join game 2. Oh yeah, I can join. Connect. Join game. All right, so who am... yes, great. I'm going to deploy a landmine bot. And this is something you shouldn't do in botland, which is reveal your strategy to the opponent. But I'm going to do that. Mine's 13531. So there's that one. Let's choose this one too. Now I'm going to deploy an artillery bot. RD. Whoops, that's not what I want. I wanted the artillery script. Deploy one of those. And now I'm going to deploy kill 13531. Which is the ultra killer bot that I actually have saved here. Yeah, deploy one of those. So there are my 3 bots. I have the RD artillery bot, I have kill 13531, and I have the mine laying bot. So let's see if this trifecta is effective. Trifective. So artillery is not that good against the cloaked bots, definitely. I mean, nothing's good against cloaked bots, really. But yeah, so I can see numprt has cloaking and missiles. And so if I wanted to counter this, I would probably want to use a reflect strategy. I don't have a bot with reflect though. So here's where what I might think if I were a real player and the game were actually out and that everything were final, I might think, okay, I can't do anything this game. I'm going to have to ask my teammates to do something. Hey, teammates, can you deploy the counter to this guy's bot? If they don't have anything, then I've got to try to come up with a strategy that beats this despite not having the direct counter, which is still possible. But then what I might think is, at the end of the match, yeah, maybe my teammates came through and we won the match because they had some good counters and we worked together. At the end of the match, I might say, I don't want to rely on other people, so I'm going to go modify my bot so that instead of cloaking, I've got reflect. But then maybe by doing that, now you'll want cloaking somewhere else. So there's strategy before you even enter the game. If we go back to this server, now I should be able to open salvage packs. Let's check it out. So I hit open and it broke. Warning, use the default. What happened here? Default value or value props instead of setting children on text area. Oh, interesting. I see what that's saying to me. That's saying that instead of doing this, I should have done this value equals test. I'm not going to even do that because I don't want anything to show up there. So we can just save that. But something's broken. Let's find out what. So it's open salvage pack here. When I hit open, what happens? Oh, that doesn't even get hit. So what, I threaded this through the wrong way? Let's find out. Open salvage, I'll bind this. That gets passed into root. Root takes that and passes that into Botland app. Botland app doesn't do anything with it. No, wait, there it is. On open salvage. Props on open salvage. So what, salvage UI doesn't do anything with it? Oh, it's on open salvage, not open salvage. Hey, Mr. Super K. And see you, Zans. Man, alright. Well, it should be fixed. Of course, it won't print it into this text area yet. I haven't made it do that. Also, I should stop this from being resizable somehow. But, oh, and put a BR here. Or just put that in a div. Doesn't matter for now. So now what I should see when I press the open button is a random collection of items printing out, because that's what a salvage pack is. It's a random collection of items. So open. Does it work? Problem. Cannot read property get item template of undefined. Oh, you can't deserialize. Oh, whoops. Alright, well, we're almost there. So when you deserialize a salvage pack, you need something else with it. How did I not test this? Yeah, for an inventory to deserialize things, it needs an item template depot. Which, how does inventory do that? Deserialize. It takes it in as the second one. Item template depot. So that should have gone here. And without this, nothing would have worked. Salvage pack.deserialize. And is this even picking up my changes? Salvage pack changed. NumPRT says, is it possible to check if a tile has a landmine on it? It is possible, but I don't really want to even tell you how, because it's going to change eventually so that it's radically different from how it works right now. So just imagine that it's not possible for right now, and I'll just stop using landmines. And I'll instead just stick to my artillery bot. Team am I on? Blue. You know, I'm going to change this code. I'm going to say this. If percent chance 50. So I only have a 50% chance to move. There. Let's deploy these bots. Fair enough. I was guessing it was something to do with check adjacent to entity. Noble Tom. Creative. I did not put myself in the creative channel. Twitch moved everybody who is considered even somewhat creative to be into the creative channel. So game development, programming, any artwork stuff, all that's in creative now. And NumPRT, so what it's going to change to, I'll tell you about what it's going to change to, because what it is now doesn't matter since it's going to be deleted. What's going to change to is that you'll be able to call an API called Reveal Mines. When you call Reveal Mines, it'll give you a buff. So it won't do anything to the state of the arena other than give you a buff that for the next, let's say, 3 turns, all mines are visible to you. So that when you try to move, you'll be able to tell where you can move safely. Right now, it's very silly how it works. So I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah, so here, this is wrong now. In fact, this is the only place this is happening. This is why I never tested it, because this is the test for it. So this dot item template depot. Yeah, there. That should work. Adam is at least somewhat creative. Yeah, Reveal Mines is magic. Poorly written magic. It was poorly designed magic. It was written exactly the way we designed it. But I just... Landmines are really weird in Botland. They're just really weird. When I talk to Ian about this stuff, who's the co-founder / game designer of this, when I talk to Ian about this, we keep saying, look, landmines, we really want them in the game. They make sense. They really resonate with users. You kind of expect landmines in a war game. But in a game about automation, either there's a direct counter to them. So imagine if everyone had the ability to put, like, diffuse landmines on their bot. And then why would you deploy your landmines in that case? Or they're in a weird spot where they're a pseudo resource almost. So imagine if you had 5 landmines that could be deployed at any given time, but only bots with landmines could do that. That means that anytime you're at less than 5, you probably want to deploy that bot just to get your landmines out there, because otherwise you're not making full use of your available resources. And it would just be frustrating if that happened. So we've been trying to design the best way for these to work. And I think we're getting better about it, but I don't know if we're pigeonholing landmines into just the worst role where people are like, these are cool, but they're just not effective, and now I can't use them. So this worked. Check it out. Now when I open a salvage pack, it tells me what I opened on the server, and now it sends it back to the client. So all I need to do is put this into here, and we're fine. Would you ever consider doing an episodic series on YouTube teaching a basic game coding? I don't think so. I don't think I'm the best equipped to do something like that, but I also do not have the time to do something like that. The entire year of 2016, what I plan on focusing on is Botland stuff. And if something doesn't directly help Botland in some way, I probably won't be doing it. Wait, mainstream, how so? Did I say that? Voyager, I'm not sure. Wait, it sounds like you might be responding to a whisper. Yeah. Echo says, no teleport item? That would be fun to code. No, there's teleport. That's already in the game. In fact, I can show it to you if you want. I can do teleport to, commit that bot. Could not set, oh, I don't own teleport. Hang on, let me buy it. Buy. There. All right, commit, join the game. So yeah, teleport's already in the game. I can use my teleport bot and then just say something like this. If can teleport x minus 5 y, teleport x minus 5 y. Otherwise, just move randomly. Unfortunately, I can't actually deploy this bot until a minute and a half from now. Or I could restart the game server. But yeah, it works. And then you said, or artillery that instead of exploding places landmines at the hit location. So one of the issues with landmines is that we decided they shouldn't have variable damage, because if they do, then you'd want to path around landmines that do way too much damage, but not path around the ones that are only going to do 2 damage to you. So that becomes just a lot of logic that you shouldn't have to add. So we settled on, for right now, 500 damage. They do 50% of your bot's total life. And if you have even 1 point of regeneration, that means it takes 3 hits for it to kill you. If you have no regeneration whatsoever, then it would take 2 hits. So there's just a lot of, yeah, we've got to figure out landmines. Oh, I see, Void Dreamer. Okay, never mind. All right, so we have open salvage. Now what we need to do is put this into the UI. And we need a reducer for this. So this is the usual. Got to get stuff into the UI, so I got to go modify the reducers and make actions for this. So there should just be set salvage contents and then also update number of remaining packs. So what's the remaining stuff to do here? So show how many unopened packs you have. I don't have that in the UI, do I? I said open pack, 5 left. So right now it just looks like open. Oops, I shouldn't have refreshed that page. A little long. All right, whatever. I gotta just focus. So I can't do the teleport thing. It exists in the game. I should show it off later at some point. But for now, let's do the unopened pack. So if I go into the salvage UI, we have open pack, and then I should say how many are remaining. This dot props dot salvage state dot num unopened packs. So there's that. Now there needs to be a salvage state, and then I need to use this. So in the item store, we're going to take the map state to props that we have here, which means we need, whoops, didn't mean to scroll like that, which means we need to change this, and then inventory state is going to be salvage state and the salvage reducer. Good. Now we don't have a salvage reducer, so we got to do this. Looks like your bots favor moving right. Yeah, they do. I'm using the RD artillery script, which they're hard-coded to only move right and down. So if I join the game, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, so my code, I actually can't show you my code anymore because it doesn't save automatically because I haven't coded that yet. But yeah, you can see my bots at the bottom right. If I kill them off and deploy them again, so let's deploy just this sort of thing, but I'll just say if can move in any direction, then move in any direction, and we'll deploy those. So there. Now there's a little bit more interaction. Oh, nice. Artillery does a lot of damage. a lot, and that's because it's the only projectile that has a travel time. So it's possible that you shoot it and you just don't even hit your target. Whereas missiles, if you aim it at a target, you will hit that target, unless it has reflect. Okay, so we need the reducer, we need the actions. Let's go start to do this stuff. So there's going to be a set unopened salvage packs. Yeah, there's going to be this. This is going to be a very simple function. Set unopened salvage packs, num packs, and that goes here, num packs. Num unopened packs, num unopened packs. What did I call it here? Num unopened packs, yes I did. Cool. So, oh, hang on a second. Okay, sorry. Mr. Super K says, going to try to code a game in Java. Thanks for someone teaching, Adam. Yeah, if you need any help, feel free to ask questions in chat. I haven't used Java in a while, but other people have in chat more recently than I have. But I might be able to answer questions anyway. So we need this, and then we also need, what's the other function called? Set salvage output. Return type set salvage output. Salvage output. Yeah, maybe we'll call it that. Then we need to take these things and make sure that they're available where we need to use them. So we want both of these. We want these in our reducers. Yeah, Lilong, I'm working on salvage packs right now, which is how you acquire new items in the game. So let's do this. Const salvage initial state equals num unopened packs. We'll just set it to 0, and then the salvage, what is it? Salvage output. Is that what I'm calling this thing? Yeah, salvage output is going to be set to nothing. So there, that's that. And then we want a reducer here. So export function salvage reducer state equals salvage initial state null switch action dot type. All right. So we're going to assign num unopened packs to action dot num unopened packs. And there, that's that. And then we do default return state. One more case here for set salvage output. And this is going to set this. Dead simple. Dead simple. Next up, we got to pull from this reducer, and then we've got to set in the reducer. So we need this and this in main. Good. I don't know if that was captured in this change. I should just put this on the other screen because this is getting kind of annoying to try to look into. So I'll save this. Then, so main will have these. Then the salvage UI has this, and then the only other thing we need to put here is value equals this dot props dot salvage state dot salvage output. I don't know, can this be formed with, let me check something. Where's that index.html that I wanted? This. Can I put new lines in here easily? Let's take a look. Inspect is not what I wanted to do. I meant to do this. So if we say ID equals test, and then in main.js we say, oh, I haven't used jQuery in forever. Value hello /n world. Just delete all these things. Does that work how I want it to? No, it didn't do anything, in fact. Can I not set value? Value is not a function. Is jQuery even a function? Nope. Wait. No, it is. ID is test. So then why did this thing not work? Does this exist? Yeah, that worked. So what, it just doesn't have a value? Text, maybe? No, I guess it's text. Oh, that worked. Okay, cool. We're good then. Olson says you're copying a lot of things wrong for the moment. What are you saying I'm copying wrong? I mean, I will end up finding these issues when I run this, but I don't know if well, yeah, like I said, I think we'll find out what's going wrong. But this stuff looks fine. Oh, set inventory rows. Yeah, I guess that part shouldn't be there. Set salvage output should have, though. Oh, it was this one. Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, so the UI is set to show this stuff. So now we just need to, in open salvage pack, just need to do this correctly. Also, we need to return the number of salvage packs you have. All right, well, fine, we can do that in a bit. Store.dispatch set salvage output to salvage pack.toString. All right, let's try that out. Okay. Then what we need is an API to get your salvage pack. So we'd say like users, user ID, salvage, num, unopened, I don't know. Maybe we just get your user information. Your user information has it. Num, unopened. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Your landmines last for 9 more turns. Let's just pick that. Missiles and cloaking. There. Okay, I'm going to close out of that. Now this seems to have failed. Map state to props salvage UI. I'm guessing this doesn't exist. Reference error connect is not defined. Yeah, this is because I never included connect here, because this was not. This is more like a container than a component. Mr. Morrow says numpacks. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think I'll do that. So let's do server.js. We go into routes. Now we have certain things about a user. I guess we have inventory. It's not really part of your inventory though. And we have botcoin. Yeah, I guess we'll just do that. Numpacks. So get user num salvage packs. Num salvage packs. Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at this. Is this fixed? The output will look weird, but hopefully the output at least got there. No, I can't even connect. Oh boy. Let's find out. It's in here in the render function somewhere that's screwing up. Shouldn't be too bad to find. So I connect, and then what do we have here? Props on open salvage, that exists, good. Salvage state does not exist. This.props.salvage state, state.salvage reducer. So it must be, oh, I never combined the, okay, I know what happened. I never used the salvage reducer. Oops. Salvage, there. Cipro says, will you add a like if you get on every day, do you get botcoins or salvage packs later? Oh, some sort of recurring ride of the. Okay, if I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly, will I add something like every day that you log in, you have a chance to win something, or you have some, recurring login bonus? Yeah, probably something like that. All right, what do we have now? All right, the salvage state actually exists, so hitting play should work. Good, and then I hit open, and that unfortunately didn't work. All right, let's take a look. What happens if I hit open again? Yeah, this at least got dispatched. So salvage state.salvage output is nothing. How did that happen? Salvage output is there. Actions temp. Set salvage output is there. Good. Am I passing in? Yeah, I am. Salvage pack.toString. I know for sure that that's set. So then the reducer must not be using this? Salvage output. Or what's going on? No, it's strange. There's nothing in this. Does that mean... That would mean the reducer isn't doing this correctly. What is going on? Set salvage output. Oh, that's why. That was not a unique value. Yeah, so what Olson said earlier was very correct. I was copying a lot of things wrong. Thankfully, it's easy enough to find, but it was an extra couple of minutes that didn't need to happen. Daily rewards. Yeah, I think daily rewards are going to happen at some point. See, those are the kinds of things that you can add at almost any point once you have the system to do these sorts of things. So check it out. We got this. 2 items, 1 artillery, 1 regen, botcoin 167. So all we need to do is format this into a proper string. So I'm just going to say here, let salvage string equals nothing. Then let's go through the salvage pack items. So we're going to say const items equals salvage pack dot get items. And I think we have access to that. Yeah, there it is. Get items, and then get botcoin. Botcoin equals salvage pack dot get botcoin. Real Link says, hey dude, creative isn't for this. You want to put the game on here as game dev? So, Link, I started streaming this morning when a game dev channel existed, and now it no longer exists. And I didn't want to stop my stream for the sake of fixing that. But it sounds like, yeah, I'm going to need to update this for the future. Let's find out. Twitch creative. So I got an email while I was at lunch. I don't actually know when it arrived, but I checked it while I was at lunch saying, yeah, game dev no longer exists. Everyone's been moved to creative. And you automatically have a hashtag for creative. So I don't know how I can show this stuff off, and also this is taking forever to load. But yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I should show up under the game dev channels here. So I click game dev. I just wait forever. Yeah, okay. So is this working? Yeah, cool. Yeah, and I show up under game dev here. I probably also show up under all channels. But you can see there's lots of things under creative that's just for game development. Wait, Link, why does that suck? There are tags in creative so that if you don't want to find this, you can not find it, and if you do want to find it, you can click the tag. So yeah, I think the nice thing about it is that the game dev channel frequently had fewer than 200 people in it across all of the different users. And sometimes, yeah, some people would start streaming and they'd get 200 themselves or something, but creative has way more viewers. All right, so we got a salvage pack. We take this. Say let, instead of things, I want this to be items. So const item. I'm going to, if this thing exists, let's just get the name of it. So salvage string plus equal item.getName. Game dev for right now just redirects to the creative channel. It shouldn't exist as a separate channel anymore. So Lulong, check your URL. You probably have creative in there somewhere. Anyway, we have this. So we have to say if I is greater than 0, then salvage string plus equal new line. And then the only other thing we want to add is botcoin, and if the salvage string wasn't set. So if salvage, if botcoin is greater than 0, so first if salvage string dot length is, I can't type anything today. So add a new line and then add the botcoin onto it. Do I want to say a plus here? Botcoin, yeah, I'll say plus. See what that looks like. Then when I save all of this, it should look a lot better now. Oh, on your phone app. Oh, that might be different. I'm not sure how it works there. And thanks for the follow link. You should get a URL. Oh, and VP also. So you guys should get URLs in the next minute or two that'll let you change the lights in my room. So feel free to mess around with those. All right, let's test this. So I connect, I hit open pack, and check it out. I got lasers, missiles, and shield from this. If I hit open pack again, lasers, missiles, botcoin plus 200, open pack, regen, wow, the rarity 4, 340 botcoin. Actually, this is like a really good pack because this is really rare. So then the other thing this needs to do is update the rest of the inventory or UI. Every time you open a salvage pack, update the inventory and item store. All right, so how many unopened packs you have, that's something I still have to do. The text field will show what you got from the pack. That's something I've just done. I need to resize this, and I want it to be something like this, and I want the text size to be a little bit larger too. So let's figure out exactly what this should look like. So I'm going to say font size is 1 EM. Yeah, no, that's not enough. 1.5 EM. Yeah, 1.5 EM looks pretty good. And the height right now is set to, yeah, we'll set it to 80. So 1.5 EM, height 80, width 200. Looks good. So we'll say const text area style equals width 200, height, whatever I just said, 80. Font size, I already forgot that too, 1.5 EM. Are you using OBS normal or OBS multi-platform? Probably the normal one. Isn't the latest influx of followers and viewers tied to Unifying Creative? It probably is. I think for a while I'll probably get more followers than I got in just game dev because there are more people wandering around the channel. So it definitely is good for me, and it's probably good for Twitch too if they're getting more people sticking around channels. Link says, I guess putting under creative does make sense as long as there isn't things like people playing music in creative, unless they made that separate now too. Well, I don't know about playing music, but creating music, I don't know what they mean by creative. Do they mean producing a game, or do they mean something, or producing something, or do they mean something like just creative faculties? They probably mean producing something. I think playing music would probably be under a different channel still. But what do I know? I'm not really in the know here. So these are the things I wanted to set. So saving that should be fine. There's still a lot more to do even before I write any of this UI or APIs for these things. So once you've gotten this, I need to fetch your inventory as well. Is there an API for me to do that? Fetch inventory. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, this won't be so bad then. So we need to do this. At the end of this, fetch your inventory and update it. Perfect. Creative used to be here just for making art, so I might be able to count. Yeah, I'm not sure. And I mean, we'll see pretty soon. I know there are a lot of tags. I haven't really explored the creative category so far. And yeah, when there's Spurman, see, now that there's no longer a game dev category, I think if you were curious about game dev, you would know that it's in creative, or you'd find out somehow, and then you'd stumble upon anyone you want to watch. Hey, Better Master. All right, so now this should be styled this way by default. Oh, no, it shouldn't be. I never typed that in, did I? Sometimes I wonder how I make it through life because I forget to type things in JavaScript. I live a very absolute life. All right, so when I say open pack, it's be very hard to check to see if this works. Oh, it is working now. Cool. Botcoin's not getting updated. That's not good. Don't you have to use your new style somewhere? Yeah, so I just did that. And what keyboard is that? It is a Microsoft Natural 4000 ergonomic. Within the bot.js program, do you support returning values from functions? Yes, I do. And it's the same way that you would normally do this. So you just say something like return 5, and then in your update function, you could say 5 equals foo. So you could do something like this. All right, here, I not only need to get this, but I also need to fetch the amount of Botcoin you have. Which I want to do all this at once. It doesn't make sense to make these separate. Get Botcoin total. Yeah, I don't like how this is gonna end up looking. Wait, that didn't paste correctly. What happened here? What did happen there? That was weird. Strange. Okay, that should work. So I think I need to write. So this is done now. Mark that as done. This is done. That's done. So then show how many open packs you have, and then after that it's lump all of the post open salvage stuff into one function maybe. So fetch inventory, Botcoin, and num unopened packs. Maybe there, yeah. There should be a single. That's the biggest thing. Let's refresh this. How'd you get it to change the lights in your room, or is that just some odd live editing stuff? So I describe how I got this stuff to work in a text file there, which hopefully still exists. Does that still exist? Yeah, I don't know what I set the expiration to on this. Oh, never. Oh, and this got a lot of views actually, 158. Wow, neat. So yeah, that describes it. And if you have any more questions, feel free to ask. Okay, so we hit open, and it works. All right, so here are the important things to note. One, take a look at the Botcoin up here. It's 1682. When I open a pack that has Botcoin in it, so 528, it got added here automatically, and now we can just start buying items using the new Botcoin. Now also take a look at, let's just say lasers for now. So lasers are set to 7. If I open a pack, and I gotta keep doing this until I get lasers. Yeah, there we go. So now I have eight lasers. There is one other thing. Nothing is stopping a salvage pack from containing 2 of the same item. So I do want to list quantity here as well. That's actually pretty important. Okay, let me go do that. So item.js has a toString function which already lists that. So let's just make use of that string here. Instead of get name, we use toString. And then we need to go modify itemdata.json. Let's get rid of all of the other items here. So the only item that exists in the game now is lasers. This actually might screw everything up. I'm not sure what this will do. And now we go restart this. Yeah. So maybe this is wrong. Yeah, I cannot read property ID of undefined. What's going on here? Cannot read property ID of undefined. It's coming from this item.getID and add item. Oh, right, I can't do this unless I do things this way. So line 94 here, item template.id. That's not really that helpful. It's coming from setup inventory, line 100. Here, add item. So items to give. Oh, right, because I hard coded that the starter inventory contains a whole bunch of different items. Oh, so I can't do things that way. Okay, then we need to hack this a different way. So let's change the rarity of all items to 4 and the rarity of lasers to 1. So now it's very likely that you get lasers, and it's unlikely that you'll get any of the other items in the entire game. And then we restart the server. So now this should not have an error. And up. What did I screw up here? Is this not valid JSON? No, it is. What did I screw up here? Salvage pack generator. Oh, there are no items of Oh, wow, I never accounted for this. Which, this will never happen in the real game. But still, I never accounted for it. What's happening is, at the end of all of the different rarities of items, I just assume that this is an array, and I push all the botcoin rarities. So what I need to do here is this. I need to say, for all the rarities that there are, do this. So make sure that there are arrays, get rid of this. There we go. That should fix this. Let's try it out. Yeah, that worked. Okay. So when I refresh this page, now I should get lasers a disproportionate amount of times. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button. Not my best day for coding. I hit open pack. I got one laser, two lasers. Okay, great. So you can get multiple lasers. Now, do they get reflected here correctly? So we have 11 right now, 12, 14. Perfect. It's working. Yeah, so it is possible that you get duplicates in your salvage packs, and this shows it off. And after I open enough of these, we should see something besides lasers and botcoin. Let's see. We haven't so far. Oh, there we go. Finally got another item. It goes to show you how rare the rarity 4 things are right now. That's all going to change, but it's good for now. So now that I tested that, let's revert this to what it used to be. So I'll just save, open, revert. Good. And that's that for now, I think. Then the next thing is show how many unopened packs I have. Oh, see you in PRT. Yeah, I'm glad you had fun. I hope to see you again. I'm going to sit down. Yeah, I'm gonna keep barreling forward here. Let's get the rest of this working. I've got to commit what I have so far. So main has changed in a kind of annoying way. This is the handler for opening a salvage pack. It returns a promise. Crit6 says, hey man, question. I only started watching today, so I don't know anything about your project, but did you make everything from scratch or do you use some kind of engine? So there's some info in the Twitch info section, which if you're on mobile, you'll have to actually find a different tab. It depends on your app. And if you're on the website, you can just scroll down. I don't mind answering a question directly here either, but if I don't answer it completely, you can always go there too. I use a lot of different libraries, but as far as the game engine itself, I've mostly written that code. The rendering is done through Pixie.js, which is a JavaScript library for client side, and I'm using just loads of libraries for other things too. But yeah, there's been, I'd say of the 72 days of development now, every day I produce a lot of code. So yeah, a lot of this is written by myself. So this is the handler for opening a salvage pack. We don't want any console.logs here. That doesn't matter. This whole form the salvage pack in a better string, I don't think this belongs here. Convert salvage pack to text area string salvage pack. All right, so let's take all of this stuff. So now I can say const salvage string equals this dot convert to, and take the salvage pack. Good. And then move all this stuff up here, and then get rid of all of this. So now this function is much, much neater. And now I should just comment what this does. Converts a salvage pack into a neat string representation for a text area tag. And this is a salvage pack, and it returns a string. Oh, except for it doesn't return a string until now. There we go. So that's done. This is done. See, this is what's frustrating. Opening a salvage pack, it sends to the server, hey, you should open a salvage pack for me. And then it sends back, here are the contents of it. Then it says, okay, what's my inventory now? And then it sends back, oh, here's your inventory, and how many Bitcoin do I have? So that's 3 round trips to the server. I'm eventually going to write an API, hopefully, that will make it 1 trip to the server, or maybe 2. I'm okay with 2, but I don't think it needs to be 3. That's a little excessive. But the rest of that looks fine. So main, I'm okay with. So what are we, like 1 for 9 right now? Let's move on. This is fine. Almost all of the action creators are fine by default because of how simple they are. And to show you guys what I mean, action creators are functions that just return an object describing what changed in your UI state. And this is what Redux takes care of for me. So they all have a type. The type is just some arbitrary string. I just set them to like set team score, delete all team score, something like that. And they've got some data, which are going to be the parameters. And that's it. That's what every single one of these functions looks like. They don't do any transformation. They are pure functions and they have no side effects. They're all very simple. So when I see code here, I just think, yeah, whatever. It's fine. That's one of the few files where I do that. Most of these I like going through and actually reading through each line of code again. But those are dead simple. That I want to comment, which is here. So this is a number, the number of unopened salvage packs that you have. And then this is the output from the last salvage pack. Okay, looks good. Imagine if that was your whole code base, when I just never looked through it. Yeah, it'd get pretty bad pretty quickly, I think. So open salvage pack. This is in the REST client. Open salvage. Opens a salvage pack. Returns a promise. Do I have any? Nah, that's pretty much it. That's fine. Okay, cool. So that's done. Salvage pack here now takes in an item template depot. Yeah, that's actually enough to just check it on its own. Fixed a bug in salvage pack where the deserialize function was not taking in an item template depot, which was needed for inventory's deserialize function. Good. Oh, no, I mean pure functions. Oh, yeah. Well, okay, so there were 2 parts to what I said, I guess. One is that the pure functions, I don't need to go looking through those to see if the code is written well. If my whole code base were pure functions, I would need to actually go over them. But yeah, there would be a lot less management of mental state because all of the state is provided to the function and anything that changed is outputted from the function. It doesn't just go modifying other classes. So maybe after all of this, the next project I make is going to be purely functional, and I bother everybody else on whatever team I'm on. Or I greatly please everyone on the team because they're happy that it's pure functional. So fixed a bug where if you didn't have items of, say, rarity 2, then it would try appending the Bitcoin drop to an array that it assumed existed, but it didn't. Yeah, so I'm going to check in just this. So there were 2 bug fixes as part of those things, so those don't really count as files for this main commit that I did, but we're getting there, and I've looked through all of the files now except for the last one, this one. This represents, this contains everything related to salvage packs. Opening, displaying. That's actually it. There's only opening and displaying. So I guess we should say this UI lets you open/display salvage packs. Alright. The client can now open and display salvage packs. This correctly updates the inventory and the item store, although it does so by hitting the REST server 2 to 3 times. There's one other problem. Oh yeah, also the number of unopened packs that you have is not properly fetched from the server. All right. So this thing that I was about to write, we are no longer going to write that because that's a really bad API now. The way that I'm going to change it, and let's make sure that I didn't modify that file. I did not. Okay, good. The way that I'm going to change it is this. Lump all of the post-open salvage stuff into one function. So you should be able to select which things you want to get from a user, whether it's the inventory, the bot coin, the number of unopened packs, and then everything should funnel itself into that API. So let's load this up. I want to see how they suggest that I do this. So if I want to get a particular thing, yeah, filtering, sorting, searching. Sort equals Q equals. So I basically just have what I want to select, I guess. Limiting which fields, just question mark fields is how I could do this. Okay, let's do it. So /users/user ID/ no, just question mark fields. That's how I want to do this. Yeah. I don't know if I do this anywhere already. The closest I got is with get users. There's a filter by name if the name query is there, which is something that shows as a get parameter. And then there's token as well. So I guess I make a filter user. How did I even get to this route? /users/. Okay, so then here's what I'd want to do. I'd want to do /user ID/. I think this is going to be a little bit tough. Let's just write test here. So there's get user, and then there's going to be filter user. Rec res next. Let's just say res.send 200 test JSON.stringify rec.query. There, let's do that. Let's see what this turns into. So I rerun this. I make a user/1 question mark test equals 5. I don't know. Send. Method not allowed. Oh, I gotta change it to get. No, this went down the wrong route. I need to put a slash here, I guess. No. Oh man, how do I do this? Oh, see ya, move along. How do I do this? Get users user ID. Why did this work? And this stuff too, I don't want any middleware for this. I don't think that's necessary. Let's just rerun this. Hey, Smelly Bat. So I'd send, user1 does not exist. This does not exist. This calls the same thing that I already had there. Okay, fine, whatever. I think I know what I have to do then. So if I don't specify any fields explicitly, then I want to pull everything from the database. And if I specify any fields, then I just want to pull those in. But there are only certain fields that are allowed. You should only be allowed to get things like, I guess, your ID. Yeah, you need your ID. You need your ID, you need your name, bot coin, not your password. That's not even going to be stored in the database eventually anyway. This is needed, this is needed. So stuff that's not needed is like is valid and is immune. These are account metadata fields. Same thing, num logins. Like, you shouldn't be able to figure this out. So let's change this. Get user needs to be modified. So this is going to turn into filter user. So let's get rid of the test function. Get user. All right, let's take a look. Filter. How do they do this? They say fields equals whatever. Yeah, I guess we'll say fields too. And they just put them as comma separated. Fields equals rec.query.fields. JSON stringify fields. Let's see what we got here. So I restart this. Go over to here. I say I want to get fields equals, I want name and I want Botcoin. We hit send and we get fields of name comma Botcoin. So we need to parse this ourselves. So if util.exists fields, this should be like the fields param. And then we just modify this so that that's there. Get rid of that. All right, so then the actual fields that you have, const fields, need to validate fields param to make sure you're only getting allowed fields. So let's say allowed fields equals, what do we even have in the database? I guess we could just allow everything for right now, or mostly everything. So we want ID. There's a faster way to do this. There. All right. And we put commas on that stuff. So here are the allowed fields that you can get. And I'm not going to let you get is valid, is immune, num logins. What else can't you get? The password, Botcoin name, token. So these are the things that you're allowed to get. So if this thing exists, we need to make sure that each field inside of it is valid. So we check. Oh, we first need to do this. Fields requested equals fields param dot split. Well, no, there's actually something else here. If not is string fields param. That's not possible, is it? Yeah, I don't think this is possible. But let's send something anyway. Error fields is not a string. I don't think this is possible. But anyway, at this point we know it's a string, so we can split based on commas. And then if you requested anything specifically, you need to make sure that it's in the list. So go through everything you requested, fields requested, field requested, and then make sure it's there. So if not underscore dot contains, I don't even know if it's contains. I always forget this stuff. So let's try it out. Underscore dot contains. Yeah, this apparently works. 1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah, good. Okay, so if underscore dot contains allowed fields, field requested, rest dot send 400 error not allowed to get specified fields. Return. So at this point, we know that everything you said is something you're allowed to get, but you might have said nothing. So we need to check for that too. So here we'd say fields.push field requested. Yeah. And now if fields requested dot length equal, no, it's just fields. If fields dot length equals 0, then we specify all of them. Fields equals allowed fields. If they didn't specify any fields, then we give them everything. All right, good. So fields is read only. Is that what I screwed up? Yeah. Problem solved. Now the only issue is that I need to only get those things from the database. So let's go take a look at database wrapper. Get user. So this does a dot select. What we need to change it to is a dot select of all of the allowed stuff. Is there a better way to do this? Let's take a look. Select. Oh, you can just specify an array of columns. Man, they made this super easy. Wow. This is gonna be a cakewalk. So we just say this. Actually, this should be columns, I guess. Columns is gonna be an array of string columns. The columns to select. Whoops. Then in here, yeah, we should probably name this columns to select. So field. Oh, Loner triggered the key phrase. Where is this? I wrote this somewhere about a haircut. Wait. Did I not write it? No, maybe this thing doesn't exist. Alright, well, I don't know. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I made a policy a while ago where the first person to comment on my haircut gets 3 points. Don't even ask why I made that policy. I don't remember what we were talking about that day, but I will honor it. Although, in my opinion, Loner should lose a point for saying if you got one, which is a very non-committal way of saying nice haircut. It's like going up to someone and saying, hey, you look really good if you lost weight. I don't know what their reaction would be if you did that. I would expect thanks, I guess. That's the only valid reaction. So I think this should work. I think what I was in the process of changing here is this thing to columns. Okay, let's try this out. Alright, here we go. So when we say get user, this is probably not going to work. Yeah, cannot verify token. Okay, let's go create a token. Create, copy, paste, send. Okay, so we got everything. Now what if we said question mark fields equals name? We hit send. Yeah, we just got the name now. Name, comma, botcoin, send. Got a name of botcoin. Name, comma, botcoin, comma, num logins. Not allowed to get specified fields. Yeah, so num logins is not allowed. And we just didn't specify anything for fields. Oh, this is a little strange. I think this should return everything. What's going on here then? What is going on here? Fields param is going to exist but be nothing, I guess. So then when you split it, it's going to be an empty array. We go over this, nothing gets pushed, and this is 0. So yeah, what is this? Stringify fields param. All right, let's see. It is an empty string. Okay, I am confused. So we have a string and we do dot split on comma. What happens here? It should be an array with an empty string in it. Oh, an array with an empty string, not an empty array. So we get here, and then field request is going to be nothing. So we say columns to select dot push an empty field. So then we need to, if field requested dot length equals 0, then just continue. This can happen if you didn't specify any fields, because when we split a string, wait, this is stupid. if fields param.length is greater than 0. That's how this should happen. Then we get rid of this code entirely. Okay, and then all of this should eventually be moved into middleware, I think. So now I think we can get rid of this, and now this should work. Let's try it out. So I hit send, and I should get everything back. Yeah, I did. Okay, so good. I can filter things now. So if I just want the inventory, I just get the inventory. So then all of these other APIs can be done away with. It's so stupid. Shouldn't have done that. All right, well, maybe I don't do away. No, it's bad to have APIs that are there but can't be used. Or bad to have them that are there that I'm not using, because then if there's ever a bug and someone's able to get information that they shouldn't be allowed to get, oh, I should wipe out all of this then. Yeah. Burn it to the ground. All right, well, Control A, backspace. Done. Can't do that. That'd be a little too easy. I don't think it's worth doing this and doing that in this commit. Delete the more granular fetch APIs. So REST client. I need to do this in a very smart way. Savage. How many people are here? Creative channel. 39. So one of the things that's nice about the creative channel, which I mentioned earlier, is that there's a larger audience there. But I think one of the problems is that it's the whole big fish in a small pond versus medium fish in a big pond. So if you are one of the top few game development streamers, people who don't want to watch, numbers 1 or 2 might go to number 3, but they're probably not going to go to number 67. If I'm really low in the creative streams, people probably just won't click on my stream. We'll have to see how that works. Control A, delete the game. Good old, I've given up. I'm sick of this. No, it hasn't gotten to that point. This is not like irreparable or something. I just need to go change a couple of APIs. So the way that things are happening right now, and this is the most obvious place where this can be improved, I fetch the inventory, and then I go right back to the server and fetch the Botcoin total. So now I want to fetch just certain fields. Now to make this a nice API, I would want to probably make an enumeration of fields you can fetch, and then know which ones those correspond to for database columns. I'm not sure exactly how I want to do this. Where do I use get Botcoin total anyway? By item, I get an inventory and response. Then I get the Botcoin total as well. Yeah, that's fine. This is fine. So what about fetch inventory? Where do I use this? I get the BOP, then I get that. No, that's fine too. So I think this is the first place where I need to do this. And I need, in particular, the inventory and Botcoin total. So you know what? I'm going to make, this is going to be a little bit stupid. I'm going to make a not very generic get Botcoin and inventory. Take that. Fields equals Botcoin inventory. Yeah, I'll say gets both the Botcoin total and the inventory for your user. This should eventually be made into a more generic API. It should be. But anyway, get user details API URL, and then this goes here to get Botcoin total. Botcoin. So then this is different too, because what I get back, if I say I want inventory and Botcoin, I actually get both of these things back, inventory and Botcoin, but it's all returned as part of user. So what I really want to do is, I guess, this dot Botcoin. No, what? Why would I do this? No. That should never happen. So this will contain whatever it is you wanted. Yeah. All right, so now we call this API for main right here. And what we get in response is serialized inventory equals resp.inventory. Whoop, nope. Yeah. This is pulling a fast one on you guys. Ha! You fell for it. I didn't mean nope, I meant yes. Look, this worked. Inventory Botland. Okay. So we just do that and we're done. Right? Right? Yeah, I think that's it. So we cut out an entire round trip to the server. And other APIs can be simplified, although I don't know if it's worth doing right now. Let's close all of this other stuff. And then commit. I want to take a look at what changed here. Actually, we should probably test it first. So let's go test it. So we got to just look at the same thing that I looked at before. When I hit connect, we take a look. Botcoin is 9262. Got to make sure that it can go up. Yep, it can. 9339. So that works. And then we take a look at, let's say, lasers. Lasers is at 26. Now it's at 27. So good. That worked. And it worked in one trip. So it's now faster, less load on the server, less load on the database. Yeah. All right. So time to check in the code. Get user. This has this whole fields to select stuff. I should probably refactor this too. Refactor get user so that the filtering takes place in middleware. For right now, I think this is fine. Allowed fields. It's not allowed fields. It's allowed columns. I should change that. Okay, that was really laggy. Allowed columns. Fields param. Yep. So this is validate the fields param if it exists. Make sure that each field is something that is valid. This is not the best way of doing it. I'm pretty sure this is going to be turned into an O of N search. I don't know how else they could do it in an array that isn't sorted or numerical or anything like that. So what we probably should do is change this into an object so that it gets a little bit faster, and then change all of these things into just :true. It doesn't really matter. Because I'm going to refactor this code anyway. Yeah, all right, the rest of this looks fine. All right, good. 2 more files to look through. This is one. This code got a little bit cleaner. And then this is a not very generic function. So I'm going to do some refactoring right after this. So changed get/users/user ID so that it can accept a fields equal parameter where you can specify what you'd like to fetch from the database. This allowed me to cut out an entire round trip to the REST server when fetching both the inventory and the Botcoin total. Change it into a BST. They totally support that API. Wait, well, I could just change it into an object. That would be totally fine, because then you can just search by key. All right, it's time to wipe out some code. Are you ready for this? So we're going to funnel everything into get user details. Details. Fields. Better sort it and then overload find to do binary search. All right, I think I'm going to need to write 10,000 lines of code to see if an object contains a key. I think that's the best way to do this. I think I should use 4 different programming languages. Haskell, definitely. Haskell version 2, because it's a different language from Haskell. Haskell version 3, and Python. Yeah, let's do that. So then I got to write the API to use Haskell right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to say the get user details API is this, and the fields we're going to do fields as string equals fields dot join comma. See, the whole notice me senpai thing works both ways. I just want chat to notice me. This is all just a big 72-day long adventure seeking journey, or attention seeking journey, where I don't pay attention to what I say. So then I get this, I pass the token, I get the response. I pretty much just return this, and then I say that there was an error here and throw the response as an error. But then callers wouldn't be able to do anything there. I don't know if that matters. So then in get botcoin total, this is what's going to change. I basically just say return this dot get botcoin or get user details. And I pass in the field of botcoin. No, I can't do that. No, I need to do this at the end of this, because then I'll get the user, and I want to take the botcoin from there. So now callers would be totally the same. This doesn't need to be done. It could be done, it just doesn't need to be. It's caught elsewhere. Throw response as error. Yeah. Oh man. So wait, okay, monadic bind. I said earlier, and I guess Spurtman too, I said earlier that I see your point, and that depending on how you define language, like, you know, Java 7 and Java 8 can be different languages. But let's say Python patch, fixed bug in, I don't know, floor function for some weird edge case. And now this is version 2.7.0.1 instead of 2.7.0.0. Are these two different languages? I want to know how deep does this rabbit hole go? And by the way, this is all tongue in cheek. If you just don't want to answer that question, I don't really care. Now, the question I really have, and this is for myself, but I'm going to ask it out loud because I'm streaming, is do I want a catch here, or do I trust that the caller is going to do this, and if not, it's just going to bubble up to the console, I guess, and then crash your code? Okay, thanks, monadic bind. I've hit the teasing threshold. Monadic bind now hates me. Congratulations, player one. So get botcoin total. This is now not really an important thing. Maybe I should just make a generic function to begin with, where field should be. Do I have constants in here? I don't, but there's nothing stopping me from getting them. All right, I'll make an enum. I'll take it in. I'll know what those turn into for database fields. Yeah, that's the best way to do this. So let's say export const user selectable user fields. So there's going to be botcoin, which I guess is going to go to Botcoin. There's going to be inventory, which will go to inventory. And is there anything else? I mean, there's like name and everything, but I don't really want to do those yet. So this is an enum of string. It's not an enum. It's an object. I mean, I guess I could say it's an enum. It doesn't matter. So when keys, strings well, no, keys doesn't matter. Values, strings representing a database column. These are sent to the REST server when getting information about a user. Yeah, let's do that. So now in REST client, we want to import constants. And then in get user details, we could say, oh, this only will kind of work. Kind of. So this would be Botcoin, which means callers can just figure out what it is that they want. I'm not sure what I want to put here. Let's take a look at how callers use this. Get Botcoin total. So there are two places where this happens. How bad would it look if I did something like this? Get user details, selectable. Oh, whoops, it had to be constants, not selectable, whatever's. .Botcoin. And that means I need to change this here too. Constants dot. Is that okay for a caller to know, I want Botcoin, so give me Botcoin? I think that's okay. I think the only other thing I would do here is this. I'd say if not is array fields, or rather if it's a string. Let's just do that, yeah. If is string fields, fields equals fields. We make it an array. Alright, good. Or, better yet, yeah, better yet indeed, fields as string equals null. So if that's the case, then fields as string equals fields, else take this. Cool. All right, yeah, I think this is okay. So then we can get rid of this function entirely, but get Botcoin total. And what we need to change this to is have this up here and have get user details in the comment here. Comment here sounds like commandeer, which could sound like either of these. Oh God, what am I really saying anymore? All right, get Botcoin total can be deleted, as can most of my brain safely. And it can be replaced with this. Oh, except for it can't be. Oh, that's why. Because I need to get Botcoin out of the user object that gets returned. All right, well, whatever. We can do that. I don't think that's such a bad idea. User const Botcoin total equals user.Botcoin total. I don't even need to do this. There's no point. Just do this here. All right, so then the rest of this needs to be pretty much the same way. So there was sell item. Where is buy item? Why is it nowhere near sell item? So this, get rid of this, and change this. All right, so then fetch inventory is another one of those functions that is now no longer necessary, and that thankfully is only being used in one spot. So this is going to change similarly. We say that we want the inventory, and then we get a user, and we just say update this with user.inventory. All right, so now we can get rid of that function too. Fetch inventory. Cool. So get Botcoin in inventory is the last code that I need to remove. as right here, and we change this to get user details, get bot coin and inventory. So now this needs to change to an array of both this and this. Yeah. Then we get the user back, and this will just be this stuff. All right. I think that's it, and I think that means that I can cut this function out too, which if I look at the code change, I'll need to save that file, of course. We ended up removing we added 4 lines to main. We removed, wait for it, okay there. We removed 35 lines from here, so that's a net loss of 31 lines. Then we added 10 lines here, so that's 21 lines gone. But I'm about to add comments in, so it'll probably be more like 15 lines gone. Either way, it's better. There's less code to maintain. So let's take a look, see if everything still works. Open salvage underscore is not defined. Open salvage. Where would I be trying to use underscore where I don't have it? Oh, in here. Oh, that was an easy search. All right. So let me start to comment this stuff then. Get user details. Fetches arbitrary fields about a user. Oh, there's one other API I can get rid of here, which is fetch user info. Yeah, this doesn't need to be there at all. So this is either an array of string or it's a string, and the strings aren't really strings, they're constants dot selectable user fields. Okay, so if a string, I'll just make them, let's change it this way. The strings are really, if you specify a string, then it indicates that you only want that particular field. If you specify an array, it means you want all of the fields that you specify. And if you specify nothing, then you will get all available information about a user. This returns a promise. So then the last part is not true right now. No, wait, yes it is, because this will be null. What happens if you do this? Let's try something out. I expect this to just say null, but I need to make sure. So console.log null. Yeah, it printed null. Okay, great. Wait, no, that's a bad thing. Make it an empty string. That's better. All right, so then get user details can replace get user info or fetch user info. So where is this called from? It's only called from one place. That's pretty useful. So we can just say get user details. And nothing's passed in. We get everything straight from the database. Perfect. So we can just delete this whole function. Hey OJ, all your bot coin belong to me. Isn't it our belong to you? Yeah, and the rest of this is just fetching what? Tokens, don't care. Bays, don't care. Yeah, that's it. And then is there any other get API here? Nope. Okay, let's test it. So I hit connect. Ah, I broke something immediately. That's not good. Get user details. Oh, whoops, this is not even the right place. Get user details. Right here. Things are failing there. No, they're not failing there. Oh, that was by item. Oops. Where is the real one of these things? This. This is where I think things are failing. But I'm not sure why. Yeah, so right here, what does this API do? We have get user details. No, no. What happened? If is, oh, whoops. Oh, else if underscore dot is array fields, then do that. Because what I was doing is, also I forgot to put a question mark up here. We could just say undefined or that fact. Yeah. What I was doing is it was dropping into the is array and then trying to join on undefined, which is obviously a no-no. JavaScript doesn't like it when you do that. I connect. Okay, connecting. Nope, I was about to say connecting worked. It actually might have worked. Oh, it did, yeah. All right, then I open a salvage pack. Okay, yeah, I think everything's working again then. So I can delete this. Let's take a look. Sell lasers. Sell, sell, sell. I am getting money for that. My lasers are going down. Perfect. Open packs. Is my money going up? Yes. Are my items going up? Yes. All right, cool. And I can buy stuff too, right? Yeah, it looks good. So let me burn through all my cash here. Not enough Botcoin, 102. And let me try using Zapper 3, which I don't have. Yeah, could not set new hardware. All right, I think everything's working. So I ended up removing more lines than I expected. Lines added 18, lines removed. Oh, is this up to date? Yeah. So I removed a lot. That's pretty good. Because I have a generic get user details function on the REST server, I was able to factor out a lot of redundant functions like get Botcoin total, fetch inventory, etc. And I think that's it. Nice. Yeah, I removed a lot of lines there. And then the rest of this, it's not like any of this is more complex. I mean, sure, you need to say, before there was a function called get Botcoin and inventory. That was really just a hack by me. Now you have to say, I want Botcoin and I want inventory. I think that's, yeah, I think that's okay. So I can check that in. So there was that. Done. So now that you can get, okay, now you can finally obtain how many unopened packs you have. So when you first get your user details, we say update inventory in Redux. We can also say store.dispatch, set num, no, set salv, what did I call this? Set unopened salvage packs is called set unopened. Set unopened, yeah, I guess I do have that. All right, so user dot num unopened, yeah, it's this. Wow. Way to go, Sublime. So I want that, and then there's one other place where I want this stuff. So that's when you first authenticate, we need to set what value you have. And then where's the other place? Whenever you open a salvage pack, yeah, open salvage. Oh, which means I need a new constant. What is this called? Num salvage packs. I guess I should say unopened in here. Might as well. Might as well be super specific. Hey Nogel, thanks for following. You will get a link briefly to control my lights. And now that I have that, I can do store.dispatch set unopened to user.num unopened salvage. Cool. So this is not done building yet, but this button says 0 remaining. When I reconnect, that will be correct. Hopefully. It should say 4,000 something. Nope, I broke it. How did I break it? How did I break it? Strange. Okay, let's refresh and try debugging this. So what was I fetching? I was doing get user details of nothing. So I put a breakpoint here, connect. And then does it get down to here? It does. So dv user, does this contain num empty or num unopened, whatever's? Yeah, here, 4927. So then I tried dispatching that and that fails. Set unopened salvage packs. Type is this. Good, that part's fine. So now we go into reducer and I go to the salvage reducer. I click this, that should get hit. It didn't get hit. The salvage, what? No. No, that means I made a typo in this function. Oh, I did. Okay, well, whatever. So we can get rid of this. I think this will start to work now. Do I have any other breakpoints? I do. Remove them all. All right. So now I just refresh this page. Hit connect. Yeah, check it out. 4927 remaining, 4926 remaining, 4925. Perfect. Yeah, nice. It's working. Ah, so cool. All right, so I can check this in too. That wasn't too bad. The UI now correctly reflects how many unopened salvage packs you have remaining. All right, done and done. Delete the more granular fetch APIs, that's done. Refactor get user so the filtering takes place in middleware. Do I want to do that? I don't know if I want to do this. The thing that I'm talking about is this. Like, there's the whole allowed columns and all this checking. This probably shouldn't be done here. I don't know. Yeah, fine. After much inner turmoil, I have decided that it makes the most sense to do that. So get user is only ever used in one spot. So making middleware for it should be pretty easy. Yeah, fine. So it's basically all of this stuff. What do I call this though? What does this do? It turns, yeah, it's like extract get user columns to select recres next. So here's our function. By the end of this, what we need set is columns to select. So we do this dot set bl info rec columns to select columns to select. There is no res here. No, wait, yes there is. Fields. Yeah. Yeah, I think this will work. So then over here, all we need to do is say columns to select equals this dot get bl info rec columns to select. And there's one more thing we need to do, and that is get user dot find here. Let me do this. Okay, let's try it out. So if this works, this sort of thing should work again. So we hit send, and it broke. Well, so much for that. Yeah, so much for that. All right, how did I break this? Get user now has middleware here. This, oh, I never called next. Oh, all right. Problem solved. Now we hit send here, and we get apparently nothing. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Thanks, Shia. Thanks. Wait, what? I called next. Did I make a typo up here? No, I didn't. All right, maybe I just tried this too soon. I gotta wait for this thing to time out. Is there a way to? I could press this, but then that's gonna reset everything. There's no way to make this auto timeout. What's X do? No. Fine. Maybe I should have just stopped this. I guess it's too late. Monte Carlo fallacy. Darn it. Fine. I'll just reset it. There. Get this. You do not have an auth token in your header. That's unfortunate. Yeah, this isn't returning. No, something's wrong. So let's see. Here we have rest.send and then return. Rest.send and then return. And then here we finally call next. Yeah, I don't know how this could fail. Unless it didn't build. Did I check that? It built. Ah, yeah, it hadn't built. Weird. Wait, so if I don't specify any fields, I get everything. Good. If I specify any individual fields like ID, I should just get that. Good. If I specify something weird like capitalized ID, it says not allowed to get that. If I specify something else that exists but that I'm not allowed to do, like number of logins, not allowed to get that. And if I specified everything individually, name, num, unopened, packs, what's that really called? Let me just do it this way. Okay, here is the string that I want. Yeah, it works. Okay, we're done. So I made middle, whoops, I forgot to, got one thing. This is middleware to extract the columns that the caller wants to select from the database in the getUser function. Don't care. Refactored the REST server so that there is now middleware for selecting columns. Now, the important part here is this. getUser is a very simple function now. We got our user ID already saved because we had middleware to do that. We have our columns to select already saved. We already know that you're the user who you say you are. Middleware took care of all of that for us. So now the only code we really have is go fetch the user, return success, return failure. That's it. That's all we need to do. So this is much nicer. Now, of course, we had to add some lines to do that, but that's okay. So we don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. And we don't need any of that. Done. Finally, we're at the test everything. Hooray. So let's go run our test coverage. Test gulp file. Istanbul. Man, it's annoying when that happens. Then I run the test. Now let's close out of this and this and this. The rest of this is fine. And I'll also modify the today to just say what I'm working on. Adam is finishing the day by testing salvage packs. Last updated now. There. Mr. Morrow says, did you end up using Istanbul for coverage? Yes, I did. And I only turn it on when I really need code coverage for something. So like right now, I'm about to check into this. So let's find out what my code coverage says. Index.html. So what I want to check is the salvage stuff. I don't have any coverage there. Yeah. So here's what I need. Salvage pack generator. Are you working with another admin? What? An admin? An Adam? I don't know what you mean. So let's see, inventory. Did anything get all items? We're not testing that. Although that's okay. That's not really used for anything too important. It's a very simple function anyway. Inventory util, generate salvage pack function. So we got to test this. That's something where there's no coverage for this function right now. Everything else has pretty much complete coverage. Item.js, is there anything missing here? Yeah, a whole bunch of getters. I don't really care about that. Although get rarity, I'm surprised I don't use that right now. Is combinable in item template. That should be tested. An item template depot. Okay. So there's this, there's salvage pack generator, and there's salvage pack. Those are the important things. Oh, and there's a lot of the inventory constructor that I haven't tested. I'm kind of surprised at this thing. Weird. Arguments array. No, I am testing it. Oh, interesting. Because I changed the function in the test suite. I remember. Okay, so I need to test this salvage pack generator. How do I go about doing this? What's the best way? All I need is an item template depot, and then I can just start generating salvage packs. So maybe I make my own test for this. All right, let's do it. So that we're gonna call this the salvage test. We're gonna go into inventory test, and we're gonna save this as salvage test. And then we might need a lot of this stuff. I'm not totally sure yet. We'll need to change this. Salvage unit test. So read that. We'll just say should test. Console.log. Yes. Delete all of this. All right, there's our test. Let's run it. This won't really do anything. It'll just say yes, man. Yeah, that worked. So here's what we need to test. This code, inventory util, so this code. So I need to make a salvage pack generator. That's something I don't have right now. So let's do that. Salvage pack generator. Type is that. We need to import it. Then we need to make use of it. I don't like when that happens. There we go. All right, so we should test it. Let's start with something really basic. So here's our generator. Just right away, just by constructing it, we've tested practically half the class. But the most important function we obviously won't have tested, which is generate salvage pack. That's the most important thing here. And actually generate rarity too. We should be testing both of these functions. So should generate rarities the right % of the time with generate rarity. What have I worked on today? Today I worked on this. So before you had an inventory and a way to buy more items. Now you also have this. You have a concept of salvage packs. each account starts with something like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, something low, but I set this to about 5,000. So when you open a salvage pack, any items you get from it or any bot coin will immediately be added to your inventory. So as I just click through this, you can see that the fields in the inventory are going up. And these items have a built-in rarity to them. So the rarities are actually displayed over here. Their buy price divided by 100 is the rarity. So lasers, not very rare. Teleport, pretty rare. So if I just hit open pack a whole bunch of times, we don't see teleport. We still haven't seen teleport. We still haven't seen it. Actually, now I kind of wonder how many times it's going to take. I think it's like a 2% chance. Oh no, 1% chance that it'll drop, I think. So yeah, I'd have to click this a whole lot. But, so yeah, it's based, the rarities are now taking effect. So this is great. Item acquisition was not a thing. It wasn't even, inventory wasn't even a concept as of what, 2 weeks ago. And now we've gotten to the point where you can buy items, you can sell items, you can acquire them through salvage packs. The only other thing left to do with purchasing would be letting you get more bot bays. So there'd be a little button here that would say purchase new bot bay. And when you do that, you get a whole other bay. And then you should be able to use it in games. I'll be right back. Bathroom. All right. So it should generate rarities with the right percent of the time would generate rarity. So Test Simulation Server has something for this with a reflect test. And I definitely don't want to write a test like this multiple times. So I need to make this very generic. Maybe there would be like a test util. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Test util. Yeah, let's think about that. So what of this could I extract out into a test util? So let's save testutil.js. And now let's get rid of everything in the file. Let's go over to regular util.js and then export a function like how we normally export a function. We'll just call this test. I don't really need this to say anything. I don't care. It's this stuff that I want to figure out. What can be made generic here? So difference threshold equals 5. So let's pass that in. Difference threshold. Chance to reflect equals 0 or chance to reflect equals 100. Difference threshold equals 0. Yeah, because if something has a 0% chance of happening or 100% chance, you want to make sure that the recorded probability is exactly 0 or 100. That's why I had this. So the number of trials needs to be here too. Number of trials. And then expected chance. And then a function, foo function. So difference threshold, we don't say let here, we just get rid of that. and then if expected chance equals 0 or 100, there's no margin of error. Set base chance to reflect, don't care about that. We could have like a pre-test function, or you could just call that before doing this, chance to reflect. Yeah, maybe you could set up the reflect code. So all of this stuff would be the function to run. No, it wouldn't be. It'd be the function to run before this. All right. Yeah, reflect bot. So num trials is already decided for us. Result. How would we get a result out of this? No, maybe. Let me think about this. Our result for us would be what items were generated. Yeah, maybe we can't make a test util that easily. All right, fine. I don't think we can. Or maybe it's not a good idea to do it this way. Maybe I should just write the test and then work on this. All right, let's try it. Num trials equals 100,000. And what are the rarities in the salvage pack generator? We can just get them here. Number of rarities. And we had the absolute chance of rarities. So num rarities and absolute chance. Num rarities equals salvage pack generator dot num rarities. Then this equals. Okay. So we need to make results. Const result rarity counts for num rarities. We store this. Rarity counts I. Actually, we want to do it this way. Rarity counts I equals 0. So we start them all off at 0. Then we go through a bunch of trials. So we put this down here. 0 num trials. Creator tag says, what are you doing? I am working on tests right now for Botland. More specifically, I just coded the part of the game where you can open packs of items and possibly money. So as I click this open button, I either get some money or I get items, and they get added to my inventory. What I'm doing right now is testing to make sure whether these probabilities are what I expect them to be. So let's see what we got here. We're going to go through each trial. I'm going to call into generate rarity. So rarity equals generate rarity. That's actually this. Good. Then rarity counts rarity plus plus. And that's it. And then at the end of this, I should get roughly the distribution that I expect. So if I were to stringify the rarity counts right now, in fact, let's run, I think 100,000 tests is fine. Let's turn off code coverage for a second here. Test gulp file. Oh, it's not actually that necessary. That's fine. Creator tag says hobby. While it used to be a hobby, it is now my full-time job, although I'm not getting paid for it. Night Killer says, are there going to be white, common, blue, yellow, legendary? We'll have names for this probably, because I think calling it rarity 1, rarity 2 is really awkward, but I don't know what our names are going to be. Yeah, they might be something like just common, rare, super rare, ultra rare, who knows? Just something. But we'll come up with that later. So rarity counts. So we got 60,000 ones, which look at, okay, so here are our values: 60,000 approximately, 30,000, 8,000, 2,000. So remember the numbers: 60, 30, 8, 2. Does that sound familiar? 60, 30, 8, 2. So we are getting exactly what we expect for our distribution here. Tiers. I think using tiers for rarity is kind of strange, if that's what you're asking. Because right now, the way that I'm describing items they're either rarity 1, 2, 3, or 4. That's how I'm talking about them. So what these might eventually map to, which I believe is your first question, is something like common, rare, epic, legendary, something like that, right? And so yeah, these names will eventually exist. So when you ask tiers, I'm not totally sure what you mean. Man, it's just metal types for rarity, since you would likely use these materials to build the bots. we've thought about something like that, so I don't want to go too much into the canon of Botland, but yeah. We'll come up with the names later. I think that's good. And Night Killer said how. I don't know what you're saying how to. Yeah. So, like I said, we're definitely going to come up with names for them. I just don't know what they are yet. So, absolute chance of rarity. So now we need to do a couple of things. We'll have the rarity counts. So now here's what we do. We have const actual percent equals rarity counts I, or actual count. So the percent is going to be this, divided by num trials. No, that's the actual count. Expected percent is just absolute chance of rarity I. And now we want the allowed difference, const allowed difference. So let's take a look at what we really got here. Here are numbers. So with these, I only care about these things. So here are numbers, and we want to divide all of them by 100,000. Actually, you know what? I should put this in a new thing. All right, good. So let's divide all of them by 100,000. And so here are our percentages. Now here are the differences for our normal, like our normal values. So we had 0.8, we had 0.6, we had 0.08, and we had 0.02. So these things all equate to these differences. So I guess differences as a percent of the base, and these we should do the absolute value. So we again go with our like divided by 0.8 divided by 0.6. Oh wait, I already screwed up. Oh man. Darn it. It's not 0.8, 0.6, it's 0.6, 0.3. Yeah, that's why that was so weird. Yeah, so our actual differences is in the thousandths. So I guess as long as it's less than 0.005, yeah, then we're pretty good. So let's try that. And granted, this is just probability, so it's possible if this test fails. It's entirely possible, although insanely unlikely, that all we ever generate is the highest rarity items 100,000 times. That is totally possible. Actually, I'm not sure if it's possible with pseudo-random number generators. I assume it is. I'm not sure how they work. Well, with a cryptographically sound random number generator, it would be possible, because that's pure randomness. But anyway, doesn't matter. It's never going to happen. So what we need to do is get the differences. So the allowed difference, const allowed difference equals this. So we get the difference, const difference equals math.fabs actual percent minus expected percent. Assert math even if it's pure random. No, I was saying only if it's pure randomness, it's still possible. Like a pseudo random number generator, for all you know, could prevent something like that from happening. It could say that the probability of some event is equal to, let's say this, but it can change so that at some point it's equal to 0. But that's why I'm saying I don't actually know how pseudo-random number generators work. I don't know if they guarantee that over some number of trials you will get, I'm not sure. Like I can write a function. Here's what I'm trying to get at. And like, clearly this is not how this works. Min, max. I could say if num trials is greater than 5, return min. And then this clearly can't ever generate max 6 times in a row. I'd say num trials plus plus, right? But like you get the idea. Are there going to be testing these? No, there won't be. So if assert that the difference is less than the allowed difference, rarity number I did not have expected difference actual, all right, let's change this. Rarity number I had actual percent equals actual percent and expected percent equal expected percent. So let's run this a few times and just make sure that this doesn't fail. And then we'll know that we've tuned the values here correctly. I know what I said sounds incredibly pedantic about random numbers, and like I said, it really doesn't matter. The odds of getting 100,000 2% chances in a row is so slim that if it does happen in a test, I'll just rerun the test. Undefined is not a function. What, sir is not a function? What is not a function here? Is fabs not a thing? fabs. Math.fabs. Oh, it doesn't exist. What? Does that exist in the browser? Does it exist in the browser? Why did I type fabs? Ooh, this is slow. Doesn't exist. What compelled me to do that? Does this exist in any language? There's F round. Whatever. All right, so rarity number 1 had actual percent 0.60224 and expected percent 0.3. Okay, that's a mistake. I meant to do this. -1. The other thing is I should say the difference. Difference. All right, let's see what we have now. Yeah, I need to turn off Istanbul for these tests until I'm finally done writing them all. All right, well, that passed. Now let's turn that off. Test gulp file. Because I want to run these a few times. Unexpected token. Wow. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it works. It hasn't failed yet, but it doesn't mean it can't fail. Oh well. All right, so that was number 1, is test generate rarity. So we know for sure that the rarities we're generating are what we expect. Now I guess we verify that by running it in salvage packs. So I have tested generate rarity. Now let's test generate salvage pack. So I guess we generate hundreds of thousands of salvage packs, and then we make sure that everything we generated is right. Versace says, how come you changed the creative section? So Twitch changed everyone over to the creative section. There is no more game development channel, not an independent one at least. So now there's creative with the hashtag game dev. I started this morning in the game dev channel, and then people started asking me after lunch, hey, why are you in creative now? So that's why. Twitch moved me. Twitch moved everyone. So I want to generate a whole bunch of these. So it should generate salvage packs with the right rarities. How do I even verify this? Like I'll get items back in this fashion: lasers, missiles, landmines. I think the way I would test this is by making a fake item data file. Maybe that's a bad idea. Yeah, I don't know how to verify this. Now we have to act creative. Yeah. Because the distribution of rarities I already checked. I guess making sure that generating salvage packs uses those rarities is a good thing to check too. Although it's not totally possible. I don't know. Let's just write this code and see what comes to me. So for let I equals 0, I is less than num trials plus I. We can say salvage pack equals spg dot generate salvage pack, and that's all that takes. Yeah, that's it. It generates a certain number of items, and then we go over the items and we keep track of everything, I guess. I don't know. Const item rarities generated. I don't know what I even want to verify here. Like the number of bot coin you get. I kind of just want to call this function a bunch of times, and that's it. And just make sure you either got, yeah, let's just do that. It should generate salvage packs with items and bot coin. Let's just do that. Const num bot coin equals 0, const num items equals 0. So then we say num bot coin plus equals salvage pack dot get bot coin, and then the items is salvage pack dot get items, but now we have to iterate over those. So items, we're gonna say num items plus equal item dot get quantity. There. Then at the end of all of this, just make sure that they're both greater than 0. Did not generate any bot coin across num trials. Cool. And then items did not generate any items across this many trials. In fact, we could probably be a little bit smarter about this. We could probably make sure that the number of items you get over 100,000 trials is going to be at least like 40,000, and the number of bot coin is going to be at least 10,000, something along those lines. That sounds better. Let's do that. It's just arbitrary numbers, but hey, let's start somewhere. Generated bot coin expected const expected minimum bot coin equals 10,000, expected minimum num items equals 40,000. So we change this and this, expected this. All right. Should be items. All right, there we go. So num bot coin is read only. Not anymore, it's not. And I kind of want to know how many of each of these it did generate. So let's do console.log generated items and bot coin. Yeah, over that many trials. Let's run that. I don't know how many items to expect. I mean, each one on average probably gives 2 point something, so I'd expect maybe like 200,000 items. Yeah, we got 233,000, and we got 7 million bot coin. Wow. Well, that'd be enough to buy anything in the game. Yeah, cool. Okay, the rarity counts don't need to be printed out here. My prediction was correct. So I don't need this stuff. What else don't I need? Do I use inventory in here at all? Nope. Inventory util I still need to test actually, so maybe I should leave this for a sec. Yeah, because salvage pack generator, salvage pack. So the only other thing I should do is check coverage reports. Generate salvage pack function. This is it. This is the last thing I wanted to test here. This is a really simple function though. Takes an item template depot, a salvage pack generator, a serialized inventory, a bot coin amount. All right, let's see if I can test this quickly, because I don't think it... This is not a super important function. Should test that basic case if... All right, so inventory util. Inventory util dot this. Let, what do we call this? Ret val equals null. So generate salvage pack takes in the same two arguments, item template depot and salvage pack generator. Item template depot and salvage pack generator. And then a serialized inventory and bot coin. All right, so serialized inventory and bot coin. So the basic case is we should pass in a does not serialize assert dot equal ret val. Assert util dot exists ret val improper inventory. Okay, there's that. Is there any way that bot coin can fail there? No, apparently not. So we've tested that. Next we need to test, actually we can't test that. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, unless we mock what salvage pack generator is. That's one way to do it. All right, let's try that. So now we make an inventory that does serialize, and our salvage pack generator is just going to be something with a, this is tricky. We call generate salvage pack function return null. Yeah. Okay. Broken generate salvage pack. Oh, this is called F. Oh man, I should have left that in there. Should not have been called this. In there, it's totally fine. In here, it's not fine. And in here, it's not fine. There. Okay. So, got it. All right. Now, let me just change something really quickly here. Salvage test. So I don't need any of these things open any longer. Test util doesn't need to exist. I can get rid of that. Test util, just delete. Save this. Close out of these things. Yeah. All right, so then I think we're almost done with this. So I have tested now this if statement. I've tested this if statement. And then I should make sure that you get some stuff back. So the success case of this function, which is that you passed in the salvage pack generator, empty inventory, some bot coin. So assert that it does exist. Valid arguments. And that all of these things are set as a result. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. How about this? Const inventory equals inventory.deserialize ret val dot updated serialized inventory. Assert that that exists too. Inventory deserialized correctly. Then the bot coin that we got back. You know, if we run enough trials here, we will eventually get, we'll eventually see both of these things increase. That's how we should test this probably. But I think for now this is fine. Is number ret val dot updated bot coin. Hey, World Dominator. Hey, that's cheating. I didn't know we were playing the game yet. And that salvage pack is an object. Or that just it exists. Yeah, his object is fine. Salvage pack. Okay, let's try that out. And let's put... Oh, no. Alright, fine. Let's put the coverage reporting back in and see how complete this is. I run the test. I'm going to go grab some water. Perfect timing to come back to a failure. Inventory util is not defined. Go figure. Wait, what? I tried importing it. Oh, whoops. It's supposed to be that way. Euphoria says, I have no clue what you're doing, but it's interesting anyway. You know, I find it oddly comforting for me that people still enjoy watching this stuff. Euphoria, if you ever want me to explain anything that it is that I'm doing, feel free to ask. I don't know how many people stay who don't know how to code. I've only been streaming for about 4.5 months now. And like I said, I don't mind answering any questions. So we have, cannot read property get item template of undefined. This happens, where does this happen actually? Well, we have the code here. I would need to rerun this in order to get exactly where this takes place. What? Oh, this is frustrating. Okay, let's take this. I don't think this is helpful though. This is coming from item.js. Yeah, no, I don't think that's helpful. I think it's inventory, and even then, I think this is broken. So let's just zoom out a bit, and then I'll be able to use the stack trace that comes out of this. What's the overall goal of this program when finished? So you can find out some more about the game here. The goal of the program is to make this game work. The game is already up and running, and people can play it if they want. And I think the video does a good job of explaining all this stuff is new. The actual game itself is here, and there's no AI players right now. Yeah, I think watching the video is probably best. And then if you have some questions after that, you can always ask me. All right, I'm still failing at this. Oh yeah, that's right, because I didn't change anything. So require util. Get item template is not defined. This is coming from line 9. That's not even true. Unless util is failing. What about this? Inventory default deserialize. Wrap val updated serialize inventory. What is the inventory that we're getting back here? Wrap val dot updated serialized inventory. Because I'm not sure what that is. I don't know why this would be failing. It was saying cannot read property get item template of undefined. Oh, I know why. I make this mistake so frequently. There, that'll fix this. Okay, well, hopefully it passes this time. So we can get rid of this. And yeah. Okay, it worked. Now we'll get the coverage report as a result. Oh, no, the second one didn't work. Should generate salvage packs with the items in Bitcoin. Or Botcoin, not Bitcoin. Ensure the done callback is being called. Oh, it's just taking too long? That's not a bad thing. It's not really a bad thing. It's kind of a bad thing. This dot timeout 5,000. I don't know how long I expect this to take. Is that generate salvage pack though? No, it is. That's not where the timeout should be happening then. It's coming from here. I know. Generating 100,000 salvage packs is apparently not a fast process. It should be a fast process. Because if there were 100,000 users online at once and they were all generating one salvage pack, when is that ever going to happen? How long did it take? It took 3.5 seconds to generate 100,000. But something doesn't add up there. That used to be the test case that was at the start and it didn't break 2 seconds. And now it is for some reason. The coverage, oh yeah. Coverage threw this whole thing off. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right, let's take a look. So we should have some more things in here and I don't even see them. That's not a good thing. Where are my other files? Where are my other files? Huh. There's the hacking video. What's going on though? So the coverage report has shared client and game server items. Yeah, there's nothing here for salvage pack generator. Weird. Wait, yeah, very weird. Is this Istanbul's problem or my problem? I'm not actually sure. Let's see, the test code has dist, staging, shared, client and game server items, salvage pack. Yeah, it has all that. And then the gulp file takes everything from shared. Yeah, how could it find inventory and not find my code? Oh, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know why this is working the way that it's working. And this even shows up here. Yeah, something's wrong. All right, I don't. Coverage, lcov report index.html. Let's try this from the beginning. I'm just gonna click this. Yeah, now it shows up. All right, inventory util. What do we have here? Good. We're testing this entire function. Salvage pack. We are testing. Well, we're not testing serialize and deserialize. We got to test those. And then what's the last part of this? Salvage pack generator. Testing everything except for this. Generate rarity. This is nearly impossible for this to run. And this is a little bit comforting because I wrote this here. I said this should only happen due to floating point precision problems with very large random numbers considering the range. I don't think this will ever happen. In fact, I just ran nearly 1 million test cases and it never happened. But even if it did, returning 1 is totally fine. Returning any number here is pretty much fine. We can give them the rarest item in the game if that happens, because it's a very rare probability of you ever running across that situation. And actually, you can even see each line of code here was tested 100,001 times. I don't know where the extra time came from. Probably other test cases. Okay, so then serializing and deserializing salvage packs. Let's test it out. Should test serialization of salvage packs. So how do I want to do this? Let's go into salvage pack. So in order to make it, we pass in items and bot coin. And serialize and then deserialize it. This won't even work. Yeah, this won't work. We need to say if, this actually would have been a bug. If not util.exists inventory, then logger.error inventory could not be deserialized. Return null. So then I guess we should put a comment for this. Deserializes a salvage pack. This is a string, this is an item template depot, and it returns a salvage pack. Okay. We have util, we have logger, we have Lodash. All of that stuff is fine. We're not using Lodash. Yeah, so let's get rid of this. And then I need to test these functions. So serializing salvage packs. Let's just do const empty salvage pack equals new salvage pack. We have salvage pack up here? No, we don't. So let's take the generator off of both of these. That should be fine now. So we make a new salvage pack of no items, I guess. Items are nothing, Botcoin is nothing, 0, and we serialize it. Serialize empty pack equals empty pack dot serialize. Then we deserialize it, deserialize empty pack equals salvage pack dot deserialize. And then we make sure that it exists, that the Botcoin is 0, and that there are no items. So assert dot equal get Botcoin is 0, empty pack 0 Botcoin, and that there are no items. That part is going to be empty pack 0 items. Okay, great. Should test serialization of empty salvage pack. That's that. Next up, we want to test the serialization of a non-empty salvage pack. So let's put Botcoin of 50 here. Let's just say Botcoin. And items, for us to actually make an item, is it worth it? Let's look at inventory test, new item. I guess it could be. We need a valid item ID though. Const valid, yeah, whatever. I'll type it in a bit. So we'll need an item here. Valid item ID 1 equals 1. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to ask me that at Axo Gaming. So I started today and I was not in the creative section. Then Twitch got rid of the old sections. And now they just direct you to the creative section. So this is how things will be from now on. So basically Twitch made a decision. I want to put the same comment I had for this. Oh, I have to apparently search through a lot of these things. There. This points to some valid item ID. At the time of writing, there are only, I'll say, a few items, so it's useful to know. Yeah. Yeah, I might make it a thing in a little bit. I'll write it on my list at least. Answer the common question. So it should serialize a non-empty salvage pack. So we're going to say const item equals this. So we have 3 of that item. Then we put it in the salvage pack. So this is going to be salvage pack serialized pack and then deserialized pack. Good. And the number of items we get out of it is this 1. And then we need to verify that the item is what we expect it to be. So let's do const returned item equals deserialized pack dot get items 0. Assert dot equal item dot get name returned item dot get name item name. And let's also verify the quantity. I don't know if there's anything else worth verifying here. What is he doing should be a thing. That's the today command. Then the only thing to test, I think, although this broke, so there's that. Oh, I gotta deserialize this correctly. Item template depot. Then the only thing to test after this is deserializing a bad config. Should not be able to deserialize a bad salvage pack. So we're just going to say what would make a salvage pack bad. I guess if it doesn't have the properties that we expect. This stuff. Items is inventory and Botcoin. How about this? We'll take a valid thing, we'll serialize it, and then we'll modify the serialized pack. So assert serialized pack dot items is inventory. Cannot make an invalid config if we do not know the parameter name. Ensure that we'll be modifying the correct variable name by checking to see if it exists on a validly serialized pack. Cannot make an invalid pack. Make a 1% chance that you get nothing. Remember, whenever you're talking about large numbers of players, if something happens 1 out of 1,000,000 times in a game like World of Warcraft and there are 7 million players, it's probably going to happen. It's probably going to happen every day. So if there was a 1 out of 100 chance that you got nothing and we had even just a few thousand players, I think you'd be pretty annoyed. There's some bug in the original Pokemon games, I believe, where every single ability in the game, and this is my understanding of it, I don't know if this is true, every single ability in the game has a chance to miss, even if it's advertised and it can never miss, just due to how they'd coded it. So, yeah. So then what we're going to do here is we're going to say serialized pack.item is inventory equals invalid inventory. Then we're going to try deserializing it, and this should not even exist. Not util.exist deserialized pack. Cannot deserialize without valid inventory. So there's that. Now we'll serialize it again. And we'll assert that botcoin exists. Actually, there's no real. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's try running that. And this will give us the coverage report that I actually care about. That didn't work. What failed? Cannot deserialize without invalid inventory. Utilize this deserialized pack. The what? Yeah, how did this work? Not utilize this inventory. Well, it should have returned null. Did I screw something up here? Oh, what? Whoa, wait. What's going on here? This is not the right file. No, that doesn't matter, though. I don't understand. Cannot deserialize without valid inventory. Okay, let's stringify this. Deserialize pack. There's no way this thing could exist. I made a fake pack here. And these... No, this could have been a build problem. No, it's not a build problem. Deserialized pack is null, which means not util.exist deserialized pack. Oh, assert.equal. I meant to say assert. Oh. Okay, I fixed the problem. I was calling the wrong function. It was checking to see if this null was equal to a string, and that's of course not the case. And that's what it is actually saying here. True equals this. Okay, cool. So we got our coverage report. Let's go take a look one last time. Now everything should pretty much be tested. Like I said, this is the one line of code in here that I can't really test, so I don't care too much about that. But then salvage pack itself, I'm not testing its toString, which is a decent amount of code, but I don't really care about the toString. So okay, let's do one last thing, and then that might be close to it for today. By the way, Horforia, are you still here? I saw you followed, so thank you, but I also want to know, what did you think of the video? Is the chat list even working for me? No. I don't think the person's here anymore. Oh well. Alright. Oh, you are here. Oh, my chat list just isn't working then. Huh, weird. Your name's not there. Well, anyway, yeah, what'd you think? Good explanation of the game? Does it sound like an interesting game to you? Alright, so you got pretty good test coverage over a lot of these things. Some of this does not have good coverage like this. This is not code that I should even be running though. Pub sub. Oh no, a lot of these things are code I'm not testing actually. It is code that I should be running. Porphyrio, you could actually play soon if you wanted to. It's based on how many points you have. I don't suggest starting now, but tomorrow, if you go to bot.land/pre-beta, tomorrow is only 40 points. And there are a lot of people who are usually willing to give points away. So the reason I don't suggest playing tonight, even if you get the points to play tonight, is because I'm going to sign off pretty soon, and then people usually stop watching, and that means they stop playing pretty soon too. But yeah, I'm glad you liked the video. All right, yeah, this is it. This is what I wanted to test. We got pretty good coverage over the code, or at least the stuff that I wanted to test here. Some stuff is not the best, like this and this. I'll have to get to those eventually. Oh wow, Porphyrio, you really going all out. That's admirable. That's good. Okay, so let me check in this code, and then part of this was renamed, I don't remember what it's called. Generate salvage pack, that's not it. It was this. Renamed this to this in the inventory util. Did you write the entire test utility, or are you using a framework? I am using a framework, and it is called Mocha. So most test frameworks will give you certain things like, they'll give you some mechanism to run code before all of your tests run. They'll give you a mechanism to run code before each of your tests, after each of the tests, and then after all of the tests. So I use this in different capacities. So for example, when I have the REST test, just to give you a quick example of this, where do I run the code? Yeah, here. So before I run all of the tests, I need my database to be set up, and I need the server to be started. So I do all of that. After each test, I don't want the database to be polluted at all, so I kill all the tables off. And after all of the tests, I need to close down the server process. So that's something that your framework should usually do for you, and something that Mocha does pretty well. Then each individual test I can specify very easily. Here's what the test should do. It is just a function that will invoke my test, and then I have all my test code here. It's pretty nice. I want to create a turtle bot, hides in a corner and assassinates whoever comes near. Yeah, that's pretty doable right now using the, like, this RD artillery script. So I'll zoom in on this script. The way that this works is it tries firing missiles, then it tries hitting with artillery, then it activates sensors which will increase the range it can see so that it can fire artillery even farther away. Then it tries moving left and down, which is like a turtle-y strategy. So if I deploy these bots, you'll see them all go hide in the corner and then lob artillery from there. They actually don't have artillery, but there are no enemies anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, they're taking their sweet time getting over there. There we go. Yeah. And that little stuttering, I think that was just my computer going slowly. I have a feeling my CPU is heavily used right now. Yeah, it is. But yeah, turtle bots. So what else changed here? That's a function name. This, yeah. And then this I don't want to check in. This I actually do want to check in this time. And then finally we have the salvage test. So I added tests for salvage packs. Now we just need to make sure that all this stuff is being used. Inventory is, salvage pack generator, this stuff is, item template depot is. Yeah, I think all of this is used except for hardware constants. Logger and util are, FS is. Yeah, that's it. Cool. So then added tests for salvage packs. Added tests for the salvage pack generator, salvage pack, and inventory utils generate salvage pack, and inventory utils generate salvage pack. Wow. All right. So stuff is done. This is the only thing that I have left to do, really, and I will do that, I think, and then I'll reflect on today. Porforio says, just have oodles of shields and cloaking, sit in the corner waiting for enemy to come close enough for a melee attack, cut them up, hide the body, back into hide mode. So the one thing to keep in mind, you're only allowed to have 7 levels of stuff on your bot. So you mentioned shield, cloaking, melee. So all of these can go up to level 3. So up to level 3. So what that might mean is that you want cloaking 3, melee 3, and maybe shield 1, but then your shield won't be very powerful. So maybe you want to sacrifice some cloaking to get more shields. And now this is a bit more balanced. So you do need to make a decision. CLM Marty says, your video was a great explanation. I've only been here for 5 minutes and kind of get it. Well, good. Yeah, cool. And ask any questions. And the other thing too is I run giveaways usually every day for people to get access to the game. It's currently live. It's not up to date, so I'll show you the difference. Here is the live version of this. When I hit connect, you'll see there's an inventory and there's a store, but there's nothing over here. On my current version, on my own computer, I have this over here. This lets you open salvage packs, which gives you more items and more money. So that's the thing I've been working on all day today. I just got done testing it, and yeah, the central server doesn't have that yet. But either way, when you join the game, you'll see anyone who's online, which is nobody right now, just myself, and you could just play the game. So if I wanted to play bots, I can deploy my landmines bot. Boop, boop. And there they are. And, ooh, that seems like a bug. That is a bug, isn't it? No, that's not a bug. Okay. That concerned me for a second. I only had 1 buff, and at this point in the match, I should have 3. But I wasn't here for the match, that's why I don't have 3. Man, there's been a ton of stuff that's gotten done in the last couple of days, I think. It's really just that everything came together. It's not that I got more done in the last couple of days than I have in the last couple of weeks. It's that I finally had the ability to do this stuff. So let's wrap up the day by putting in the creative question and answer. So creative. As of 1/19/16, it appears that Twitch has gotten rid of the game development channel. Instead, everyone from that and programming have been put into the creative channel with hashtags representing what they're doing. Okay, let's see how that works. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Well, tomorrow I've got a really nice feature to work on. So this is done. Tomorrow, the feature that I'm going to work on, and this is part of the whole reflect on stuff thing, is the pseudo money system. So now we have salvage packs, these things. Here's what you can spend money on in the game. Monetization. So this stuff, there are 2 things. Additional bot bays. So bot bays are these. So additional bot bays will let you configure more bots so that when you're in the game, your list of bots is not just three different choices. You will have up to 8. And remember, that doesn't let you deploy more bots. So I have 3 bots out right now. It doesn't matter how many bays I have. Everyone only gets to deploy 3 bots. But the choices I have will be greater if you purchase bots. So what that means is if someone has a bot and I think, oh man, the perfect counter for that is XYZ. If I don't have an extra bot bay, I can't make XYZ basically. So that's one thing you can buy. And then the other thing you can buy are salvage packs, which give you items. That's what these things were. So what I'm going to be working on tomorrow is giving everyone a luck tag, essentially. So there are going to be a few different kinds of players. For the sake of this is the pseudo money system. And I should really I don't have time tonight actually. I should really just type this up now. I'll just describe it and then I'll code it tomorrow. So free to play, I'm going to give you probably like $1 every day. Moderate, I'm probably going to give you about $10 a day. And this, I'll probably give you $100 a day. Now, this is not Botcoin and it's not US dollars. These are fake money. So what this means is every dollar you get, you can purchase a salvage pack. And then the prices for bot bays will be like this. Your 4th one, you start with 3, so you can't buy your first, second, or third, you start with 3. Your 4th one is going to be $1. Your 5th one is going to be $2. Your 6th one is going to be 3. This is going to be 5. Wait, I think we might have, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so this is how this is going to work. What this means is that if you're marked as a free-to-play player, then you're only going to be able to get probably a couple of extra bot bays. And you need to decide if you want that or you want salvage packs. We might actually change how this works. These might be like 50 cents, or you get 2 salvage packs maybe. I don't know. We've got to figure out how this works. But that's the whole reason we're doing this system, is because when you can spend money on the game, and if people feel like, oh, I just got a salvage pack, I open it up and it's got lasers, melee, and missiles. Big whoop. Like, I spent $1 and that's what I got. Like, that's disappointing. Then yeah, we need to fix that. We need to make that much better. And that's why I'm going to be coding this system. Orforia says, I like that there's a large selection of abilities. I'm hoping that everyone will have their own unique tactics and it'll make the whole thing more interesting. Yeah, it was actually pretty cool seeing what's already taken place on stream. Let me see if I can find these pictures for you. Games. Yeah. So let's see what we've got here. So here's when a whole bunch of people were playing earlier, and there's, whoops. These are various points in the game. So for example, you used to be able to configure bots like this by just dragging things on. That'll eventually be the case again. Where are screenshots? See, taking screenshots of strategies is hard since they need to be GIFs. But here you can see there were landmines, there were reflect shields and cloaking, there were missiles being shot. So people had some different things that they were doing. Oh, artillery is overpowered. This was me crushing the red team. Haha, I had to take a picture. Yeah, landmines were overpowered at one point. Probably still are. Someone made a script to write LOL with landmines. Yeah, people clumped up like crazy here. There were a lot. Yeah, see, this is actually a pretty cool picture. There were a lot of different players in here, and they were doing all sorts of things. Yeah, so it's nice. 2 slightly unrelated questions. How did you learn to type so fast, and why do you use Sublime? How did I learn to type so fast? I think I learned to type correctly by using actually this keyboard. So I always used to type with probably just 4 fingers, and I still typed quickly actually, but I didn't think it was good for me. I ended up using an ergonomic keyboard, and I don't know if you can see my hand right now on the screen, but I couldn't do this to press the G key with my right hand because that hurts. You either need to physically move your hand, which then you realize is wrong, or you just learn to type correctly, press it with your left finger. So that was that. And why do I use Sublime? I think it's the most efficient thing for me right now. So I try to gravitate to whatever lets me do the things I want to do the fastest. And one of the things on bot.land is the blog that I started that I have not been contributing to in a while. I want to add some posts to it. There's been a whirlwind of stuff happening in the last couple of weeks, and it's not necessarily bad stuff. For example, we took a road trip this weekend, but that was all of Saturday was gone, and I don't get time to catch up on my to-do list. So the last post on blog.botland.net is about my Sublime setup, and at the bottom of that post is a demo of me using all of my different plugins, which, by the way, how many views does this have? Wow, a lot more than I would have expected. Yeah, cool. Do all of your bots deployed use the one program, or can you deploy 3 differently programmed ones? Yep, you can deploy 3 differently programmed ones and then get them to work as a team. Whoops, I just deleted a bot. Okay, well, anyway, let me show you this really quickly. Then I think I'm going to get going pretty soon. So let's deploy a bot with landmines 3 and thrusters 3. We'll commit that. Then over here we'll do teleport to lasers 3. I'll just do 2 bots. So we join the game, and this will be kind of hard to show off because the game is about to end. Yeah, this is why I should never have this stuff happen. All right, let me just go restart the game server. Then it'll be up and running immediately. All right, so connect, join game. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's show this off. So I've got landmines and thrusters that I'm going to deploy my typical landmine and move around script, and we're going to call this the mines bot deploy. Then I'm going to use my teleport and lasers, and I'm going to edit this in JavaScript. I'm going to say if can teleport x minus 5y, then teleport x minus 5y. And then I'm going to say if percent chance 50, fire lasers, otherwise just move. So this is going to be the lasers and teleport bot. Lasers plus tele. Deploy. So you can see it has a 50% chance to move or fire lasers, and when teleport is off cooldown, it will teleport to the left as far as it can. So it'll eventually teleport. Its cooldown is really long for teleport. I think I made it like 15 turns or something. Yeah, there it goes. So it teleported all the way to the side, starts shooting lasers. While this bot is laying mines, it could be protecting it. And then finally, well, I don't have shield. I was going to deploy a bot that would shield these guys. So yeah, lots of different strategies you can do on your own person, but then you also have 2 allies in every game, and your allies could be doing things too. So maybe you set up a wall of shielded laser bots, and behind it you've got artillery bots shooting artillery over. Then you have a cloaked landmine layer that's going up and putting some landmines down in the arena. And maybe the enemy's doing the same thing. I mean, they've got strategies too that they can do. So it'll probably get pretty hectic. All right, I am going to get going. I'm going to try something. So if my voice gets cut off, it's because I'm testing something out. I'm going to hit the stop streaming button and just see what happens, because usually I just wait 20 seconds. So I'm just going to hit stop streaming. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I hope to see you again tomorrow. That's when we're going to work on this pseudo money system. And yeah, have